All right, guys, it is Thursday. It says like we're just back here laughing, telling stories. All of a sudden, it's 9:01. We've got to get started. Brian Leonard, you know what that reminds me of a little bit right now? We're getting into clinching season in Major League Baseball, and over the next couple weeks, I don't agree with this. I think if you win your division and you want to throw a little party, that's fine. You're going to have teams throwing a party for making the last wild card spot. Trig, not a fan of that. I think you get 3 times that you should be allowed to celebrate: division, winning the pennant, winning the World Series. Yet you'll see champagne flying for like 5 or 6 times for some of these teams. Yesterday, the Cubbies were that team. They clinched their spot. Brian, do you and Tokyo Brandon, feel free to chime in here as well. Is that a fade for you? Do you actively look to fade those types of teams the day after if they have a game?
I do, and I've told the story many times back when I was in Cleveland, and we haven't had a lot of success with the Indians back in Cleveland. And I had a friend that worked at a store, and he saw the starting catcher for the Indians in there, and he said, "Hey, why aren't you out partying with the other group?" And he says, "Oh man, we were out so late last night," and he goes, "I don't know how the hell anybody's going to be able to play the next day." Well, it turned out they had Chad Ogier on the mound. They had already sent him, I think it was a road game. They'd already sent him a day before, and he throws like his career game, and Cleveland ends up winning that game 1-0. And so the offense did nothing as you expected, but so you get good information, and then it doesn't always win. So, but yeah, it's something that I usually do try to fade.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing more annoying than people. You're celebrating a playoff spot like you won the World Series. It's more annoying than a gender reveal party. I mean, it's so society's so stupid these days. Why are people so stupid? What happened? What happened?
I like to see, and it's just not baseball, but I like to see when a team clinches the series or whatever in the playoffs or whatever, and they just walk off the court. And it's just, that was their job. They got that done. That's the team I want to back the next time they play.
You'd never, ever see Larry Bird, Michael Jordan celebrating making the playoffs. Give me a break.
Yeah, listen, I'm all about, you want to do so, you want to pop champagne for a division title. I get it. But like, I mean, the Cubs are 5 games back of their division. Like, I know they made the playoffs, but I think that's kind of, I don't know. I think that's kind of a funny thing. But I do think, now, Brian, I'll go back to you, and then we'll talk this Cubs-Reds game. How much do you feel like the Vegas has started to bake that into the number, or do you think they don't really pay attention and there's actual opportunity here?
Yeah, I don't think right now they're paying a whole lot of attention to baseball. I mean, you had your team that had to throw a 1-hitter through 9 innings and still ended up losing. It was one of those days, but most of the guys I think had a pretty good day and pretty good handle on it. And baseball, to me, for the last 2 months, if you're not betting baseball, you're leaving money on the table. This is just the time to do it. And everybody's worried about football. There's football tonight. There's NFL. There's college football. And that should lead us to some pretty profitable day in baseball here.
Well, Brian, I got to jump in real quick because I'm kind of kicking myself. I thought about firing the Reds out there and just listing action this morning. The Cubs, not exactly sure what they're going to do with their pitching, and this has moved quickly. So I may have missed the boat on Cubs Reds before I got on the show. So that was 15 minutes ago. The Reds were like minus 125. They are now minus 145. So in your opinion, is that the clinching tax that the market is now sort of moved to? And do you want any part of this game?
Well, it's also the need to win for Cincinnati, and they've got, at least in my opinion, the best pitcher on the team. Abbott's had a terrific season, but I think Green is the guy you want to call it on. So they've got their number 1 going against for the Cubs. It would probably be their number 6, number 5 or 6 in Colin Ray, but he's had a lot of success. He's impressed me on some of these games, and his career is not over yet. So I think that's what it is. A lot of people are looking at the starting pitching matchup, and it's clearly should be on Cincinnati here.
My turn?
Yep.
Brian's up. Oh, okay. You ended abruptly, so I was You okay? Okay. Yeah, this generation, man, is so annoying, man. I'm sorry, but participation trophies and celebrating getting it's just so annoying. But yes, I think these teams are kind of up for a letdown after you clinch something and you're all excited and you do a ridiculous, non-necessary celebration. Agree with Brian. Hunter Green's probably the best pitcher on that team. Reds are still fighting. The problem I have with taking the Reds here is the Cubs have better numbers all around. Their bullpen's better and their hitting is better, but how will they perform today is another question. You know, God, I get these. All right, I got to find out which video. Can you hear that annoying voice in the background? Sorry about that.
Not really.
There's okay, good. I'll keep going.
That's
So
Marco
I'm
from
kind of
last night. He had so much fun he never left.
Yeah, Marco's still here. But no, these annoying autoplay videos are just so annoying when I pull up another tab. But anyways, so I'm kind of hesitant to take them. Looking at how Hunter Green performs against the Cubs will probably be a key to this, and he performs quite well. A 202 average against with a 784 OPS, not ideal, not terrible. He's definitely the better pitcher. I've got him ranked. How many spots? Oh, I've got him ranked 16 spots ahead of Colin Rea. But I have the Cubs bullpen and hitting better. The Reds bullpen somewhat reliable. I have them above 15, which means they're in current form better than average. So can they get it done today? I'm not sure. I'm probably not going to bet it.
Yeah, so I kind of looking at the schedule here. Obviously, the only way I would play this is the Reds. I'm a little annoyed that I missed the move, but the Cubs might not. I mean, the little celebration might have been more for show, might have been more for TV because they had to travel. So it's not like they were able to probably go out really last night. I mean, they had to. They had the day game in Pittsburgh. I think they, the more I think about it, they probably had the locker room set up, did a thing for Marquee Sports Network, which was what was shown on TV. They had to get out and go to Cincinnati. Like, do we think they just landed in Cincinnati and were like, let's go out? Probably not. They probably just went back to their hotels. And, so it might not be as impactful. Doesn't change my handicap. I mean, it's right there for the Reds. That being said, I feel like we've been saying this for a couple of weeks now. Goes back to what something that Brian has made a really good point. It's like when you're in the position that some of these teams are that they need to win, it's like you're there kind of for a reason, right? You're not that good in the first place. The Reds, I feel like, fit that description to a T. 76 and 76. They're a 500 team. They're as average as it gets. They should be better because of the raw talent in their roster and on the roster in their organization, but they're just not. They make mistakes, and I just think that like the Reds Cardinal series was a great sort of like illustration of that. On the right side of a timely hit in the first game, go out the next night, shut out, no chance against Mike McGreevy, come back yesterday and win. So it's like I don't know that I would want to pay minus 150 to find out if which Reds team shows up here, even though in theory, like this should be like the home run spot for them. And you would think that you would get their best effort at home here. But man, I mean, I feel like we've said this all season with the Reds. So why lay an inflated number with them, I guess is the way I look at that one. All right, Ryan Morrison. Yeah, that was a tough result for me yesterday. If you told me I was going to get 9 innings of one hit ball from Brandon Pfaadt, I would have said, it's an easy win right there. And just wasn't to be. That was I kind of could feel it, coming when they couldn't get Carroll home in the 9th, less than 1 out or 1 out, man on third, 1 out, couldn't get him home in the 9th.
Carroll's got some wheels, man. That guy.
I mean, listen, I could do a whole show on how Torey Lovello didn't manage that the way I thought he should have. When you got that kind of speed back-to-back innings on third base, just get a bunt down. Jesus, a safety squeeze is going to win that game. Safety squeeze is going to win that game. It was a really bad result for the Diamondbacks. So I think Arizona had some real momentum going into that game. And I think that likely cost them their season. That's another discussion maybe for another day, since we don't have Diamondbacks baseball today. But we do have the Giants, and the Giants, who I really felt like their season was going to be over had they lost that game yesterday, now have a little bit of life. They get the win. They hit the road. They had the rookies. The rookies were wearing Scooby-Doo onesies on the flight. That was rookie hazing. Scooby-Doo onesies on the flight. Kai Tang in a Scooby-Doo onesie was a sight. If you go find that, I think someone on the Giants social media posted it. They now go to LA. Huge game here, Brian Leonard. Big rivalry, rematch of last week. Giants took the opener. Dodgers bounced back with the second two to take the series in San Francisco. Any juice left for the Giants? Do you think they are able to sort of parlay that into any success this weekend? And what about this game?
Yeah, they got the aces of both these teams, Webb and Yamamoto. Yamamoto basically about a 160 in this one, total of 7.5. That Dodgers starting rotation, regardless of who they throw out there right now, is on fire. This is the team, the Dodgers, the pitching staff that they'd wanted coming into the season, and they've had the injuries all year long. They are playing like the best team in baseball from a pitching standpoint right now. I still have some concerns about some of their lineup choices, but right now it's tough to go against the Dodgers. And as I mentioned, when they play their rivals, Arizona and San Diego and San Francisco, that's the time I want to play on the Dodgers. And getting them into 160 favorite, you don't often see Logan Webb catching a 145 or higher on the way back, but he has really not pitched that well the second half of the season. Comes in with a 3.34 ERA, 3.72 expected, 1.26 whip, but his fastball velocity is only in the 23rd percentile, expected batting average 32nd. There is a little few weaknesses on his card this year. If you take a look at his just the pitching, the stats off of that and how good they are, as opposed to Yamamoto, who, if it wasn't for Skeens, he would probably be the number one coming into the play or coming into the season we're at right now. He's only got the 11-8 record, but he's got an outstanding 2.66 ERA, expected ERA 2.69, 0.98 whip. He's very good at just about everything he does, and he throws 6 pitches, so he's got that ability. I like both these pitchers here. I'm not enamored with either one of these offenses right now, although San Francisco has hit better as of late. But if you take a look at the last 14 days here in WRC plus, Dodgers are number 5 at 121. San Francisco, which was really high earlier, just like a week ago, is now only 79. So the Giants are not hitting very well right now. Trust the Dodgers a little bit more, but maybe San Francisco team total under. Let's see what we get on that. We're looking at 3.5 under 35. Slight lean to that. It's still a pretty good hitter's park here, so probably not enough to get me involved in anything today.
Yeah, everyone, go to WagerTalk.com and see what we are offering. I have a 4% play up in MLB, and if you check my Twitter X account, you can see the escapades that I had with Brian and Marco yesterday. Actually, it's not really just one picture but put up, but it's a cool picture, so go check it out. Also, these guys are going to have something up if they don't already. Go to WagerTalk.com and at least click the free plays page, because all of our cappers put stuff up. There's probably 20 free plays up there right now. Regarding this game, my numbers emphatically say bet the Dodgers here. When I grade a team out or a matchup out, if one team is 10 better than the other, I'll go for them on the side. And I have Dodgers 7, Giants 19. So there's a 12 discrepancy here. The biggest thing for the Dodgers is their bullpen is finally not gacking every time they go out there. They're still not the most reliable bullpen. I have them ranked 14 out of 30 in current form, but I have the Giants ranked 28 in current form. So more reliable than the Giants currently. Dodgers are just crushing the ball right now. They're finally playing like they should have played from the beginning of the season, like Brian said, the rotation is finally gelling together. If Dave Roberts wasn't the worst manager in all of baseball, they would have won yesterday or the day before yesterday as well, when Ohtani got pulled with a no-hitter. So Dodgers are rolling right now, and the Giants are not. If you look at head-to-head matchups, Yamamoto has dominated these Giants, and Webb has gotten pretty crushed by these Dodgers, surprisingly. 229 at-bats against. He's got a 336 average against and a 939 OPS against these Dodger batters. That's terrible. Yamamoto against these Giants, 66 at-bats against, a 152 average, and a 506 OPS. So he's dominated these Giants batters. There's one red flag here with Yamamoto is he's actually a better road pitcher than a home pitcher. Why? He's even in Japan, he was a little bit, I don't say mentally weak, but he cracks under pressure sometimes. He's not like a DeGrom where he's got solid, never cracks under pressure. He's not that guy. He can crack under pressure, and I think the home games are a little more pressure for him, which is why he has a little bit better stats on the road. But that's not going to bother me here today. I'm going to take the Dodgers here. Probably a smaller play though, because taking the Dodgers can be a little, tense sometimes when that bullpen starts to come in. I mean, Trinan is pitching horrible right now, but there's other guys who are making up for it. So I think we can trust the Dodger bullpen more than the Giants here.
You brought up Dave Rod. Did you see Blake Snell just body him last night? He was just like, "Go back to the dugout. I'm going to keep pitching." Like Roberts came out to take Snell out, and Snell was just like, "Get out of here. I'm gonna." That's old school. You don't see that as much. You don't see that as much anymore. Remember when Mike Scioscia would try to come out and take John Lackey out, and he'd like throw an absolute fit on the mound, go in like huffing and puffing, like throwing stuff in the dugout. But you just don't see that as much anymore. But yeah, Snell was just like, "I'm good, sir. Like I'm going to take it from here." I got, and he did. 12 strikeouts, 7 innings. He was great. Just not that many pitchers. I probably
would have thrown up if he took him out.
I think it's Scherzer when I think of that, because he's always been that way. You got to be a ballsy manager to take Matt Scherzer out of the game. He's pitching well.
Yeah, it's just there's not as many guys that I feel like you can, for the most part now, it's like pitchers get to the 6th, see the manager coming. It's like, I think of that George Kirby interview where the mindset is, I've done enough. I've done my job. I'm going to turn it over. And it's like some of these old school guys, it's like, no, like I got the ball. I'm feeling it. This is my game. So that was cool.
Steve Roberts is a moron.
Yeah. I don't disagree. I don't think he's a terrible coach, but I because Dodgers and Yankees are similar. There's more like people like give Boone a hard time, but there's more to just coaching the team in those markets. And I think Roberts does an okay job. I mean, he's won championships, so you can't say he's that bad. But yeah, I've never loved him from an X's and O's standpoint. Back to this game.
He's the Angel Hernandez of managers.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been worse. But back to this game. The Giants, my opinion hasn't changed just because they took advantage of the backyard baseball rule where you get a ghost runner and then all hell breaks loose. So that's what happened to them in the Diamondbacks game. There was a stretch yesterday and today Tuesday into Wednesday. There was a stretch where the Giants went 11 innings without a hit. Okay. Brandon Pfaadt, I mean, he came through for me yesterday, unfortunately in a losing effort. Is not a great starting pitcher, and he shut that team down. And that's a team that's supposed to be better against right-handed pitching than left-handed pitching. So, just because the Giants sort of had a 5-run inning when they were aided by an extra base runner, and the fact that they got to do it against, John Curtis? I mean, they still haven't hit for really the better part of this week. I don't really expect them to hit the Dodgers better pitching this weekend. So, I think the Giants are kind of still on borrowed time. I don't mind Webb, but I'm kind of with you that I think the Dodgers might put them out of their misery this weekend. And you may see the Dodgers really start to play good ball. This is the Dodgers, I think, starting to take off and go into the playoffs on a high note. So yeah, I'm with you, TB. I think it'd be Dodgers or pass for me. All right, let's go to where is that? I had Colin said Guards Tigers. He's leaning Guardians plus 1.5. I mean, I've done videos for this series all week. I've given out the Guardians every single time, and they have not disappointed. And I think Brian Leonard even may have had a client playing one of these games, maybe Monday or at some point. Oh, I think you put it in a parlay that hit on Monday. The Guardians have been great. Do you have any? I mean, yes, it's Tariq Skubal. Yes, the Tigers are getting to the point where they might need to win one of these because, you can't just get, you get swept here all of a sudden this game on the final week of the season. But that's still a pretty inflated number on the Tigers, who have not played good ball at all over the last sort of 3 weeks. 500 team at best. Are you going back to the well with your Guardians here today, Brian Leonard?
I had 5% on Cleveland the other day. I used the first half on Cleveland yesterday because I didn't want the back end of the Cleveland bullpen because they had been tired, and they're even in worse shape here. Yes, you have to lay $2 on Skubals, and if you're playing one of the recreational books, even more. Total 7 to the over 25 here, or 7.5 to the under. But if you are Detroit, and they are playing with very little effort. After they had the home run with 2 outs in the 9th 2 days ago, and then they blow it in the 10th, it's hard to back Detroit right now. I know what they're doing. The coach knows what you've talked about this a lot, Trig, about the way they're approaching these games and getting themselves ready because they had such a big lead. And I fully understand that. And I think they got one of the best, if not the best, coaches in Major League Baseball. But they are not playing well. And what happens here if Cleveland is able to get this victory? Skubal coming back, slight injury. He's supposed to be 100% back. From his standpoint, I don't think he would have come back unless he really is healthy. So I expect Skubal to have a big game here. But if Cleveland could cut this down to 3.5, and they still have more games in Cleveland against Detroit, you might see some panic out of the Tigers a little bit. So it's a very important game for both teams. Obviously, Cleveland's still 2.5 games out of the wild card. They probably got a better chance of winning the division at this point when you take a look at that, because they've got the games with Detroit ahead of them. But this is a very interesting game. And I talked about the situation here with Tanner Bybee. They moved both Williams and Bybee up an extra day to get the 2 better arms to play against Detroit. They moved Allen back, so he'll go up against Minnesota. But Bybee, 4.44 ERA, 3.72 expected, 1.24 WHIP. His strikeout rate, normally he strikes out at least 1 per inning. Last year it was even better. This year it's been down, but he has been a little bit better as of late. He's pitched better. His last time out, he was terrific. I believe that was the complete game he threw. And he was good. It wasn't an overabundance of pitches, so it's not like when the other gentleman, Williams, threw that earlier that we could fade. But he does throw 6 pitches, and he's had a lot of success, and he is pitching well, and these Detroit bats not that impressive. Tariq Skubal, 2.26 ERA, 2.78 expected, 0.86 WHIP. He's been terrific. He's going to be your Cy Young winner in the American League. But there's 2 ways to look at this game. If Detroit is going to win a game, this will definitely be the best chance in this series. You got Skubal on the mound, and you've got, let me take a look at the bullpens, and that's the real key here. Detroit yesterday did not use any of their key guys. Now, they did throw a lot of innings in the bullpen, but it was Canley, it was Horn, it was Urquidy, Herter, and Paddock, all the back end guys. Holton, Melton, Montero, and Vest, none of them pitched yesterday. In fact, Melton hasn't pitched since last Saturday, and I really like him. I think he's going to be in the rotation next year for them. He's a really good pitcher. Take a look at what Cleveland has here. Let's look at the Guardians. I've never seen a bullpen as banged up from availability as I've had here. Luckily, they had Monday off, but Cade Smith has not pitched 4 of the last 5 days. I didn't think he'd be used yesterday, and he was. And luckily, he was successful. But he will not pitch 3 days in a row. You've got Hunter Gaddis has pitched 3 of the last 5 days. You've got Sabrowski's pitched 2 days straight. You've got Festa 2 days straight and 3 of the last 4. You got Heron 2 days straight, 3 of the last 4. You got Jacob Junis 2 days straight. That leaves Zach Kent and Colby Allard, the only 2 guys who are going to be counted on for sure in tonight's game and today's game. Actually, I think it's a day game, but they haven't pitched in a week. So this entire bullpen has been misused, if you ask me, for the wins, and they're in real trouble. They need innings out of Bybee today. So there's 2 different ways to play this. I don't, it's not something that I have here in Vegas that I can play, but if you can get a really good number on, will Tanner Bybee get the victory here? I would use that as a hedge against Detroit winning this game, because I think Detroit will win it. I don't really want to lay $2, but if Bybee comes out and pitches as well as he did last time out, gives them a chance to win this where he can get the victory, I kind of like that. I don't want anything to do with the bullpen. What I'll probably end up doing, and I hate to go long here, but I really looked into this game. If Cleveland gets out to an early 1-0 lead, I'm coming all in on Detroit in this game live and probably try to get them at, minus 140 or less in this game. So that's the way I'm looking at it. It's one of the more interesting handicaps you will see on an entire card. And there's another one here that I think is pretty much similar, but you'll learn a lot out of watching this game today.
Guys, do us a favor, go to the replay and leave a comment for us. We read them all and we'll respond if it's a thoughtful comment. If you hate us, that's fine too. Let us know. We love to know when people hate us as well. I got a 4% play up today, so go to WagerTalk.com and see what all of us have. Regarding this one, I'll take an injured Skubal over Tanner Bybee any day. I got Skubal ranked number 1 out of every major league pitcher out there. Tigers are still a better team than the Guardians, in my opinion. Tigers would be the only way I would go here. Regarding bullpens, yes, I think Cleveland's bullpen is better, but like Brian said, they're a bit in shambles. If Skubal goes 7 innings, the bullpen's not going to make any difference anyway. Coming off an injury, they might not let him go that deep. So it may come into a factor, but when you're already up 6-0, I don't think it matters. So I think Detroit's the only way to go here. Don't overthink it. Take Skubal here.
Problem with Detroit, problem with all of that is it isn't just this last couple weeks. Detroit has not really played good ball since the Mariners series the week before the All-Star break. So this team got so far out into a lead that they took their foot off the gas going to the All-Star break. That's fine. Whatever. A lot of teams do that. Had 6 guys go to the All-Star game. Problem is they have not. I mean, you can go back to mid-July. This team's been like a 500. Not only have they been a 500 team, but they just haven't really played well. And then you talk about, yes, I think Hinch is mixing and matching. He's experimenting a little bit. They're what are they, like 3-7 over their last 10 games? Pretty much a 500 team the last few weeks. And I'll go back to what Brian said. At this time of the year, it's tough to just like snap your fingers and like turn it on, start playing your best ball. Whereas the Guardians are playing their best ball. So yes, big time concern in the bullpen. I'm going to tell you what I think the Guardians should do, and I think you should keep an eye on this as we get closer to game time. So Austin Peterson is the best pitcher they have in AAA right now. They're as far as like young guys at AAA, he's been the best all year. He's been a starter, 1.14 ERA. He's been the most consistent sort of good starter for Columbus. Last Saturday, so this would have been, Saturday, a week from Saturday, they decided to throw him out of the bullpen for the first time all year. Initially, when I saw them do that, I was interested in that. I was like, that was interesting. Didn't expect him to come out of the pen. I thought they did it because they needed to make room for John Means to make a rehab start. So that's another name. John Means is down there, but I did see they talked about Means. They want him to make one more rehab start before he is in line to come back. So you got 2 guys that they could use today. They could say the hell with the last rehab start and bring up Means, or they can go with Austin Peterson. Now, Peterson was on the list to start, and I saw they scratched him. So I think he was supposed to – he threw a couple innings out of the bullpen on Saturday. I think he was going to start yesterday, and then he didn't, or he was going to start today, and then it looks like it's Will Dion for Columbus. I'm just saying, if they were to bring him up, that would be an interesting option after Bybee, because he's very good. No one's ever heard of him. He's been their most consistent arm at AAA, and you start to see guys, you start to see teams do this sometimes. I'd be all about Guardians plus 1.5 if I saw a little tweet from the Guardians before the game saying they're calling up Austin Peterson, because that means they're going to say, forget the bullpen. We're going to go Bybee, and then we're going to give Peterson the rest of the game. And that's something I could get down with. So keep an eye on that. That would be the way in for the Guardians at plus 1.5, minus 115, minus 120. If you were to tell me I was going to get Bybee, Peterson, and the run, and be on the road, and have the better team playing, which is the Guardians, I think I'd sign up for that. It would be Guardians plus 1.5 for me. Brian, go ahead. Were you going to follow up to that?
Yeah, I was just going to ask you about Peterson. Peterson is a right-hander. So if they do that, the problem with Cleveland is, yes, they can drop Herron, send him back down since he pitched 3 of the last 4. He's still got 2 options left, but he's a lefty. I would rather see them bring up somebody who is a lefty.
Well, you'd rather see them bring up John Means. It would be much better to do Means, but I did see that the Guardians said they wanted him to make one more start at Columbus, probably because he hasn't been great, but he's already made four rehab starts. So you also have to wonder, do they just say the hell with it and are like, hey, can you give us 3 innings and we'll see how it goes? Because that's an option too.
I can understand that. Yep.
Interesting game. It's also going to be tough for them to make these moves because it's a day game. It's a 1:00 game, but I think Columbus is home. So it's like, it'd be easy to get them up to Detroit. That's an easy, they could decide now that they want to get someone from Columbus to Detroit and get them there by game time. So that'll be an interesting one to watch. That was a good discussion right there. And for Brian's sake, I'd love to see the Guardians win and really make this division interesting. That would be fun for the last week there. If suddenly the AL Central, which has been, I feel like has been done for months, would go into the last week with some meaning. All right, Titan CT says Mariners minus 118. Let's go back to Brian Leonard. I'm not a big Luis Castillo guy, but I don't hate the spot for the Mariners here. So we'll start with you, and then we'll go to TV, who cashed a nice winner with the Mariners earlier in this series as part of the parlay. Mariners Royals. How do you see this one?
Yeah, Castillo's going against Kolek, and Kolek's pitched really well since coming over from San Diego. He's been a real bright spot for Kansas City. We're getting Castillo about a 120 favorite, total of 9 to the over. When you're looking at Castillo on the season, no, his numbers have not been as good as they've been in the past. He's 32 years old now, pitching in his 9th season. He's got just short of 1,400 career innings. So he's starting to wear out a little bit. 3.76 ERA, 4.30 expected. In fact, you take a look at his last 4 years, he's been able to beat his expected ERA. Eventually that may come back to haunt him, but no, he's doing very well. But his extension's in the first percentile, hard hit rate in the 9th, barrel in the 14th. Something to really be concerned about. His walk rate is really the only thing he's done very well in this year. 75th percentile in walk rate, only 6.6, where league average is 8.4. He only throws 4 pitches, 4-seamer, 47% of the time. Not something I'm looking to back normally. Stephen Kolek, we've talked about him in the past with the Padres. I know that Trigg said he didn't think of him as a major league pitcher, but in 2 seasons, he's got an 8-5 record, 4.19 ERA, 1.3 WHIP. WHIP's a little high. Hard hit rate, 3rd percentile. Strikeout rate, 9th. Whiff, 5th. Average exit velocity, 7th. But as I said, he has seemed to have pitched very well for Kansas City when I've watched him, and I even watched the I always try to watch, being a Cleveland fan, we watch every game. I try to watch the opposing team's broadcast. That way I get their opinions on their players as well as a fresh opinion on the Cleveland players. So that's something I've always done, whether it be listening to it on the radio or watching the games. But he's got 6 pitches. He throws from 7 to 27%. So I like a lot of what Kolek does, but a lot of his lack of success was in San Diego. He's pitched much better here. So if I'm going to play it, I would take Kansas City in this one just because I want to play against Castillo. And I think we're getting one team when players change. And we talked about this with Miami earlier in the season. When players change from one team to another, especially when you leave leagues and you go into a different league, the new team will do some work on them. And say what you want about Kansas City, they've got a lot of guys in this rotation, other than a couple of veterans that have been very good. But a lot of these younger guys have really pitched pretty well on the season. And you look at a bunch of them. Brigette, I believe, was just injured, but he had pitched very well. A lot of these young guys, they've got a good judge of pitching, good pitching coaches there in Kansas City. So despite, there's a few times this week where I thought, well, they're out of it now. They're going to, but no, they continue to play with a lot of heart. They're like Baltimore. And so I kind of like Kansas City here. It's one of the games I'm thinking about for my parlay handle here.
Yeah, I forgot to say thanks to Brian for coming out to the Westgate Superbook to meet me yesterday. We had a good time hanging out, watching baseball together. So thanks, Brian. Go to WagerTalk.com, see what we have to offer. Check the free play page because I have something up already. I'm sure these guys will too. Regarding this one, Castillo used to be a stud. He used to be like Skubal, not quite as good, but he was one of those guys where you never bet against him. 8 innings shutout is what you could expect from him almost every start, but he's not that guy anymore. But he is a very, very elite innings eater. There are placeholders in MLB, but he's one of the elite ones. He eats innings very well. He's a little older now, so he's not the guy he used to be. He's got great stats against these batters in his career, a 207 average against and a 614 OPS against, but that's when he was elite, and he's not that anymore. So I don't expect him to perform that well here. But Kolek has had a bad history against these batters. Granted, the sample size is only 23 at-bats against, but he's allowed a 304 average and a 1,080 OPS. Not good. The good thing about Kolek, though, is his walk strikeout ratio is really good. He's got it under 30. He's got pretty good command, and I have him ranked slightly higher than Castillo currently in current form, just a couple points higher than Castillo. The thing is, the Mariners are just hot right now. They're just cranking right now. They got the best catcher in MLB, setting records, most home runs by a switch hitter, most home runs by a catcher. He's catching those records. I don't see how you could bet against Seattle right here. I certainly won't, because they're just so red hot right now, and their bullpen's playing well as well. Kansas City, I have them ranked kind of mediocre at everything. They're right around 50. They're right around 15 out of 30 at everything. So if they have a good game, they can win it, and if they don't have a good game, they won't. I know that's a lazy cap, but I don't see them breaking out here. I think Castillo can do a serviceable start here, and if they get a serviceable start from Castillo, I think it would be Seattle, but I'm not going to play it.
Yeah, I see it the same way. First of all, I see some people talking about the total in the comments. I think someone's getting crushed. Not sure who it is. When I look at these two sort of profiles, I look at how the teams have hit during the series. There's been a ton of runs the first 2 days. I know it could go the other way, but are Luis Castillo and Stephen Kolek gonna give you a pitcher's duel? I don't. My gut says no. Tokyo Brandon made a good point that I'll elaborate on. Stephen Kolek has not been good against this Mariners lineup. And I think the sample size is a little bit bigger than maybe that you have on your numbers, because Kolek was at El Paso, and El Paso and Tacoma play all the time. So there's probably quite a few guys in this Mariners lineup, depending on who's in the lineup today, that have seen him quite a bit. I believe he made one start this year against the Mariners with the Padres and got crushed. So yeah, I would say that the Mariners probably have a good matchup here. I wish it was someone I liked a little bit more than Castillo, because otherwise I could probably be on the Mariners in this spot. Castillo has, you're right, TB. He's a veteran. He's a pro. He's going to be prepared. He can probably get you through 5 or 6 innings, but there's a lot of like blue on the StatCast page, a lot of hard hit. It's just not someone I'm dying to back right now. And I think Colin makes a great point right here. The Mariners have a huge series coming up this weekend, a absolutely huge series. It doesn't mean this game isn't any more important than any of those, but I kind of see where Colin's coming from, where it's like, if they were to fall behind, they really can't afford to put themselves in a situation where they wouldn't have like their full complement of guys for that Astros series, which is essentially going to decide the division this weekend. So that's a really good point, something I didn't really think about going into my handicap of this. And I think it does make me like the Mariners a little bit less. Not that I don't think the Mariners can or even will win this game. I'm not high on Kolek. As Brian said, I may have been a little bit out of pocket calling him a triple-A pitcher. He's been better than that, but TB is right. They've had a big time. They've had success. This Mariners lineup has had success against him. And, that there is the potential look ahead of a 3-game series in Houston this weekend that is essentially going to decide the AL West. So very interesting game. I think I'd have to be on the over if I was going to play this one either way. Okay. We'll get a parlay going. I know no one's given out a play yet. We've got 18 minutes left. Don't worry. Still plenty of time to get the parlay in. Let's go back to the chat for a game. Well, I'll you know what? I'll give it out. I'm just going to give it out. I probably done this too much this week, but management hasn't yelled at me yet. So, I also, this one's moved a little bit. So I'd rather not even sell it and sell it at a worse number. So I'm going to go to my game. I'll just tell you right now, I played the Mets. I played Jonah Tong, 1 p.m. game. That's a client play. That I'm now not going to put up because it's moved off of a little bit off of what I bet it at earlier. But I will go to Brian to get his thoughts first. Actually, both of you, because you're both going to get to go before me. Padres, Mets, agree or disagree with me, Brian? I'm on the Mets today.
Yeah, we're looking at about a 140 right now on Tong and the Mets. And I'm glad you brought this one up because I've studied this game a little bit more than some of the others. I was really interested in why Tong has struggled and how these two pitchers match up. But basically, you're getting on about a 140 favorite, total of 9. And we don't have a producer for this show. All the other shows get all the bells and whistles. It's just the 3 of us. And unfortunately, I can't show like a StatCast page on anything here. But when I take a look at Vasquez and Tong, it's pretty interesting. Randy Vasquez is a guy that, for the most part, we've not really liked. He's been around 3 seasons. He's got a 4.03 ERA, high whip of 1.40. But if you take a look at his StatCast page, there's a lot of blue, no doubt about it. Barrel rate, 9th percentile, strikeout rate, 1st, whiff rate, 1st, expected ERA, 6th. But the one thing I want to point out about Randy Vasquez, and there are guys, and I just talked about it in a previous video or a previous game we talked about, Abbott's this way. Take a look at what his ERA is compared to his expected ERA in his 3 seasons. This year, his ERA is 1.8 runs lower than his expected. Last year, his ERA was 1.1 runs lower than his expected. In 2024, his ERA was 2.5 runs lower than he's expected. I, for one, look at his StatCast page and see all the blue, and this is a guy I tried to go against, and I said, look at his expected numbers. There's no way he can keep this up. Well, he's now thrown 259 innings in his major league career. He throws 7 different pitches, none of them over 25% of his pitches. Maybe it's to the point where Randy Vasquez, you got to admit, has found something out. We talked about the Reds being able to have all these fly ball pitchers in Cincinnati, and this year they're not giving up home runs. Maybe he's a guy that we find value in. 259 innings, that's a lot of innings. Jonah Tong comes in, 8.49 ERA, 1.71 WHIP, 5.39 expected ERA. What I got out of looking at Jonah Tong's Statcast page, and he's only thrown the 11 and 2/3 innings, so it's not really enough to get a good judge. But if you take a look at they've got a chart. I mean, if you go to the Savant page, if anybody's out there following along, it's got a movement profile, and he throws the ball basically straight above his head. There's very few people that do it. Now, when he does it, I think he's going to have a lot of success eventually. But if you take a look, and they've got a chart about where the league average in the strike zone, all these pitches are supposed to go for the league average. You take a look at him. His curveball right now is like, if you're looking at a clock, it'd be like between 6 and 7 p.m. It's more of a complete up and down break, whereas most curveballs are a little bit higher. So once he gets that into the zone a little bit more, and right now if he throws it in the zone, he'll have success. A lot of guys right now are just waiting on it. They're just spitting on it. They says, I'm not going to be able to hit that. I'm not doing it. His slider's in the league average range. His changeup and his four-seamer appear to rise, and they're higher in the strike zone. So what people are doing is they're spitting on the curve under the strike zone. They're spitting on his four-seamer and his changeup, which are higher in the zone, especially his four-seamer. And it's looking to rise, and they're just letting it go. They're sitting there right in the middle. They're waiting for the ball to come right in the middle of the strike zone, and he's trying to avoid that. And he's struggling in doing that. That's why his walk rate right now is at 12.7. Once he figures this all out, the sky's the limit on this guy. But right now, he's only got the 11 and 2/3 innings. He's trying to learn. Pay no attention to what's going on now. Look in the future. This guy could be fantastic in the future. I think there's value on both these pitchers in this game today. I kind of like the under, and I will use that as my play in the parlay. I know where you took the side. I'm going
That's
to play
okay.
the under.
It should let us do full game side, full game total should be fine.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use the Mets under 9, and you're getting them at minus 110.
Yeah, he does have a promising future. Promising future is good, but this game is today. So if you look at Randy Vasquez, in his last 6 starts, he's only given up more than 2 earned one time. He's pitching great. We've mentioned this on previous shows, but he's very lucky. If there was an award for first and second base with no outs and get out of the inning clean, he would win the award because he puts more guys on base with no outs and gets out of it more than anyone I've ever seen, even in Japan. So, yes, he's been lucky because he puts a lot of guys on base. But this lineup is playing well, and San Diego's bullpen is pitching well. I have San Diego more than 15 points higher than I have the Mets here. And then you add the starting pitching. Look, my numbers hate Randy Vasquez. My numbers have Randy Vasquez ranked 22 out of 30 on a curve of 30 for starting pitchers. So he's definitely in the bottom one third of starting pitchers. But against this team, I think, my numbers hate him because his expected ERA is so high. When you put guys on first and second with no out every single inning, you're bound to get tagged eventually, but he doesn't. Somehow he gets out of it. He's like a MacGyver. Do you remember that 1980s TV show MacGyver? He gets out of every jam he's in. So it's not going to last forever. He's going to get tagged eventually, but I think San Diego has a huge advantage in bullpen. I think San Diego has a huge advantage in hitting. San Diego is one of those teams, though, whenever I back them, they lay an egg. I can't stand it, but I have no choice but to back him here because Tong, although maybe he has a great future ahead, I don't think his future is today.
So I want to point out that when I locked this in for clients, it was in like the minus 125 range. So obviously it's moved a little bit. It's part of the reason I'm willing to give it out here. I'll put it in the parlay. I would have put it up for sale. So you're going to get a free one if you want to take the little bit slightly worse number, but it's moved off the number of where I feel comfortable putting up a play for sale. So you get another free one here. Mets on the money line is a 4% play for me. Like I said, I think minus 127 was where I eventually locked it in, which wasn't even the best number. I think I kind of, had my eye on it, started to move. I said, I better get down now because I could see this actually really moving. So you actually could have probably got minus 120 a little bit earlier this morning or overnight. Here's the thing, here's what you have to realize. Just a couple things. So I follow the Mets affiliates very closely. They're in my area. So we've got Syracuse, half hour from where I live, Binghamton, 90 minutes or so from where I live. And so I kind of follow those teams closely because they're area teams, are easy to go see. And they've had some really good players this year. So it's like I've made more of an effort to keep up with them, get out to games, so on and so forth. Jonah Tong was the best pitcher in the minors this year, most of which would have occurred at Binghamton AA. And this is the reason that most teams do not just rush pitchers up to the big leagues, because in a perfect world, Tong gets 10, 12, 15 starts at AAA to sort of do what he's going to do, right? But in this scenario, the Mets were looking at their whole deal and saying, we got to see if any of these young guys can do it, because that's our only way to win a World Series. Remember, Mets, Mets fans, this organization, win a World Series. That's the goal this year. I know they're going to be a wild card team, but that's the goal. That's the only goal for this Mets team. What can we do to win a championship? The thing that they decided to do was bring all these young guys up, see if someone can do it. That someone's going to be Nolan McLean. Now, they're not giving up on Tong. Tong's going to be awesome. Yes, he struggled a little bit, but he's not going to have a long leash here. Do you think that the Mets are going to let him go out and get crushed again after he couldn't get out of the first inning against Rangers? Absolutely not. So the one thing that the Mets have right now that a lot of these other organizations don't is they have a ton of pitching depth. It might not be they might not have a big time ace, or they might still be trying to figure out their starting rotation. They have pitchers for days. So what you're going to get here is one of two things. Either Tong's going to have it, he's going to make some adjustments, and he's going to be really good, or he's not, and he's going to be out after the first inning. What does that mean? Maybe it's Brandon Sproat. Maybe it's the next guy they call up. The point is, you're not going to have to worry about the Mets having good pitching here. They are now only a game and a half ahead of the Diamondbacks, 2 games ahead of the Reds, 2 games ahead of the Giants. They are in win this game mode more than they've been all season, and they didn't use any of the good bullpen arms yesterday. So I think it's a huge upside play. You're either going to get Tong, who's really good. If he's not good, he's out of there. And then you are going to see the Mets throw all the best bullpen arms because they need to win this game. That's why I like the Mets. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Brandon Sproat's scheduled to start tomorrow, so it won't be Sproat, but I like both bullpen situations. As you mentioned, the Mets have used some of their guys yesterday, some of the back of the bullpen guys, but Diaz, Rogers, and Raley, none of them have pitched the last 3 days.
Yeah.
They will not. There's a lot of guys in the bullpen that are available today. I think that's going to help them. But also San Diego's, they did use 4 guys yesterday in the bullpen, their best 4 guys, but they hadn't pitched the 2 days before that. So all the bullpen arms, all the quality bullpen arms, and these are 2 teams that got very good bullpens, will be available in this one, which even makes my under 9 something I even like a little bit better.
Yeah, and I want to point, Turnbuckle Tommy made a great point. The Mets do have some really good left-handed bats. Vasquez struggles against lefties, and we've talked about this all year. Citi Field is a forgiving park. Where I've noticed, Tong, you were talking about where he misses, it's up. I even saw that in the start I went to go watch him. I sat right behind home plate at Syracuse. I turned to my father-in-law and I was like, he's missing up, and those fly balls are going to be homers in the big leagues. And he got away with 3 fly balls that were caught literally back to the wall in that Syracuse start. And so, but I think one of his starts was at Great American. this is a little bit more forgiving. So yeah, those are all things. Good point, Tommy. That's a good point about Vasquez. All right, we'll go to TB and have him propose a game, or let us know what he likes for the parlay, since we only got about 5 minutes left.
Yeah, I'm going to take the Yankees here. This is one of those where you just don't overthink it and take the better pitcher here. I think, the Orioles are playing pretty well right now, but let's not forget the Yankees are playing really well. Surprisingly, because I was kind of down on the Yankees earlier, but they're playing quite well right now. Aside from the bullpen, they've had some bullpen blowups. Nuke Weaver's out there. He gets nuked every time they put him in. But they do have some good arms in the bullpen. The Orioles bullpen, mediocre at best. But the Orioles are not hitting. That's their problem right now. I got them ranked 24 out of 30 in current form. I like starting pitcher Max Fried. Not a lot of pitchers better than Max Fried. There are some, but not a lot. He's really good. I'm not a big Povich fan. I think the Yankees come out here and take care of business. It's not a play I would put out for clients on the money line, but for a parlay, I think this is a decent time to go with the Yankees here, even though they're on the road. Minus 200?
Minus 200. And I do have a question for you regarding Cade Povich. Do you have his numbers against the Yankees?
I can pull them up in just 1 second. If I remember correctly, they were not terrible and not great. It was kind of a meh kind of thing. Let me confirm that. 250 batting average against and a 1,024 OPS against in 28 at bats. So the OPS is high, the average is low, which tells you they're not crushing him a lot, but when they do hit him, it's either a double or a home run is what those numbers kind of tell me.
And that's what the Yankees do.
But that's how the Yankees play.
Yeah,
they live and die by
Yankees
the
play.
home run.
Yep.
Yeah. So, but I'll take him here on the money line. Max Fried is an elite pitcher. He's had some rough patches, but I still have him as a top 10 MLB pitcher. He's not up there with Skubal and Skeens, but he's certainly up there with like a Christopher Sanchez in that realm. So I think starting pitching, huge advantage here, and I like the Yankees hitters better as well.
Yeah, I'm looking at the comments. Collins like Yankees righties will hammer Povich. Turnbuckle Tommy likes the over. If they don't hit Povich, the Orioles have no one coming out of the bullpen today that they can't hit. The Yankees, they're probably going to fall. They're probably going to fall short in the division, but I don't think it means that you won't see them play hard the rest of the way. I think they're starting to sort of peak a little bit. I think they're going to go into the playoffs with some momentum. I like the way that they generally have liked the way that they've played in the month of September. I would not be at all surprised, to see them put a couple crooked numbers on the Orioles here. Orioles coming back from Chicago. They just swept. I mean, this is a team that's like, they definitely have played. I think they've played well for the last couple weeks as sort of like the spoiler, but this certainly feels like a spot where they're very overmatched. So I can't disagree with you there, TB. Brian, do you want to add anything to that one?
No, they're 6-4 of the last 10, winning 3 straight. I like the way Baltimore's playing right now, but I don't think the Povich matchup is good at all against the Yankees. So that
no,
Yankees. I don't play big favorites, but yeah, this is one of them that would be the only side I would look at.
I mean, the Yankees are destroying lefties. They're crushing lefties. Like they've been very, very good against left-handed pitching all season. So what you're actually getting here probably is Yankees against Povich to like some absolute bum bullpen arms. So this is actually, I mean, they're on the road. This is one scenario where I think Yankees laying the -1.5 probably makes a lot of sense because it's only like -120. You're getting the full 9 at bats, and if they're hitting, they're probably going to win big. But yes, TB, I agree with you. Parlay, no big deal putting the -200 in there. And what
Yankees
that means
total
is
5.5. So the books are onto it.
that probably gets there. Honestly, that's not a bad bet either.
Plus money too, like even money.
Yeah, but you're not sneaking by the bookmakers in this one. If you thought you could get a 4.5 here, nope.
a couple long balls there, and the Yankees are dangerously close to just cashing that. And then the possibility that they tack on. I don't think the Orioles are going to bring anyone out of the bullpen here that can't give up a crooked number. So a lot of chances for the Yankees to score in that game. Yeah, I agree. All right, parlay. So yeah, we have a 3-teamer. Brian and I are going to go in the same game, but they're both full games. So all your books should allow that. I don't think there's any restrictions on parlaying full game side with the total. So we are going to go Mets, which I think is like minus 140 now, something like that. Under. So we got the Mets and then the under 9.5 in the same game. So Padres, Mets under 9, right? Brian, under 9. Okay, so Brian's on the under 9 Mets Padres. I'm on the Mets money line. And then hopefully we can get it done early. And then we're just chilling into Yankees money line later tonight for Tokyo Brandon. That parlay plays plus 390. That is the parlay of the day. It's 10 a.m., so we're done here for the day. If you missed any of the show, head on over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Check out the replay. Like and subscribe. Go ahead, TV.
Quick note. I know it's time, but right after this show, I'm putting my laptop in my bag and driving back to Arizona. So I will be listening to some of the games on the 5-hour drive. Nice to meet up with you, Brian. Go to WagerTalk.com and see what we have to offer today, especially the free pages play. Sorry to interrupt there.
No, that's okay. Safe travels there. As I've said before, that is a terrifying drive, beautiful drive, but very scary when you are driving through the desert for 2 hours with basically no cell service. No, yeah, it's tractor trailers going 80, coming down a hill on a 2-lane road. It's quite the drive, but the scenery's awesome.
This close to your car, going the opposite way.
Yeah, it's
4-0's are beautiful
for sure.
Lots
Beautiful drive though. Yeah. So safe travels to TB. Back to Arizona, and we'll be back tomorrow 9 a.m. to close out the week, hopefully a little bit richer after we hit this parlay. But either way, we'll see you 9 a.m. Good luck today, everyone.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wager Talk TV. I'm Ross the Boss Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. I am recording on Tuesday.
Welcome in to the opening line report.
September, and
Barking dogs have been cashing at a great rate in the NFL. Welcome into KIV. It is week 3, and we know what that is. Boy, oh boy. On this week's edition of Bet On It, those barking dogs that have been red hot are back. We've got a trio of top 25 games. Is Marco's Deli back open? We're going to find out. Of course, the steam room from VR, all followed by those best bets. Up next on Bet On It. Barking dogs have been cashing at a great rate in the NFL. It is week 3, and we know what that means. Chaos week is upon us. We're going to go over those primetime games. We're going to see if the deli's back open with
welcome
Marco.
Back, everybody, to Wager Talk TV. I'm Ross the Boss Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. I am recording on Tuesday, the 16th of September, and Thursday night, national TV NFL game between I shouldn't say national TV, but Thursday night NFL primetime matchup this week pits an AFC East rivalry as the Miami Dolphins travel to Highmark Stadium in Buffalo to take on the Buffalo Bills. Will the Bills have a letdown spot after looking so good in their first 2 games and coming away with a 2-0 record, especially against a Miami team that they've dominated in recent seasons? Or will the Miami Dolphins be able to right the ship as they started the season 0-2 and haven't looked very good while doing so, folks? But you never know. It's a divisional matchup, and it's a big point spread. Is the point spread the way to go, or is the total the way to go? Stay tuned for that, as I'll have my analysis and pick on this game very shortly. Don't forget, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's 100% free to do so, folks. All you have to do is hit that subscribe button in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's 100% free, like I just alluded to, and you'll be privy to some of the best sports betting experts in all the world right here at Wager Talk TV. And while you're at it, click on that alert notification bell for Wager Talk TV, and you'll be notified immediately upon any of our great content going up on our great channel. Be kind enough to give my video a like today, as I put my best foot forward each and every day to bring you a quality free pick video, or sometimes plural, like today, videos, because I also did a Major League Baseball free pick video for Tuesday. And this will be, again, I'm recording 2 days ahead of time, but this is for the Thursday NFL matchup. So be kind enough to hit that like button, folks. Keeps these videos alive, keeps the folks over at Wager Talk TV happy with me. I'm certainly trying to make you happy daily. Just a small ask. Hit the like button. All right. Tell us who you like in the NFL this week. A full slate of games still in the NFL, and one game on Monday night, this game on Thursday night, and then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at 14 games on Sunday. So let us know who you like in the comments section. And again, folks, keep it clean, keep it respectful. Don't be demeaning to one another. We're going to disagree on picks or opinions at times. Doesn't mean we have to go to war. It could prompt some healthy discussion. So let's keep that rolling, folks, as we've created a very positive community, and let's not ruin that. All right, let's get to the matter at hand. The Miami Dolphins, like I alluded to earlier in the show, started the season 0-2, got blown out at Indianapolis, and last week, as a small home favorite, lost to the New England Patriots. They're now at 0-2. Fans in Miami are calling for the general manager and head coach's head right now, and they're in pretty much desperation mode at this point. I just don't know if they have the wherewithal to take advantage of that desperation, or how urgent they really are, because it seems like there's cultural issues in Miami, as I'm been made aware of. The Buffalo Bills started out 2-0, a tremendous comeback win against Baltimore in that Sunday night season opener, thrilling 41-40 win. And then last week, they totally dominated the New York Jets 30-10, held the Jets to like 150 yards or so of total offense, less than 100 yards passing. Total turnaround defensively than what we saw against Baltimore, when they allowed over 400 yards, including 200 plus yards on the ground, and allowed 40 points in that game. So again, drastic difference though in the quality of opposition, as the Ravens have plenty of offensive firepower. The Jets did look good in their season opener, but they came back to reality last week against Buffalo. Here's my concern with the Bills. They're a banged-up defensive unit right now. Matt Milano, who played last week, went out late in the game and did not return. He did not practice on Monday. Ed Oliver, who missed the game the week before, or the Jets game, I should say, did not practice on Monday as well. They have other players that are limited on defense in terms of practicing. So a little bit of concern in that regard, especially with a short week, folks. And, you know, Miami, as bad as they are right now, they still present problems in the passing game, especially for a team like Buffalo, whose secondary is probably their weak link in terms of their defense right now. Christian Benford, their cornerback, is a good one. Tre'Davious White hasn't been up to snuff since he's injured his knee the last time around. And we'll see. You know, they could really give Buffalo problems, I think, with their offensive passing game. However, I don't see the Dolphins, who gave up 33 points apiece in each of their first two games against New England and Indy, taming this high-octane Buffalo offense led by Josh Allen. Josh Allen, by the way, he was pretty average last week, but yet the Bills put up over 200 yards rushing, over 400 yards of total offense. And right now they're averaging through the first two games 35.5 points per game and 450 yards per game. You very seldom see Josh Allen be average 2 games in a row, and you'll very seldom see Josh Allen not have a great game against Miami, as he's really had their number since he's come aboard with the Buffalo Bills. Since 2023, the Bills have played 8-1 to the over at home when coming off 2 consecutive wins. And in those 9 games, they averaged 34.7 points per game. And under Sean McDermott, since he arrived in Buffalo in 2017, Buffalo has played 7-0 to the over in their following game after outgaining their opponent in their previous contest by 200 yards or more, which they did against the Jets. And those 7 games averaged 56.7 points per game. I'm not willing to lay that big number of 12.5. My old adage in the NFL, especially early in the season, is if I can't make a case for a double-digit underdog in the NFL, I usually don't use the side. And I know Buffalo's had Miami's number, but I'm a little skeptical in terms of the short week and being banged up defensively and facing a Miami passing game that's still potentially lethal if they're right. And I'm going to go over the total here, folks. Miami and Buffalo over 49.5. By the way, the last 4 meetings between these division rivals and Buffalo have all gone over the total. And there was 62.5 points scored per game in those 4 outings. So Miami, Buffalo over 49.5. Folks, don't forget, this weekend, like last weekend, we're offering you a $49 Weekend Warrior special. That will get you all our college football games on Saturday, NFL on Sunday, NFL on Monday night. And last week, I'm coming off an 8-4 week in football between college football and the NFL. So take advantage of that offer. $49 Weekend Warrior special, not only Saturday and Sunday, but we're throwing in Monday night as well. And I'm on an all sports premium picks run, folks, since May the 13th, plus 110 units of net profit. So take advantage of that. And until the next time, for Wager Talk TV and Ross Benjamin, take care and God bless.
Barking dogs have been cashing at a great rate in the NFL. It is week 3, and we know what that means. Chaos week is upon us. We're going to go over those primetime games. We're going to see if the deli's back open with Marco. We know we're going to get all of that Steam action from VR. And, of course, Best Bets up next on Bet On It. VR, you guys know him as the Greek Gambler, and Marco in Vegas, Marco D'Angelo. Everybody here is from WagerTalk.com. If you guys are new, make sure you guys hit that like button and subscribe to the WagerTalk YouTube channel because we've got a great show for you today. Starting off tomorrow night, Marco, Thursday Night Football, Miami, almost a 2-touchdown underdog at their divisional rival Buffalo, total 49.5.
Well, Kelly, at first glance, you look at this game and there's just, you're going to run to the window and you're going to like Buffalo and you're going to like over because Miami looks like a team in total disarray. Remember, after week 1, they had a players only meeting after 1 week. Well, that players only meeting wasn't very productive because they went out and lost last week at home to the New England Patriots. Not only did they lose to the Patriots for the second week in a row, they've given up 33 points, okay? When you faced Indianapolis, who's playing well after the first 2 weeks, and New England, but you give up 33 to both of those 2 teams, things aren't looking too good. And now in comes Buffalo. Based off of that, you might think that Buffalo could hit this total on their own with their offense. But here's the thing. It's a Thursday night game. It's a division game. Short week. It's an opponent. Both teams know each other, so you know how to prepare for them. And these teams have more – these type of games have more of a tendency to go under the total than over the total. And what I'm looking at here, the only shot that Miami has in this game is they got to shorten the game. This offense is not going to trade points with Buffalo. If you're going to try that type of game plan, Coach McDaniel, you might as well – just, start sending out your resumes because you're going to be fired sooner than later. And the joke is which Florida coach is going to get fired first. Is it going to be the Gators coach, Billy Napier, or is it going to be the Dolphins coach? might put my money on a Dolphins coach. And I'm looking at this one. I think you're going to see them try to shorten the game with the running game. I think you can actually run the football against Buffalo, attack them up the middle, and try to shorten the game. And let's be honest, with Buffalo, it's a short week for them. Josh Allen left the game for a couple plays last week, but being Josh Allen, he came back into the game, being the warrior that he is. Short week, you know what? Those bumps and bruises, they take their toll. If you're Buffalo, you want to get in and get out as well. I think you're going to see a lower scoring game. I think Buffalo gets the lead. I think they try to milk the clock themselves. And I'm going under the total of 49.5. We usually tell you here on the show, get down now. This line's going to move. I'm going to tell you, wait till closer to game time to bet this total since we're betting the under. And why? Because the public hasn't gotten involved yet. And I can tell you, the public, after looking at what Miami's done the first 2 weeks and looking at what Buffalo's done the first 2 weeks, they ain't running to the window to bet the under. They're going to be betting the over, and you might get a little extra value closer to game time.
Also, keep an eye because some of those primetime unders have been cashing. We saw 2 more there on Monday Night Football. Sunday Night Football, we've got the Kansas City Chiefs traveling at the New York Giants, total 43.5. And I think there's a lot to unpack here. There's some situations to look at, of course. Kansas City off a loss has been a really strong bounce back angle. 5-0 straight up, 4-0-1 against the spread the last 5. But we're going to look at a different angle. We're going to look at how good that Kansas City defense has been. They just held Philadelphia to 279 yards. Well, what did we just see last week from the Giants? Oh, that's right. We just saw Russell Wilson's best game ever just get obliterated and completely wiped out by a game-losing interception. Thank you, Russell. My Survivor team thanks you. Needed that one big time. But this is why this is such an interesting game. New York has been just rough lately at home. 1-7 straight up, 2-6 against the spread. I like this game under the total. Keep in mind, I agree with Marco. I think a lot of people are going to immediately dog reaction bet the over here. It's the Kansas City Chiefs. We just saw 450 yards and 3 touchdowns from Russell. Yeah, I get it. Thank you for showing us your latest Jameis Winston impression, but I like the under. I think this one is just a touch too high with both of these teams. When played in the first 3 weeks of the regular season, games involving home dogs, 56, 30-1. That's 65% to the under. So give me the under. That is from our friends at the GoldSheet, by the way. Give me the under in Sunday Night Football, under 43.5. VR, let's move on to Monday Night Football, where I think maybe we have a barking dog situation. Detroit plus 5.5 at Baltimore, total 51.5.
Yeah, and this line continues to drop, but it opened as high as 6.5, got bet down to 6, 5.5. I've even seen 4.5s out there this morning, like you touched on. So definitely sharp money on the Detroit side, and it makes sense. Where usually I'd look to fade a team like this. You're scoring 50 points in the NFL and covering a point spread, you're usually going to come in overvalued the following week. But fortunately for them, they're playing a Baltimore team that's coming off back-to-back weeks where they put up 40 plus. And if not for the improbable, they'd be 2-0 right now and maybe even a bigger favorite, which is where it opened, so it made sense because, again, that was that coin flip game against Buffalo that they were so heavily favored to win with minutes remaining. With that said, I still have Baltimore as the highest power rated team in the NFL. I repeat, right now, power rating wise, Baltimore's at the top. But fortunately, Detroit's right there. They're a top 5 team. Most, I think, won't look at it that way. They see a 1-1 Baltimore team, you see a 1-1 Detroit team, and both are in the top 5. Again, we're talking power rating here. And I just think it's a little bit too high when you look at how Detroit is coming off of that good game last week. Like, listen, their first week of the season, there was a lot of Green Bay love. It kind of made sense. New offensive coordinator, new defensive coordinator. But we saw from Detroit last week, they're just as loaded as they come offensively and defensively. And they're going up against a Baltimore team where on the offensive side of the ball, they pretty much were perfect last week. It's hard to repeat that kind of performance, but it's on the defensive side of the ball that we really get the advantages for Detroit, because Baltimore is banged up. They brought in Alexander and Owuzie in the secondary to try to, bolster it a little bit. But still, they got a lot of injuries on the defensive side of the ball. And against an offense like Detroit, that's going to be problems. I also think the total's a little bit too high. It's continuing to climb. That's why I haven't pounced on the under yet. But I just think once you get over that 53 and up range, it's got to be almost a perfect game. Like any stoppages or long drives makes it very difficult. So I lean under, but we're going to go with Detroit plus the 4.5 or 5. Shop for the best number because there's definitely 5s available, and sprinkle that money line. Detroit may come out 2-1 after this game.
All right. I lean to that side, VR. So I'm happy to hear you agree. We're going to get right into this Steam report up next. Make sure you guys have your Odds Logic screens open. Odds Logic /ACE gets you a free week of service. So pen and paper ready because it goes quick. VR, I'm going to throw a little curveball though. This
Please.
week we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teaser spots. And I know you usually go over this with Ariel on Sundays with Last Call. By the way, VR will be joining me this Sunday on Last Call while Ariel celebrates her birthday. But I want to kind of talk about what we should be looking for and why you think people should be waiting until Sunday to bet some of these teasers.
Yeah, and it sounds counterproductive because, again, when you're trying to beat the sports betting market, you want to get out ahead of it. You want closing line value. We know historically, if you can do that over and over, you're a mathematical certainty to turn a profit. So why wait on teasers? Well, the reason for that is because I want the market to be as efficient as possible. When it's efficient, that means the higher probability that the game's going to land near the point spread. That's how you cash a teaser. So for me, I like to wait till later, let the market kind of figure itself out, let all the sharp money get in there, let the books put out that closing number that they think is unbeatable, more or less, at 11-10. And then that's when I want to get involved. And I just want to look to tease those numbers. The team to me becomes irrelevant. In fact, last week we cashed the teaser and I was opposite a team that I like, because the number made sense. It didn't matter about the handicap. We're not handicapping the matchup. We're handicapping the number. And what we're doing is looking for games that allow us to go through 3, 6, and 7. That's it. So we're looking to tease dogs up to 7.5, 8, or 8.5. And we're looking to tease favorites down to -1.5, 2, or 2.5. It really is that simple. You want to improve your results, look for lower totals. Because again, the lower the total, the less points expected. Less points expected, more each point's worth. And that's when your teaser becomes most advantageous. So you want to look at those matchups where the total is lower. And more importantly, even if it's a higher total, you want to look at the line movement towards the under. You don't want games that are being steamed over, high totals that are getting steamed over. That's why we don't tease college football. Too much variance in scoring. So if you stick to those few rules and don't lay more than -125, you'll make some money betting teasers this year. If you're laying 130s, 135s, don't do it. You're taking the worst of it. It's negative EV, and you're better off just laying 11-10 and straight betting it. You're not getting any added value by using the teaser.
I asked that question because last week it came from the comments section. So guys, jump in the comments, ask some questions, and we'll get them answered. Love you guys for hitting that like button and always hitting subscribe, because that's how we keep things going here at WagerTalk, so we can provide you all of the free information. Yes, we are #1 in the world for that. VR, speaking of information, I hear that Steam was still going, and that means we got this week's Steam report.
Indeed. And again, narrowing down the ones that I feel very confident are legit. We won't get no manipulation or middle attempts. So far, so good. NFL starting off good. College football has started off good. If you like money, you know what to do. Start off with 451, Indianapolis. The look ahead was -2. Then they brought out the 3. That got hit up to -120. Pay attention to the look aheads. The limits are low. Okay, so when you look at your odds logic screen, or at the very least your WagerTalk free odds screen, you're going to see some big movements, but you want to see when that initial move happened, because a lot of time it's a jump from the look ahead line to where they open it for the new week. And then it's what it does after that that truly matters. Go to 453 Atlanta. The look ahead was -2.5 and 3. And then they put out the 4.5, and that got hit until you saw a little take back on Carolina at +6. So you have Atlanta -3 and 4.5, and Carolina +6. 455 Las Vegas. Look ahead at +6.5 and +6. They brought out the 5.5. That got hit as well, and under 47.5. When they hit the look ahead at under 47.5, books went immediately to 44.5. So it looks like a big 3-point movement, but it took maybe 1 or 2 limit bets max to move 3 straight points. So it wasn't like it's a huge move where a bunch of steam from multiple groups are banging that under. That's not what happened there. 460, Cincinnati and Minnesota. Look ahead, under 47 and 46.5. And then they brought out 43, and that got steamed under again, and 42.5. Those are the ones you want to pay a lot of attention to. The ones that get follow through, like we saw in baseball with the overnights and then the next day. 473, Dallas, Chicago, over 46 to 48.5. That was the look ahead. They brought out the 49, that got hit. They hit the 49.5, and then they hit the 50 as well. True steam over Dallas, Chicago. Finally, Detroit, which we touched on Sunday Night Football. They took the 6.5 and 6 on the look ahead, then took the 5.5 as well once the confirmation on the injured side, defensive side of the ball for the Baltimore Ravens. So that's what we're looking at this early in the week for NFL. Again, the steam rooms leading into kickoff on Sunday. So we'll get a lot of good late information as well. Join us each and every week for that. WagerTalk.com. Thank you.
All right, guys. I have sad news because our barking dogs would have swept last week, but I gave out the Jacksonville Jaguars, so that was a little painful. Just going to throw that out there. But this week, we're going to go even more painful, Marco, because my dog is just absolutely and utterly repulsive. Yours is a little bit more palatable. Well, not by much. But tell me why you think Carolina has a shot to beat Atlanta this week.
Well, Carolina was a client play for me last week, and I'll take that backdoor cover, and I'm going to come right back with Carolina again. And this is more as much as going against Atlanta as it is going with Carolina. Atlanta's in a horrible scheduling spot, in my opinion. They're on the road for the second week in a row, and they're coming off a very satisfying win on Sunday Night Football against Minnesota. Now, granted, you could look at that game two ways and say, did Atlanta look good, or did Minnesota just look god-awful? Well, I'm not going to debate either side because both are valid points. But you've got a young quarterback in Michael Penix Jr., got to win in prime time. And now he's going from a road underdog to a road favorite, and a sizable one at that. This is a young team with a second-year quarterback. And when I say a second-year quarterback, he didn't start all last year. He got some starts at the end of the season. So here's a quarterback that's only got a handful of starts in the National Football League, and now you're asking him to not only win on the road, but win by a margin. We're looking at a point spread of 6 here. This is a division game. So, yeah, Atlanta shouldn't really look past Carolina, but Carolina hasn't done anything yet. And this is their home opener. So, you're going to get, a crowd with some excitement. Your first home game. I think they're divisional home dog, all those angles that we like to look for. And then I do look at the performance that Michael Penix had last week. He was 13 of 21. Okay, it's a good percentage, but it was only for 108 yards. It was a lot of dinking and dunking. I'm not sold on Atlanta yet. This is a team that I still have question marks about their defense. And I go back to my first statement. Was it Atlanta looking good or Minnesota just horrible? J.J. McCarthy looked bad, then got hurt. This is just a bad performance, and I just don't agree with the move that we've seen in this game. I'm going to take the value with Carolina. I think this one goes right down to the wire. Call it Carolina 24-23. Give me the points. And Carolina is my barking dog.
All right, VR, a game that I have on my teaser list because I'm too big of a wuss to take them outright, but you're going to take them outright. And it's funny because I was going to make a comment about having such a small dog, but VR has been giving out double-digit wins on the college football show, so I'm going to let it slide.
Yeah, and I can't hit a money line. I'm 2-0 on NFL dogs, but I can't get the money line. So I think this one, unless it's a 1-point win, hopefully we get there with the Denver Broncos. And I'm fading my LA Chargers. That's my future. The Chargers are my team in 2025. So again, I can't be biased because I just got to go week by week. And right now, I just think this sets up nicely for the Denver Broncos, who are finally in the dog role. This is a team that was favored in both of their games. They had that really tough loss against Indianapolis, or they'd be sitting at 2-0 as well. And who knows what this line would be then. I mean, that was, one of those bad beats for the Denver Broncos. But here's the bottom line. I think they have the defense to not allow Justin Herbert to have that big explosive plays, those damaging bombs where they're stretching the field on Denver. As long as they're forcing the Chargers to drive down the football field and take some time off the clock, Denver's going to be just fine. Because I think on the offensive side of the ball, that's what they're going to do. Denver's going to look to control the clock, control the tempo, and keep Justin Herbert on the sidelines. And I think Denver's set up nicely defensively to do that. Don't look at last week's game with the Colts, the way it got out. Just became one of those ugly games. And again, they've gotten even a little bit unlucky. You've seen the Chargers gotten lucky. Not only have they been getting turnovers, but they've been able to maximize on those turnovers. Or with the Denver, they've been a little bit unlucky. Even when they've gotten the turnovers, they haven't been able to do much with it. And again, the red zone efficiency for Denver's there, which I like. If they could keep the Chargers to field goals instead of touchdowns on some of those drives, they'll stay in the game. The key is stay in the game with a chance to win it late. And I think Denver can do that. Again, they have the kind of defense, and I think offensively they're balanced enough to sustain some drives and keep that Charger offense on the sidelines. Again, Chargers are starting to become that sexy team, which I don't like. After beating, the Chiefs on that primetime season opener, and they got it done again last week, obviously against the Raiders on Monday night. So primetime and primetime recency bias, if we've ever seen it, it's going to be on the Chargers. Again, they win on Monday Night Football as 3-point dogs. They cover against the Raiders as 3.5-point favorites. Now at home, give me the Broncos. Sprinkle. And make sure you pay attention to that line on Sunday, because if it is at that 2.5, we definitely want to use it on a teaser. At 3, obviously we can't use it. But at 2.5, even with the over being steamed from 43.5 to 45.5, I would still look to tease the Denver Broncos up to 8.5 if you can get 2.5 on Sunday.
All right, that will be on my teaser list. Well, who am I kidding? It's already there. All right, guys, a tweet that I saw go, I would call it semi-viral, at least in the sports betting world, was NFL favorites of 4.5 points are 12-0 straight up this season, dating back to week 11 of last year, 52-8 straight up. That is almost 87%. The NFL favorites have been crushing, so I could see why you guys are going to think I'm crazy for giving out this play. But VR just mentioned teams that are starting to get real sexy, and none other than the Green Bay Packers look the sexiest, in my opinion. Everybody's ready to say, okay, here's this team, give them the representation out of the NFC, but I think everybody needs to pump the brakes. This is still the youngest team in the NFL. This is still a Green Bay team who's missing 2 offensive linemen. And remember, Micah Parsons still not playing full-time snaps there on defense. I know the Cleveland Browns looked awful last week versus the Ravens. But if you just are looking at the box score and not the game, I think you're kind of missing it. I know it's tough to stomach the Browns here in this spot, but big home underdogs in the first 3 weeks of the season. That means you're getting at least 6 points or more, 18-1-2 against the spread over the last 3 seasons. I'm just going to say it. I was talking to my boyfriend last night, who is a Green Bay Packers fan. And yeah, I got a Denver Broncos helmet behind me, but I have watched more Green Bay Packers games in the last decade than I care to admit. He said, this is a game where Green Bay will find a way to lose it. And I looked at it and I said, God, it looks so easy to tease Green Bay. And then I looked at a scheduling spot. Oh, that's right. They play the Cardinals on Thursday night football. Not that they have some big time rivalry, but on a short week, just got to go into Cleveland and get the win, right? Looks a little fishy. I know it's gross. It's ugly, but at least take the points here with the Cleveland Browns. Be careful in those teasers. And if you're feeling feisty, like me, you can sprinkle just a little bit on that money line. All right, Marco D'Angelo. The Deli has been absolutely crushing. If you guys have been missing his college football Deli games, you guys can head over to the WagerTalk YouTube channel and check out that one as well. Marco, you also do a standalone Deli video.
Yum.
Yeah, Kelly, we do it every week, and we're off to a great start. We started this last year, season 2, and the response has been great. So, hey, Bet on It Nation, head on over. We put it out on Thursday night. You get more sandwich spots, more trap games. 7-3 so far for the 2 episodes. I'll take 70% all year, and it's free. And you get to look at me with that goofy hat in the Deli. So what could be better? Now, with the Deli this week, we're going to go to a team, and you know what? You look at this game, and you look at the knee-jerk reaction. You got Chicago, and you got Dallas. Now, I know, Kelly, you were sweating. What was the over-under on the number of F-bombs that you dropped during that Dallas Giants game last week? It had to be high, and I know you went over the total with that one. But people look at it. Dallas went up and down the field. That's what we know is going to happen with this Dallas offense when they are healthy. But we also saw what we knew was going to happen as well. They're not going to be able to stop teams. Russell Wilson had a career game against this Dallas Cowboy defense. And Russell Wilson's been in the league a long time. And most people, the consensus is that he's pretty much washed up. He threw for over 400 yards against this defense last week. Chicago's got more weapons. Yeah, I know Caleb Williams has not looked good so far, but I think he gets healthy this week against this defense. I'm going to go ahead and take the Chicago Bears to get right. And let's be honest, that score last week is a little bit misleading because Detroit put up 52 points on them. That was a message. Dan Campbell took it personal after week 1 when he got just dominated by the Packers. Man, everybody, all the pundits, the narrative out there was, oh, the Lions are not the same team. Ben Johnson's gone. He was the mastermind of that offense. Well, he was still throwing the football in the fourth quarter against his former offensive coordinator last week and put up 52 points. I don't think Dallas is going to have that kind of success this week against the Bears. And talk about sandwich spots. Chicago, or we've got Dallas coming off that game last week, and they've got a big game going next week. This is a spot where I'm going to go ahead and take Chicago. Campbell, like I said last week, ran up the offense on them, makes them look worse than they are. To me, this line should be higher, but because of one team winning in a high-scoring game and the other team giving up 52 points, the market is shaded towards the Cowboys, and it's giving us value. Give me Chicago this week as the Bears and Caleb Williams get into the win column for the first time. Give me the Bears.
Oh, that one is a perplexing line, to say the least, Marco. I saw so many tweets going, wait, what? Well, now we might know why the Bears were marched out as favorites. Speaking of favorites, we have our favorite bets coming up right up. How about now? VR, before you give out your best bet for this week in the NFL, please let everybody know what you've got going on over at WagerTalk.com.
Oh, yeah. Right now, I have my college football package up for Saturday. Number 1 in college football in 2025. We've won every single week. I know I lost my 5% last week, but not much difference between our 4s and 5s. Again, bottom line, that package is up. And then Sunday, My NFL package is going up today with a 5%. First 5% of the 2025 NFL season. Currently number one in NFL for the regular season as well. So combined NFL and college football, it's been that kind of season. If you like money, you know what to do. Just going to continue to crush it. And I got a best bet for you. I absolutely love the New England Patriots this week over the Steelers. I want to hear Marco's opinion on that. Hopefully he could confirm it for me. Bottom line is this Pittsburgh defense is just too easy to score on. The fact that Justin Fields and Sam Darnold were able to destroy this defense of the Pittsburgh Steelers to where they're right now going into this week, they're 26th in success rate allowed and 28th in passing success rate allowed. There's no higher correlation as far as a stat goes than passing success rate to covering point spreads in the NFL. And you're looking at one of the worst teams at that in the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think you're going to have a New England offense that has success and a New England team that's in dire need of winning at home. They only won 2 home games last year. They won 1 home game the year before that. There's a lot of pressure on them to win football games at home. And in come the Pittsburgh Steelers that are definitely a beatable team. Rodgers looked great in week 1, but in week 2, not so much. And if this is a team that is forced to be one-dimensional to where Rodgers has to get it done, bro, at that age, if you could bring pressure, they're going to have a problem. And if there's one thing New England edge rushers can do is give pressure, bring pressure. And I think they're going to create problems for that offensive line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And you add to that the injuries that the Steelers are already dealing with on the defensive side of the football. I love New England in this spot. Wrong team was favored. Obviously, now it's a 1 point. Don't really matter. But I really think New England should be, about 1.5, 2 point favorite in this game. Wouldn't be a surprise if I would have seen it bet up to 3. So give me the Patriots, best bet for this week, and see if we could improve on our 4-2 in the NFL.
Yeah, I like the Patriots this week as well. But again, I'm probably going to wuss out and put them in a teaser. Marco, that is the name of the NFL season for me has been the teasers. You, on the other hand, have been crushing some of these small favorites. Before you get into your best bet for this week, can you tell everybody what is going on this weekend at WagerTalk.com?
Well, we're rolling it back, Kelly. Weekend Warrior was such a success last week. We're bringing it back this week, $49. You can get your favorite handicapper Saturday and Sunday, all of their football selections. And then if they have a Monday night selection, you'll get that as a free bonus as well, all for $49. Last week, I went 3-1 in college football, 2-0 with our top plays. We had 4% and a 5% play last Saturday. The 5% play was North Texas. They were -6. They win 59-10. Love those rocking chair winners. That was fun last week, and that brings my record on 5% plays to 32-13, going back to February of 2024. Long period there. I don't release a ton of these 5% plays. When we do, we win them. We're going to have another one this week. Get the Weekend Warrior. You won't miss out. Now, for this week, Kelly, for my best bet, we are looking at the Minnesota Vikings. They're going to be playing the Cincinnati Bengals, and we've got a unique situation here. We've got 2 backup quarterbacks taking over. Cincinnati lost Joe Burrow last week to injury. He's going to be out at least 3 months. And the Minnesota Vikings lost J.J. McCarthy to injury. Now, I'm going to point out the obvious. You're losing J.J. McCarthy, who is an unproven commodity and hasn't looked good so far in his 2 starts, against losing an MVP candidate in Joe Burrow. Cincinnati definitely got the worst of the injuries between the 2 quarterbacks. And let's be honest, this might actually be a blessing for Minnesota. Remember last year when McCarthy got hurt in preseason, they handed the reins over to Sam Darnold. What did Sam Darnold do in this Minnesota Viking offense? He only proceeded to have the best year of his career. In comes Carson Wentz. I've never been a big fan of Carson Wentz ever since he, had that rookie season and then got hurt, missed the playoffs. Nick Foles took over in Philadelphia. He's bounced around the league, but he is a veteran quarterback that has starts under his belt. And I'm going to trust the process and trust the coaching here with Minnesota and think that it's going to be plug and play with the quarterback. But where there is a big difference in these two teams, that's on the defensive side of the football. Minnesota is an elite defense. Cincinnati is not. I'm going to go ahead, play the injured player card. We could go either way with that injured player card, but I'm going to go with the Minnesota Vikings and Carson Wentz. Difference being, as I said, the defense. Let's go ahead, lay the 3. And this is one of those ones where I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to lay the 3 now. I'm not going to wait. Because we could see this one pop to 3.5 come Sunday. Get it now at the 3.
Woo! Just trying to gather my strength here to talk about this game because it is not a game that I wanted to talk about, but it was a game that I wanted to use in Survivor. And so I had to do a deep dive. So I called our friends over at the GoldSheet and I said, all right, guys, why should I not take Seattle against this horrible New Orleans team? New Orleans had opportunities to not only cover, but win their last 2 games, yet fell short. Spencer Rattler, 0-8 as a starter. Seahawks, this is the best week to take them. But is it? After falling to the 49ers in week 1, the Seahawks are just 13-22 against the spread here at home. They look very easy, similar to the Packers this week, to just put them in a teaser spot, right? Ugh, let's just be honest here. This one is a little misleading. I know taking the Seattle Seahawks here at home seems like the right thing to do, but Saints quarterback Spencer Rattler has been making improvements week by week. Again, could have beaten Seattle last week. 4 of his final 10 passes were dropped. He's like the Avery Johnson of the NFL. Since he's been a starting quarterback, he has the 2nd highest drop rate of all eligible quarterbacks. I'm not sure the Saints are as bad as the final scores indicate or the box scores indicate. And truth be told, I didn't watch either of those games. I wanted to save Seattle for this spot. I don't know if I can do it, guys. I think I got to take the 7.5 here with New Orleans. And just a little word of the wise, be careful if you are using them in your survivor pools this week. They will be the most popular pick. All right, let's bring it back in, the guys. Let's try to have a winning week. Oh, wait, that's for me. I hope you guys have another winning week. And we're going to get back on track here over in the driver's seat. Good luck to everybody. Let's put up that recap graphic, and I'll be sure to check the comment sections. Love something, hate something. You guys let us know. You have a question for Marco or VR, and we will get it answered. All right, guys, and if you missed the college football edition of Bet On It, it is right here. And, of course, we'll have that mega show up. We'll have the deli. We'll have Ralph with TNA. We'll have Teddy with Stockwatch. And, of course, the college football and NFL editions of Bet On It. Until next week, let's bet on it. On this week's edition of Bet On It, those barking dogs that have been red hot are back. We've got a trio of top 25 games. Is Marco's Deli back open? We're going to find out. Of course, the steam room from VR, all followed by those best bets. Up next on Bet On It. I'm Kelly Stewart. You guys know me as Kelly in Vegas. In the middle, we got Gianni The Greek gambler on all your social media channels, and Marco in Vegas. Marco D'Angelo, you guys know him. He's one of the founders here of WagerTalk. We're going to get into these top 25 games. And Marco, I'm going to start with you. 12 p.m. kickoff here on the East Coast. Number 17, Texas Tech, is now a 3-point underdog. And number 16, Utah, total 57.5. Marco, please break down this Big 12 early kick there on the West Coast.
Yeah, Kelly, that's the odd part of this game. You've got this game being played in Utah, and it's kicking off at 12 noon Eastern. Really odd start. But you know what? You look at these two teams, Kelly, the knee-jerk reaction here when you look at what the scores have been with both of these teams so far this year, and you look at the total of 57.5, immediately you're going to want to bet the over in this game, but don't go that route, and I'll tell you why. Starting with the fact coming into the season, I was very, very high on Utah. Remember when we did our preview shows, they were my sleeper to win the Big 12. I also released to my clients a 5% major wager on their season win total over. I love this Utah team. And the reason for that is I said coming into the Big 12, I said they are built like a team that nobody wants to face in the Big 12. I referred back to their last few years in the Pac-12, why they were so successful. This was a team that dominates ball control. They will pound the ball down your throat. They have a passing game to complement their running game. But where they get you is the physicality on both sides of the football on the line. They play defense, and they play a physical brand of football. The Pac-12, that was a finesse conference. The Big 12, what are they? All offense, no defense. Nobody wants to line up against them. Now, with that said, I am looking at this game to go under the total because Utah is going to do what they do best. They are going to run the football and throw the football. And their quarterback, remember, last year, the problem with Utah wasn't the defense, it was the offense. They had no consistency. Why? Because every week, Cam Rising was questionable for this team. But come in, Devon Dampier, and this team is rolling offensively. But what they'll do is going to play ground control here, keep Texas Tech's offense on the sidelines for long periods of time. What's the best way to beat a high-flying offense? Don't let them on the field. They get frustrated once they finally do get on the field when you watch those 5, 6, 7-minute drives. That's what you're going to see in this one and eat some clock up. I am going with this one under the total, 57.5. Obviously, I'm rooting for Utah in this game with that season win total over. I think they are the better team. I may get to the window with them as well on a straight bet with Utah, but I love this one under 57.5. Honestly, I see this one to be 51 points or less in this game. Go under Texas Tech, Utah.
Marco, quick follow-up question. I know you like Utah to win the Big 12. I like Texas Tech to win the Big 12. Do you think this is more of a game where Texas Tech gets exposed, or do you think this is more of a game where we could see a Big 12 conference preview?
Could be a Big 12 conference preview, but Kelly, where I think this is the coming out party for Utah. Everybody knows the money that Texas Tech spent to get to where they're at. Utah's still flying under the radar because of coming from the Pac-12 last year being their first year in the Big 12, and they had a bad year. They kind of got forgotten. That's why I thought there was so much value on this Utah team entering this season, but that value will be gone if they win this game in dominating fashion.
All righty, VR. We're going to move along. 3:30 Eastern here on the East Coast. Number 22, Auburn, 6.5-point underdog. At number 11, Oklahoma, 48.5. I really considered using Auburn here on my 3-team money line parlay. There was a lot of dogs I liked this week. Do you like the underdog in this one?
Nah, I bet the favorite here, Oklahoma. We actually laid 6.5 on Oklahoma. It's the public side. Rest assured, come Saturday, books are going to need the Auburn side, especially when you factor in all the teasers and moneyline parlays that'll be tied in with Oklahoma. But I still think to the right side, at anything less than a touchdown, I think we're getting some value there just because of the defense. The fact they were able to hold Michigan to 13 points, held Temple to 3 points, really, really impressive. I think Auburn's going to have a lot of problems scoring against this Oklahoma offense. What they were able to do against Baylor and Ball State, it's not going to be as easy this time around against Oklahoma, especially on the road in Oklahoma. They've been very efficient. The way they've been able to control tempo and just extend drives, I think that's good. Again, going to be a problem for that Auburn defense to stop Oklahoma. And then I just don't see that offense putting up many points on this Oklahoma defense. Again, with home field advantage, anything less than a touchdown, I like the Oklahoma side. It's the public side, but I think it's the right side. Oklahoma, a little bit undervalued based on where their ranking is when you compare their power rating. And on the flip side, you have Auburn a little higher than what their power rating should reflect. So we even have a little bit of extra value there. So going to lay the points with Oklahoma for my TV game.
Okay, I think that's probably the right side. I did look at Auburn and did not ultimately get to the window with that team. And another team I'm ultimately probably not going to get to the window on, but considered as well. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, number 9, Illinois. 4.5-point underdog, 5.5-point underdog. Check out the odds logic screen. Make sure you guys definitely shop around. oddslogic.com/Kelly in Vegas. We're going to take on at number 19, Indiana. Total is 52.5. Before we get started, my good friend Todd Furman tweeted this yesterday. How rare is it for the Illini football and Indiana football to be good at the same time? Saturday is the first meeting in season history where both teams will be ranked in the AP poll. That is a wild stat. And I do agree with Todd that this has the makings of a thriller. And I really, really, really wanted to make a case for the dog here. But ultimately, I'm going to make a case for the under. I know I don't play a ton of totals here, but this is one of those games that is ticked up very, very quickly. And I think we're going to see some buyback on the other side. We know the Hoosiers are completely offensive minded there, and I understand why. Kirk Cignetti has this offense rolling. But keep in mind what is one of the most key numbers in college football. That's right, 51. 52 is also a key number. So going through both of those is something to take note of. I like this Indiana team. I like what we've seen, but I do think in order for Illinois to win this football game, they're going to have to step up defensively. I do think this is going to be one of those makings of a classic. This is going to come down to the wire, and would not be surprised to see it settled by a field goal late, but over 52.5 is just too many. Give me that under. And I know it's a little scary with both of these offenses, but we're going to make it through. Let's get on over to VR now. Steam report, as I mentioned, odds logic, get that screen open before we let the dog off the leash to run. Get your pen and paper ready. And of course, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, please do so now. Also, make sure you subscribe so you never miss another episode of Bet On It on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. VR, take it away.
All right. Well, Wise Guys have come out of the gate on fire. We turned the profit in week 0, week 1, week 2, and hopefully that continues. I narrowed down some of the more marquee matchups and those moves that multiple groups got involved in, because again, there's just so much manipulation and so much two-way action on a lot of these NFL and college football lines because they're really, really tight. Let's start off with Thursday's action. 304 Charlotte, +4.5, +3.5, and +3. Took it down through that key number. Friday, Tulsa, +13 and +12.5. Couple sides for you on Saturday. 309 North Texas, +2.5, +1, all the way to -1. So they flipped the favorite there. 320 Miami, Ohio, +3.5 and +3. Again, going through some key numbers. 340 Wisconsin, -7 and then -7.5. Strong move on Wisconsin. 367 Michigan, -1.5 and money line simultaneously. And then steam that game over at 44 and 44.5. 332 Duke, -2 and 2.5. 322 East Carolina plus the touchdown and 7.5 there. And finally, last game on the board, 378 Hawaii plus the 3.5 and +3. So those are some of the early moves for college football that multiple groups are down on. And I didn't see any resistance, but still a lot of time between now and Saturday for things to continue.
All right, our most, we'll call it profitable segment, Barking Dogs, because that's what they've been doing. And that's what we're looking for each and every week here on Bet On It, is dogs that have a shot to win outright. Marco D'Angelo did not watch the same game I watched last weekend. I thought, hey, this is a great buy low spot on the Florida Gators. They want to fire Billy Napier. And then DJ Lagway threw more interceptions than I would versus an okay LSU defense. Marco, I had this game circled. I said, it's never going to make my parlay because it's like 3.5, 4. The Florida Gators are up to 8 with our good friends there at Circa. What is going on here? You're going to take the Gators plus the points, and you think they might even be worth a sprinkle here?
Yeah, Kelly, and this is a classic example of a angle. You know, I always have, I have my sandwich games, I have my trap games, I have the lose the same game twice, I have all these different Marco-isms, if you want to call them that. Well, this one is what I call an ABC game, and it's one of the reasons why John Q. Public loses so often betting sports. And this is how they're going to look at this game. They're going to go and say, okay, Team A, we're going to call them Florida, lost to Team B, we're going to call them South Florida. They lost 18-16. Then we're going to introduce Team C, Miami, who played Team B, also South Florida, and just trounced them 49-12. So the knee-jerk common reaction by average bettors is going to be, well, if Miami could destroy South Florida beat Florida, well, this is a no-brainer. Miami is just going to kill Florida, right? Wrong. Comparing common opponents is a huge mistake. You got to compare every game on its own merit. And when you go back and look at Florida, when they lost to South Florida, look at the situation. It was the first game of the year for Florida. South Florida already had a game under their belt. They upset Boise State. Was Florida looking past them? Probably, because they had LSU on deck, a much bigger game last week. So that's the negative that Florida had when they played South Florida. Now, for Miami of Florida, when they played South Florida, they caught them coming off a week where they probably were still partying from upsetting Big Brother Florida. In-state rivalry, knocking off one of the big teams. And they were playing their third top 25 team in 3 weeks, coming off back-to-back wins. Do you think Miami was going to look past them and not take them seriously? That was the wake-up call, and they came to play. And oh, did they ever play? 49-12. It was a blowout win for Miami. Now, everybody, that's why this line is 7.5 and creeping to 8 at other places, because the public wants no part of Florida. Yeah, I watched the Florida game last week. They outgained LSU. 5 turnovers did them in. Now, can I guarantee you that they won't throw 5 turnovers again, picks this week? I can't, but I can tell you this much. The Miami defense is not as good as LSU's, that's for sure, and that still was a 10-point game with 5 turnovers. You have that many plus in turnovers, you're supposed to win by more than 10 points. I'm sorry. I'm taking Florida here. This one's going to go right down to the wire. Billy Napier is probably coaching for his job, because after this one, he's got Texas on deck. He starts the season 0-4. He's out the door. Let's go with Florida. Give me the points. This line's going to continue to climb. No reason to run to the window right away. I think you'll get more points even as we get closer to the weekend and the public gets involved. But I like Florida plus the points. And, of course, it's barking dogs. You got to do a little sprinkle, Kelly, on Florida outright.
My stomach hurts. It does. It makes me not – this team, I was so high on them to start the season. I know VR liked them as well. What could go wrong? VR, a team that you and I both like, you have on your barking dog list as well. SMU.
Yep.
Worth a little sprinkle here to beat up on, we'll call it almost crosstown rival TCU.
Yeah, and Marco beat me to the play on Florida because I absolutely love it. I'm telling you right now, this is the time of year you could take advantage of this exact situation. Miami's not a top 5 college football team. Miami's not a top 10 college football team. Miami's not a top 15 or even a top 20 college football team as far as power rankings go. They're barely in the top 25. And I promise you, right behind them is Florida, maybe a slot or 2 down. They're not that far off. The record is the only big difference between the 2 teams. But as far as skill-wise, I agree with Marco 100%. But we're going to have to look elsewhere and try to make it 4 in a row on our live dogs. We hit a 410, a plus 150, and a plus 260. And got to go with SMU here because the bottom line is, if you can slow TCU down and force them to where they're even more one-dimensional than they come into the game wanting to be, just throwing, it becomes a lot easier on your defense. And with SMU's ability to run the football, chew up clock, keep that TCU offense on the sidelines, if they could create some 3 and outs or not have to play from behind, they could win this game wire to wire. Like if they could get out ahead of TCU, then this is a very money line type of bet you want to have. The 7 points, I think, is a gift. I don't think it should be any more than maybe 3.5 or 4. Again, it just the path to victory is obvious. Force TCU to become even more one-dimensional, just throw in the football and run, which is what SMU does so well. And I think TCU is going to have problems slowing it down. And again, don't want to keep repeating myself. It's as simple as that. The TCU side is bigger favorite than they should. And it's another situation where early in the season, record means a lot. You know, if you're undefeated, and then you couple that with SMU not having covered a single game yet, even though they're 2-1 straight up, they've underperformed against the betting market. Again, this is a very efficient betting market that corrects itself. And this is what we're looking at, a correction here, getting a couple extra points. Give me SMU and sprinkle that money line as well.
Glad to hear that. I think this one's going to be a barn burner with SMU coming out on top. Here's a team that might not come out on top, but it's definitely worth a look. I had a good friend text me, I think it was on Monday, when I said, hey, I like this Maryland team. And he's like, are you kidding me? Wisconsin 4-0 since Maryland joined the Big Ten. And I'm like, yeah, but I think there's trouble there in Paradise, a.k.a. Madison, Wisconsin. This Wisconsin team has been struggling for the past 2 seasons. And those first 4 meetings, or only 4 meetings, the last one was in November 2022. Alabama got things right, of course, there with Wisconsin, 8.7 yards per play. Ty Simpson, 24 of 29, 382 yards and 4 touchdowns. Now, I'm not saying we should compare Maryland to Alabama. I would never. But Malik Washington has shown some flashes. Sure, Terps were favored by at least 2 touchdowns in these first 3 games. So maybe his numbers are a little inflated, but this is not the same Wisconsin defense that we've seen in years past. If Maryland can even give any sort of semblance to what the Crimson Tide did to that Badgers defense last week, this game is going to be a lot closer than the spread indicates. I like the +10. I think this is a double-digit barking dog this week. Look for Wisconsin to possibly lose that Alabama game twice. All right, speaking of games losing twice here, Marco's got interesting angles every single week, whether it's a trap, whether it's a sandwich. Marco, I know those sandwich bets have been doing so well. You got another interesting angle for our audience for this week.
Absolutely, Kelly, as we go to the deli being open. And while we're here with the deli, I want to promote Marco's Deli. It's a show that we started last year, back for a second season. It comes out late on Thursday, and we're doing quite well. First 2 weeks, 7-3 total with these plays. I'll take 70%. And the beauty of that show and what we've done all along when we started bet on it, what we try to do is, I don't want to just give you guys free plays. We want to educate you and let you go inside of how we handicap some of these games, because, you know, hey, we can give you a winner, you can bet that winner, but if we can teach you how to find winners on your own, that's going to make you a better handicapper. And this game right here is the perfect example of it. Let's talk Memphis playing Arkansas. They're playing host to them. And when I look at breaking down a game, especially on the college level, this game here has everything I like to look for. Let's start with the fact that we've got Arkansas is coming off a loss where they looked as good as you could possibly look in losing a game. And what I mean by that is they went up and down the field with top 15 Ole Miss. It was a 41-35 barn burner. The two teams just kept going back and forth scoring. I like fading teams coming off those type of games when they look very good and it was a high-scoring game. Then you throw in they're going from an underdog to a favorite. That's another spot that you like to look to fade those favorites. Then the saying, and Kelly, you alluded to it, about losing the same game twice. Well, this game could be the poster child for that theory because Arkansas was in that big shootout with Ole Miss, and now they're playing a team, Memphis, that they normally don't play. It's a non-conference game. How do you get excited about this particular ball game? That's where lose the same game twice theory comes in. You play a big game, you play your guts out and come out short. A lot of times you come out flat the next week, and that's a bad thing when you're laying points, especially on the road. But the real reason we're here and the reason it's in the sandwich section, the deli's open. We've got the blue plate special here. Not only are they coming off that gut-wrenching game against Ole Miss, but look at who's on the schedule next week. They play Notre Dame, okay? Now, I don't care what Notre Dame's record is on a given year. When you're a school and you've got Notre Dame on your schedule, that is a game you look forward to, especially when it's Notre Dame. You don't play them very often. You really get pumped up for that. So you're coming off Ole Miss. You've got Notre Dame next week. How excited are you going to be for Memphis this week? This has everything I look at, Kelly. I've got to take Memphis plus the points. And this is a live dog. This one could have been in the barking dog section, but because of everything I just said with all of the angles, we had to get it into the deli and make it the sandwich game of the week. Memphis, 34-31 in a shocker.
Another game that I have on my long list for my 3-team underdog parlay. I feel like this is the week that I have hit more underdog parlays throughout history. I think it's like week 4, 5, and 6. So we're heating up, hopefully. And I love that VR and Marco agree with some of the plays that I also like. All right, guys, it's time for best bets. We're going to get right into it. We're going to let VR go first. Another total for you guys. VR almost swept the board last week. Let's see if he can do it again this week.
Yeah, so far 8-1 in college football through 3 weeks, and it's kind of reflected how the season's going on premium. It's just been a really good college football season so far, and it's early. This game isn't sexy, but we bet it immediately. I got down at under 51.5, gave it out to subscribers at under 51. I think you'd have to pay juice to get 51 now. It's 50.5. It's probably going to get lower. Anything above 50, you're still good. Gets down to 49, I'd probably lower bet size a little bit. Bottom line is this game sets up for a nice under. You have two teams that want to run the football. That's the bottom line. And even though Lafayette had success doing it and Eastern Michigan has given up a lot of yardage against the run, I don't think Lafayette's going to be able to put up a lot of points. Again, Eastern Michigan has been porous against the rush, allowing about 300 yards per game. But now you're going up against an offense that is run first, run second, and run third. So they know what they're preparing for. That makes it a little bit easier for, again, this porous defense versus the rush. On the flip side, even though Eastern Michigan's a little more balanced, they're going to want to run the football. That's where Louisiana Lafayette has been weakest on defense. So I think this is one of those games where we're going to see a lot of ball control offense. And more importantly, these aren't two teams that convert easily. Even if they're able to move the football, as we've seen throughout the season, converting into points is another story. I think that's where the under comes in with the lack of success in the red zone for both of these teams. Just keep running that football, ticking that clock. And also we have a little recency bias. Both teams coming in off an over last week. That never hurts. Go under 50.5. Eastern Michigan, Louisiana Lafayette, best bet for this week's college football show.
All right, Marco D'Angelo, before you get into your best bet, can you let everybody know what the Weekend Warrior is over at WagerTalk.com?
Well, Kelly, we ran this special last week, and it was such a huge success that Johnny rolling it back this weekend. You can get all of Saturday and Sunday's football selections from your favorite handicapper for $49. And as a bonus, if that capper has a play on Monday Night Football, you'll get that included as a free bonus. And guys, if you took advantage of it with me last week, I told you I had a 5% play going. Well, we've got a 5% play going this week as well. Last week, that 5% play was North Texas. They won by a score of 59-10. We are now 32-13 with those 5% plays. We went 3-1 on Saturday. Come back on Sunday, Kelly, and I'm sure when we get to the NFL, you might have something to say about this game. we were half a point away from a 3-0 sweep. Our only loser on Sunday was Jacksonville plus 3.5. The only time they were losing to the spread, well, was the final score that happened in the final 20 seconds of the game. That was fun. But that's another day, another story. We'll complain about that in the next show. For this week, head on over, grab that $49 special, and you'll get everything for the weekend. Now, for our best bet, and this is the one segment that we haven't done well so far this year. We got to get it heated up, and I think it starts this week. We're going to take a look at Boise State. I'm going to lay the 10 points with them against Air Force. Now, coming into the season, Boise State was a top 25 team. They were a lock to win the Mountain West Conference. And lo and behold, opening week, they go to South Florida, play in the heat, and lose to South Florida and drop out of the top 25. They come back the next week. They beat up on a cupcake, 51-14, Eastern Washington. So we haven't seen them since week 2. They've had 2 weeks to prepare for this game. I point that out for several reasons. When you're playing any of the service academies, Army, Navy, Air Force, and the option attack, it's tough to prepare for those games. But when there's a team that you play every year, like Boise and Air Force does, it's easier to prepare for those teams because you know it, you see it every year. When you throw in an extra week to prepare for them, that makes it even easier and better for the team preparing for that. And here's the facts in today's college football with the NILs. The service academies are going to be up against it, okay? Because they're not going to be able to spend millions of dollars on bringing kids into play, all right? Their gap is going to get wider. I think this number is a steal because if Boise doesn't lose that first game to South Florida and then rolls over Eastern Washington the way they did, this line's going to be like 14 instead of 10. And this Air Force team, they're just a shell of what they were. Now, yeah, they put up some impressive numbers, running the football, but I want to tell you, they lost to Utah State, okay? They gave up 49 points and 473 yards to Utah State. What's this Boise State offense going to do? How are they going to stop the run? How are they going to stop the pass? This is going to be name the score type of game. This is the conference opener for Boise, so they're going to be focused because all of their things are still in play. You run the table in the Mountain West, you're going to be in the college playoffs. That's what they're shooting for. I'm taking Boise. I'm laying the 10. And the problem with an Air Force team that can't throw the football on a regular basis is when you fall behind, that vaunted rushing attack becomes even less valuable. Let's go, Boise. Lay it. I'm going to call for a blowout, 41-20.
All right. I hope one of these games is a blowout for me. Just any one of them so that I don't have to sweat an underdog outright winner this year. I just want a nice, easy rocking chair winner. Oh, wait, I got that last week with Vanderbilt. Hopefully I get it this week with North Carolina. I'm going to take the 6.5. And there's even some populating 7s here on the odds logic screen. So make sure you guys get the best of the number. I'm not going to lie. Mondays, I usually do my college football handicapping. I looked and I thought, is this a typo? Central Florida is a 6.5 point favorite over North Carolina because they're coming off a bye. Why on earth is this number in existence? So I had to do a little bit of deeper digging. UCF is beating Jacksonville State and North Carolina A&T. I get it. Bill Belichick's team looked so awful against TCU, but I still do not understand what the Golden Knights have done to deserve the kind of respect that they are getting in this betting market. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Let's keep in mind here, UCF lost 4 games at home this season. The bounce house is not what it once was. You're going to give me Bill Belichick a touchdown over Scott Frost? I'm going to take it. It's as simple as that. I think this line is way too high. I think North Carolina could have went to my barking dog segment, but I could see them losing this game in gut-wrenching fashion. How else would I take it? That being said, give me North Carolina plus the 7 here for my best bet in week 4 of college football. Thank you guys for hanging out with us every single week here on Bet On It. Again, hit that like button. Make sure you're subscribed so you never miss another episode. We're going to get that recap graphic up just for you guys who have requested. If you guys have another request, drop it in the comments section and we'll be sure to make some changes for you or tell you, no, we're going to keep it that way. All right, guys, if you missed the NFL edition of Bet On It, you guys can catch it right here. And of course, we're going to have that mega show up every single week for those of you that want the TNA, for those of you that want the stock watch from Teddy. And of course, if you guys are looking for Andy's prop shop, he was the proptologist here on the show for the last couple of years. You can catch Andy every single day on WagerTalk today here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel. Good luck. And until next week, let's bet on it.
Friday night college football. We
on
have
this week's
two
edition
national
of Bet
TV
On It,
games,
those
and I've got
barking
free
dogs
plays
that
and
have been red
analysis.
hot are back. We've got a trio of top 25 games. Is Marco's Deli back open?
Hey guys,
we're
welcome
going
back
to find out. Of course,
Bill
the steam
Krackomberger,
room.
John Orlando here at the fabulous Superbook at Westgate. We were just getting into a conversation. I said, wait, save it for the show. So yesterday I read that Ohtani had like 5 innings of no hit.
Yep.
And they took him out, Dave Roberts. And then the last week, did someone go 8 1/3 or 8 2/3? 8 2/3. And I think the Ohtani thing is different though. He's just coming back from that surgery, right?
I guess, but
you just want to give him 5 innings.
What happened to? We asked the pitcher, "How do you feel?" I know the argument is, well, they're always going to say they feel fine,
right.
But let's just use that. Let's just go with let the player know. I mean, he's throwing a no-hitter. I get it. You can't baby this thing in baseball where we baby the arm.
Yeah.
Never works. Do you remember they shut down Strasburg? I'm going way back.
Oh,
his first or second year.
Washington.
He was cruising. He was killing it, and then they shut him down.
Great prospect. By the way, great pitcher this first year.
They shut him down, and they didn't see the World Series for years after that.
Yeah.
You can't baby
and
these
if you
arms.
think about years ago, these pitchers were pitching,
and there was less injury.
12 innings.
Seriously, if you go look up the stats on Fernando Valenzuela, Roger Clemens, Pedro, all those guys in the 80s and 90s, 10 complete games in a year, more. Nolan Ryan throwing 140 pitches, coming back and back then 4-man rotation.
That documentary on Nolan Ryan on Netflix was excellent.
It's so good.
Same guys that did Action, my show Action.
Yeah.
He did that, and he warned me. He sent me things about it. And I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah.
All right, let's start out with this $5 million.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh
wait.
Okay. No.
Wait a minute.
No. Go where you were gonna go.
Let's start out with John Orlando.
Let's get it over with.
Coming over to me yesterday and saying, "Hey, I'm going to get in this tournament. Are you in?" And I had $200 bills.
Wait. Tell them your first response when I text you.
What did I say?
I said, "How do you feel about the $400?" I think it was a $75,000 guarantee, and your answer was, "I feel nauseous."
Oh, is that what I said? I said nauseous. Nauseous. So now I say, come over and see me. But I was at breakfast, and situationally, I didn't have a lot of money on me. You know what I mean?
Right.
This time of the year, I'm just telling you, the money's in the apps, or I have a box in the casino.
Right.
So do you realize what I gave you yesterday?
You gave me chicken scratch.
720s. I gave you $720, $200 bills, $720. I was going to pay for breakfast with cash. I paid with my American Express.
And you gave me a lot of $5 bills.
And I gave you 12 $5 bills.
Do you know the look I got?
Yeah.
At the cash. Did you do that purposely?
You are breaking. No, you're breaking me, John. It's every week is something,
All right. Well, let me ask you this.
And then he was doing good. He's showing me the future. We're gonna go till tomorrow. We got to get down to like 60 people, and we're at like
23 people.
23 people. We're at 60, and the next thing, the same thing. I get the same
heartbreak emoji
thing every week. The heartbreak emoji.
Let me just ask you.
And then what did I say? I sent the girl from the Monsters.
Yeah.
Dead. Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Do you have to?
Let me just ask you this. I think it's important that we get back in the win column. Would you agree? That we get in the cashing column. Would you agree?
Did we ever cash?
All right, don't get nasty.
No, I'm just saying.
Let me ask you this. I almost don't want to suggest this,
right?
Because you're gonna make it like you've already done it before, where like you make it a thing, like where that's the only thing.
I have
that
money
makes
today.
sense.
So what do you want to get in?
There's a senior.
How much?
It's $400.
Here. I didn't know you were going to do that. This is live on air. JH, I swear, touch a Bible on my parents' grave. I didn't know. There's 400. Good.
Let me ask you this, though.
I just went to my.
But wait, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Don't you think we should be able to fire 2 bullets at it, just in case?
This
Bad
is,
beat, just in case.
Is it illegal to rip the bill in half?
Oh my God! What are you doing? What are you doing? This guy's tearing. What are you doing?
If it's 800,
Yeah.
let me know.
Yeah.
But again, just like our people that thank you for your sponsors and subscribing and everything, they're the ones that tell me, Crack. Make sure I shouldn't
It's
really
like,
say.
like you're enabling a drug.
Please make sure you get his receipts. Poker players. No, I know you showed me your receipt yesterday. You got a great printer at the house now too, by the way. No, I've seen it.
Look at this.
No, it looks
there
great.
It is.
It looks great.
There it is.
Wow. Okay. So
all right.
if you do go,
you like that I had that just in case you referenced that today.
Okay. I didn't know you were going to. When's the seniors? When is it?
Today, 11:10.
You're kidding me.
Yeah.
Wow.
You liked it?
I
One
do.
day, winner take all. Well, not winner take all, but
okay.
you know.
Where's it at? What casino?
Venetian.
Venetian. All right. There it is. Do you have $800?
I mean, I got, you know.
Do you have $800?
No, I mean, you know, I'm a little light.
Jesus. But I just have this 400 back.
I will.
If you don't,
I will document.
If you don't,
I will document.
If you don't, I know you. Bill, we're gonna get into something else. We're gonna get into something else. There's a super seniors, and I'm getting my dad's ID or something.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Oh God. Jesus,
Photoshop
Mary
out the
and
mustache.
Joseph. All right. So
what do you got?
I can't believe I wasn't playing. That was spontaneous.
But you know why you do it. You do it because you know that I can go deep.
I do it because it's like paying for the show to abuse you. Really, I don't want you to make no money
for the content.
Yeah, for the content.
It's win-win for you, is what you're saying.
So listen,
this guy.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
I did not expect to do that. Okay, FanDuel.
Yes.
They're paying the Jacksonville Jaguars $5 million back of this scandal.
Oh wait, I don't know anything about this.
Okay. The guy's name is Patel, I believe. It doesn't say. I know. Yeah. So what's his first name? Amit Patel.
Okay.
He was working for the team, and he stole $22 million, and he gambled it all away.
How?
From the Jacksonville Jaguars.
He was
pled
in accounting
guilty.
or something?
He's a finance manager. He exploited his position to manipulate the team's accounting, inflating certain costs and duplicating others. And so now he stole that money and gambled it away. But everyone steals them. All these things that you read, they're all stealing money, they're gambling it away. I mean, American Greed's full of it. Why all of a sudden now is a casino giving the money back? I always say that. In the end, the casinos get all the money. Matt Boyer. The casinos get all the money in the end. They're the ones that win. They never have to give it back.
Yeah.
So why did they give the $5 million back out of this money? I think they just said that they wanted to give it back to keep their relationship with the NFL. Why not get back the whole 22? No, I mean, listen. They get back the $5 million though. Patel's actually has a lawsuit against FanDuel for $250 million, saying that FanDuel exploited his gambling problems. Give it a break, Patel. Really, I mean,
does he have any chance of winning?
No,
zero.
No, they all do that. They all go after, you know.
Right.
He gambled on his own, but however, he got 6.5 years in a minimum security prison in Alabama for stealing this money, and they did get back $5 million.
Let me ask you this.
I was like, wow, I can't believe they
when
get back
they
money.
say I gambled it all away.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that he didn't, like maybe he's got a couple million stashed somewhere and he no, because they look at the record like they know.
Yeah, no, I don't.
You couldn't get away with that.
I don't think he's getting away with nothing like that. Yeah.
Now, when he goes to prison for something like that, is he in a rough prison or is he at what they call like camp?
It is a camp.
It is?
It is a camp. Yeah. So I put a tweet up earlier in the week about my friend's son. So my friend's son, I should have had this up here. Sorry, he's at a game with him. And the kid has a sports betting account now. And he's like, wait, hold it. What do you got going there, kid? And he had 83 $1 to $3 parlays in his account. And he said that he's seen someone that won $50,000 betting $1 or $2. So now he's one of them. Like, he's not. Here's the thing. I asked him, I said, how old's your son? I thought he just started college. He's 19. He's not even old enough to get. He's not even old enough. I said, well, how did he get an account with one of the legal sports books?
Don't you have to show your license?
Fake ID. I can't believe that works.
But don't they have to pay out? How do they pay out the account?
He must have a bank account.
with a fake ID.
Yeah, but I mean,
and a fake
John,
social.
we had fake IDs when we were kids.
I never had one.
You didn't?
No.
All of a sudden,
because I didn't
you're
drink.
a good kid?
Well, I didn't drink, so I didn't need one.
Okay. Well, I mean, why did I even
I threw you a
have
curveball on that one, huh?
Yeah, you did, because I figured you were...
You had one so you could bet at the track when you were 16.
I don't think
18
so. I
for the
had
track,
one, though,
right?
when I was younger, but I don't know why I had it. It definitely wasn't drinking. I was
The
never a
legal
drinker.
age for horse racing is 18.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's amazing. I always say it. Like I always say, I know I'm a broken record about saying these, kids have gambling problems in every college. But I got to tell you, this really confirms what I say. All my friends have an account, Dad. Like the father was like, "What do I do here?"
would not have thought that.
Like, what do I do here? It's really scary to see this.
I'm sending you a photo right now because I want to talk about this while we're on gambling and theft and all that.
Okay.
We had a guy on the show a few months back, Brutal Chameleon.
Oh wow, the Brutal Chameleon.
Yeah,
I seen that.
So
I told you I seen that.
Yeah, so he, I saw him post a couple days ago that one of his players. So he obviously he's an advantage player.
Yeah.
He's got a couple guys I think that he has either taught how to count or whatever, that he gives them the money, they play, whatever. And a guy walked off. I just sent you the photo. He posted a photo of the guy.
That's the guy?
Yeah, the guy walked off with 70 grand. Looks like a
guy?
sweet kid too. Like
a sweet kid.
Well, I mean, just meaning he doesn't, he doesn't look
here.
like a thug, is what I mean. But he walked off with this money, $70,000. I want to say in Louisiana. I forgot what.
Wait till I sent it to Jay.
But he said that he was robbed at gunpoint, and I believe he's got whoever's in on it with him. Maybe put on a mask, whatever. So like they're on camera. Cops were called. That kid
I can't believe that's the guy. I expected to see someone else.
Crazy.
It's 74,000 or whatever.
I think 70.
It's 70.
And I want to say
I've seen the video of him talking about it.
I think the original bankroll on it was 50. Brutal Chameleon. If I get this wrong, please let us know and we'll fix it.
So what happened was he bankrolls a team of card counters.
Yep.
And he won money, and the guy probably makes he probably makes a pay, $1,000 a week or something.
Yep.
And he just seen this guy winning and making money. He showed him, but he didn't have the bankroll to play himself. That's going to happen. I mean, you can ask my buddy Billy Walters. I don't want to tell you how many times he was robbed. He was robbed down the M one time when I was even there for like $350,000.
Yeah.
Like one of his runners said, "Oh yeah, they stole the money outside," and they set up the thing.
Yeah.
That's happened many times though.
I think one of the things that could have prevented this was they didn't valet park. They parked in the out in the. You know what I mean? So it made the fake scenario a little easier.
John, I am going to tell you something.
Doesn't matter.
I'll tell you guys something I've never told anyone. Like I've told some people in my inner circle back in the day. This is back in the day when I was betting and dealing with local guys. So this one guy says, "Oh, I can get you a ton of accounts and this and that." And I said, "Listen, everyone always says they can get big accounts. Just give me a dime a game or a nickel a game." I ran stupid on a Saturday, and I wound up winning like 40. No, actually, I won 11,000 the first week, but I couldn't settle. I couldn't get there to settle. And I said, "You're going to collect that. You're good, because I don't want to, get. Don't worry. Next week I won like 28,000. I was like almost 40,000, and I walked in to get my money, and the guy had a gun on the table, pointed at me.
Come on.
And he's like, "Not only am I supposed to," and I was an idiot. I swear I touch a Bible again. I just was so stupid, the things I would say. And he said, not only am I supposed to not pay you, I'm supposed to rob anything you got in your pockets. And I told him to go ahead. I'm not trying to be a tough guy. Sure. It's stupid saying that. It's stupid, but yeah, so.
Well, I mean, when someone's pointing a gun at you,
that's 40,000.
Yeah.
I can go on and on and on. I'm owed 7 figures by bookmakers and ex-partners and agents that I used to. Thank God I'm not even dealing. There's no more meeting the guy on the corner. None of that BS. I'm sick of that. All I'm going to do is win. In the end, I'm going to win. And I always tell everyone that, hey, let's get accounts. We'll split them. I used to always tell people that. And they said, yeah, I can get accounts. And these poker players, every swinging dick in the poker room, is a bookmaker. Poker guy, oh my, you should bet with my guy. He's the best. He takes 5,000 a game. Of course he does. Fucking lose. I'm cursing now, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course he does. Of course he takes 5,000 a game. But then when, I've had bookmakers change the game. I'm up grinding out 500 to play, up like 8,000 at the end of the week. At the end of the week, it says minus 8,000. He changed all the games the other side. He had the company do it. These per head shops, boy, they're not the best either.
So what would you've been around the block?
Yeah.
What would your message to the brutal chameleon be? Is you just have to chalk this up as a learning lesson?
You know what I say? So I was owed a good amount of money from someone. I'm not going to say who, of course, but a guy paid me a lot of money over the years, and we were partners. And at the end, he decided to jump over a $100 bill to steal $1. So even though we made sick amounts of life-changing money, he stole a nice chunk for maybe for half a year.
Right. But if you played the long game,
we made a ton. But he lost all his outs. I burnt the whole area up. I burnt the whole big city, by the way. Burnt the whole city up. This is many years ago.
Because this kid is sick over this, man. I spoke to him on the phone.
Here's what people say.
Yeah.
They say, well, how can you let that go? Why do you take chances? And why, people want to tell their wife stuff too. I never tell my wife anything. You can't tell your wife anything. But a lot of guys just have no choice. They just have no one to talk to. But here, if you didn't take those chances at the beginning to get different accounts and to beat sports books and stuff and go partners with people and get beard in, I'd still be working 2 jobs probably and grinding out and try to save $100 a week and pay a mortgage, and you know what I mean? So by taking the chances, I got where I got in life. But sometimes your partners don't understand. I was screwed out of so much money. Even my partners didn't understand. Like, they don't get it. They don't get it. So, anyway, I don't know how we got on this. We really don't do a lot of sports betting talk. I don't know how we even got on. Oh, we got on it from Brutal Chameleon.
Yeah.
So you have to suck it up, take a loss. No, you can't keep even your best guys. You can make a good, honest guy a thief.
Right, with too much money.
With a certain amount.
So what would that amount be? Where you're like you wouldn't want a player. So a player under him, what was 10K or something or less?
You're going to need that with swings. If the count gets higher, you're supposed to bet at the end of if you know last hand of the shoe, end of the shoe, you're supposed to bet multiple hands. It could be enough for splitting, doubling. And by the way, you only have a 1 or 2% edge at card counting. Anthony Curtis has less than 1%. So you have to. At those swings, you have to have a good amount of money. Yeah, you can't trust. Like yours, 800 I just gave you, that's your limit. you're teetering on a dime maybe. But anyway, Brutal Chameleon. Sorry.
Man.
You just can't,
sorry, buddy.
Can't keep someone with 70,000.
Man, terrible story.
All right, New Jersey takes steps towards tougher, responsible gambling. That's why I talked about.
Yes.
I talked about the kid.
Yeah.
And New Jersey's. Now, I want to tell you something. In Jersey, I remember I was depositing at. Oh, you were there when we deposited at FanDuel or something.
FanDuel.
This is back.
I want to say both.
Yeah. How strict?
Should I not say? Okay.
I don't care.
Okay.
How strict they were.
Yeah.
They were so strict at where you're getting the money from.
Right.
This is before the Know Your Customer law even came into effect.
Right.
They wanted to make sure you had the money in the bank. It came from a bank account. New Jersey is very strict, and they identify the problem gamblers, I think, before any state. They're that good at that.
Really?
So they're even cracking down even more with a three-step plan. And, even though we talk gambling, I really make my money still gambling.
Yeah.
I still say that I try to promote this responsible gambling because I know I was there. I was a loser, by the way. I was a losing gambler for many years before someone shook me. The whole story with Frank Atlantic City Blackjack Machine and showed me the right way. So I like to see that James McKelvey, the bureau chief here, talking about responsible gambling and pushing it and some different rules they're having and some more compliance rules.
Yeah.
So I like that. I just something I wanted to talk about.
Can I ask you a baseball betting related question?
Yeah.
I'm curious if you think there's any value on this. The Texas Rangers right now, they're just 2 years out from being World Series champs, right? It was just 2 years ago.
Yep, you had them.
I had them. They're only a few games out of the wild card right now.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like that's a team that's got really good chemistry. They've got the experience. They've been big pressure postseason before, obviously, just a couple years ago.
Right.
A lot of those guys are still on the team. Is there any value in like a betting on them to squeak in, get hot, and go?
Just gonna look at their record
and go deep.
So we're 2 years out.
We're 2 years out. I feel like I want to say they're 3 games out of the wild card or something like that. 3.5 games out of the wild card.
Yeah.
In that division.
Yeah.
I don't know. It
Yeah,
just
yeah, you're
seems
right.
like if they get hot, they've got great chemistry on that team.
Yeah, no. Now that I'm looking at I wanted to see their future prices and stuff. Yeah, you got a little bit left here to do it. You've got some. Yeah, I don't mind going with one of those longer shots too.
At this part of the season,
Well,
like
you only
someone
have.
that
What do you
maybe-
have? 2 weeks.
Like I'm saying, I like them more than the Mets right now. I mean, it's a different league, but the Mets are like 2-8 their last 10. They're falling apart.
Yeah,
coming apart.
Why do they fall apart
I don't
every
know.
year? What's
I don't
the reason
know.
why every single year?
Yeah, I don't know.
So there's like 75-1, by the way, on
Rangers.
On the Rangers, yeah. Let's throw a peanut, have some fun.
Little peanut. All right. So when we win the senior event, we'll discuss.
Okay. Okay. John, you've played in poker games, home games in your life, right? Money on the table? I played money on the table,
sure.
even chips.
Yeah.
It's amazing when I see these, maybe it's the Bible Belt, South Carolina. When I see these places, though, that are busting people for busting poker games.
Seems crazy.
By the way, they're not even taking a rake. There's no rake, which means they're not taking money out. But I have no problem with someone taking money out. You're in their domicile. They're bringing food in. They're paying for their food.
Sometimes they have like
throws
sexy
20 bucks
dealers.
in.
They do,
like they have massages and they come over.
Right.
But I just cannot believe that they're doing. This bust was in South Carolina, but
it seems like there's better things to do. But
you would think so. This was.
Are they worried about money laundering? Is that what it is, or they're worrying about a bigger picture?
This person, Watts, argued that money seized was only used to cover food and drinks, rather than enrich anyone that ran the game. So,
in my eyes, you had a party at your house and people played poker. What's the problem?
They're even saying it constitutes the different laws. But normally, it's an illegal game because they charge a rake.
Right, like Molly's game.
Here, they didn't even charge a rake. So, excuse me, I thought it was pretty interesting here.
Yeah.
That they didn't charge a rake. Oh, speaking of which, you say Molly's game. Did you see that documentary on Charlie Sheen?
Loved it.
Oh, I got through part 1.
Watch part 2.
Two.
It gets even.
Who's the girl that was running the hookers?
Heidi Fleiss.
Heidi Fleiss.
Yeah.
Why would I confuse her with Molly's game? But I just thought it was really good. I don't know why I mentioned
good.
it now,
And then when you get done with part 2, then go watch him on Joe Rogan. I'll send you the link.
Oh, really?
He was on Joe Rogan.
Was he on after that?
After that.
Yeah. I don't know why. You
gotta love Charlie.
I root for
you
Charlie.
gotta love Charlie.
I don't
He's
like
the
a lot of
nicest
the
guy.
examples he was doing, though. I love his father. I met his father at the Taj Mahal in Atlantic City when it was open. And his father, just great.
Good
just
guy.
A nice guy.
Great voice.
Great actor. And I didn't realize that Charlie Sheen's name was
Estevez.
Until I seen that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Of course, I know Emilio Estevez,
right.
but I didn't realize he was. But Wall Street's one of my favorite movies of all time. It's in my top 5.
So good.
I love Wall Street. So I just thought that wasn't planning on talking about that, but just popped out there. Robert Redford.
Saw that. 89, right? 89 years old.
I can't believe all these stars that were in love with him. Jane Fonda, Barbara Streisand. I can go on and on. Oh, the girl.
He may have been one of the biggest heartthrobs ever, right?
Ever. But here's the reason why I'm bringing him up. The great Robert Redford. Look at him at Caesar's Palace. During the Electric Horseman.
Yeah.
Put him riding his horse, and that Palace Court, I think it's called. It's still there.
Yeah. Of course.
And by the way, that's right where the Sopranos episode was too.
Yep.
There was a Sopranos episode there. But yeah, I seen that and said, wow, Indecent Proposal, A Billionaire, The $1 Million Night. I mean, a lot of that was shot in the Las Vegas Hilton, right where we are now, which is now the West Coast.
Yeah.
So I just thought
Decent Proposal was all here.
Decent Proposal was here.
Vegas Vacation was here. A lot of movies. Casino.
Yep. There's a lot of movies that were here. So I just thought we mentioned Robert, and since we're on entertainment, so I'm an '80s guy. Yeah. And I love '80s music. So Toto is coming to town.
When?
Do you remember that, right?
Of course.
I don't know if it's before you. Africa, of course they sing Rosanna. Hold the Line was back in the 70s. So they're coming to town, and ready, look at who's opening for them. I'm like, wow, Toto's coming here. Ready? Christopher Cross and Men at Work opening for them. Remember
really?
Men at Work, they're one hit wonder maybe. No, they had a couple songs.
They had a bunch. Land Down Under, Who Could It Be Now?
They did. I'm wrong. So they're coming to Fontainebleau December 30th. I just thought that was unbelievable. Christopher Cross. Oh my God, Christopher Cross, unbelievable voice too.
Forget it. Here's some fun trivia.
Duran coming the next day.
I love Duran Duran.
The next day, the January 1st and 2nd.
Here's some fun trivia for you. Back to Toto. Before they were Toto.
Right.
Jeff Porcaro and was it Steve Porcaro? Who did they play for?
Oh, I don't know. Who? Tell me.
You tell me.
Toto
Take
79?
one guess.
I don't know.
Before that.
I wouldn't
Long
even know.
before that.
I'm gonna know who it is.
You will know who it is.
Tony Orlando.
Tony Orlando.
I was guessing.
Yep.
Wow. You're kidding me.
No.
Wow.
Yeah.
I just told John before the show, I texted his dad last night. There was a nice man. He watches our show, John and I showed. We had two different people, older gentlemen, which shocked me though, come up to me and say they watch all our shows, and the guy was saying about how you see Tony Orlando in the 70s, and he was a little confused. So I texted your dad and said, Tony, I usually don't bother you like this, but this beautiful old man just told me that he's seen you back at the Flamingo Hilton in the lounge. And your dad shot right back to me and said, it wasn't the Flamingo Hilton, it was the Hilton. No, and I was like, oh, God, I don't want to, but then later on, your tone of text doesn't come along sometimes. And then later I explained to him, I said, well, he meant the Hilton, I'm sorry, but he's also seen you in Reno. And I said, I hope he's right, because I don't know if you've ever were in Reno. And he was in Reno. And then he sent me a beautiful text last night. And he sent me, he must have been, at the time he was doing something, then last night I could tell. I went to sleep, and he's texting me at midnight his time. He's like a late bird. He is. He's a night owl.
Late night owl.
Jesus.
And up early. He used to be up really late. Now, the last 7-8 years, he's up pretty early.
Really? Like, give me a time. What, like he's up at 8?
I mean, he'll text me sometimes at 8 a.m.
Wow.
8 a.m. His time.
His time. That's
6 a.m. my time.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
HeritageSports.eu, 100% sign-up bonus.
I see it.
Been around for decades and decades. I said it, 30 years. 100% sign-up bonus up to $500. Now, that may not sound like a lot, but they have 108 juice. So they have reduced juice. They have a $500 money-back guarantee right now. Been around a long time, Heritage. Not a lot of sports books that have been around so long. Check out their page. Lots of bonuses. Get out of your bet at halftime. They pick a game every week for that. You can get out of your game. HeritageSports.eu.
And you say they've been around a long time.
Yeah, almost.
I don't think
30
people
years,
realize
96.
how important that is too. Because I don't know if you remember, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Do you remember you once said, "Look at all these sports books." Like we were looking at all the different sign-up bonuses for a bunch of books, and you had said, "I've never even heard of half of these." Like Maxim had a sports book, all that, and they're all gone now. They're all gone.
Thankfully, I think they all got taken over and bought out.
Okay.
Because even when I was playing back in the day, I was playing with a place called Aces Gold Sports Market. Playing with them for years. 1 week, they just decided to fold up shop after the Super Bowl and take everyone's money.
And your money's just gone.
After paying me a lot of money. What am I supposed to do?
You can do.
Screw me out another. Just so happens it's the 40-dime figure. Yeah, and they screw a lot of people, not just
So
me.
That's something you got to be aware of too.
There was a guy in Antigua that he was in with the government. There was a guy in Panama that was in with the the Panamanian government. They stole Panama. They stole my money.
Do you get nervous having a high balance, like even in your DraftKings?
No, not the regulated books. No, I don't play anywhere where I have to worry about offshore.
Got it.
I'm done doing that.
Got it.
It's John. Listen, I was getting down like 8 dimes a game here preseason football. I can get down here in town.
Yeah.
Thank God, places like the Westgate, South Point. These places take the win. These places take my bets. Thank God. So, John, these places I'm not going to name the cities and towns, but there's places still that you can play illegal slot machines in a local bar because they don't have the. Maybe there's a casino right down the road too, but they have a machine. They'll still pay you. Now it's amazing. Like I said. The things they go after, like those local card games, around the country, but yet these slot machines continue to operate. This is a recovering gambler who said he fears these high streets are being flooded with slot machine arcades known as adult gaming centers. Now, what I'm talking about is the ones I was thinking of. I'm not going to say, but I will tell you these because I've been down there. I was down in Florida. And these shopping center strip malls with these it says gambling arcades that operate everywhere shock me. By the way, they hold like ridiculous percent. They're not they're not regulated. I talked about this in the past a little bit, but after my brother and I went to one, I was like, wow, this feels dangerous in here.
Which one were you at, or do you know?
I was in. No, that's not what I want to say. I was in Florida. I was in by Naples.
Oh,
yeah, which is a nice area,
nice,
Florida.
Rich.
Yeah. And but they have these little. You can see these they're called adult arcades, you know, and it's just amazing. They close them down and go after them. The governor is now going after them, but they do have these arcades in a lot of places, and I just wanted to talk about. Oh, well, John, this is good. And you know, we can't help ourselves because maybe where I'm from, we have that superstition to us still. Even though I'm a mathematical, analytical, you know, type of a mind. And I do go by a lot of that. I know that stuff wins. You still have some superstitions casino-wise. Now, I don't, but years ago, my superstitions are still to people screaming and yelling around you, and you know they're going to lose, you know, in the end, and you almost want to bet against them, or the little things. But I don't get too crazy. I get mad when someone gives me a final score that's wrong. I get mad. I do get mad at certain things. You know, final score again. Oh yeah, we won. Oh no, we lost. Oh, it's only a 6,000 swing. Thanks. But this is about the casinos. People saying, oh, you know, they loosen the machines on Friday and tighten them back up.
Total myth, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
But
there's no loosening the machine.
There's no loosening the machines.
Right.
Now, granted, the machines have a random number generator in the machines where they pay back a certain percent, and the casino could set it at a certain percent. There's minimum state guidelines, of course. But, you know, I want to tell you something, though. I do believe in stuff. I pulled them out of my bag before, like an Italian horn. Someone has to give it to you as a gift, and it supposedly, you know, wards off the Malokia. And believe it or not,
my stepmother loves that word.
Yeah. So,
she's Italian.
I have to tell you though, why do I still carry that black horn? I probably never did it until John Orlando was around me, but it doesn't matter. It works. So I've had some good years since I've known you.
Yeah.
But having that horn though, even I believe in that. That's what I wanted to get to. People bring a lucky rabbit. Remember years ago, a real rabbit's foot.
Yeah.
Think about that. How do you
barbaric
cut off a rabbit's
when you think about it?
Yeah. Everyone used
when
to.
You're little, it doesn't register.
It doesn't register, but. You know, it's just it's the random number generator, and there really is no. I like what they used to say. Machines are set at the end of the bank to pay more in the middle
when
of
you
the
first
bank.
Walk in.
You know, it would make sense.
It would make sense.
It would make sense if a machine that when you're years ago you had the buckets of coins.
Yeah.
So it would, or even now though with your tickets.
Yep.
You have machines that are set at a higher payout.
Right.
There.
Right.
By the cash out cage. And it would make sense, but as far as I know, what I read, they say no.
Yeah.
They say no, it doesn't happen that way. So it just, I find that kind of interesting. Now, we're going to go to Matt.
Yeah.
Our buddy Matt talking about, these things are always based on you for some reason, Mr. Orlando. But yeah, so this particular one.
I don't think this ticket is as bad as they think.
Okay, let's look at this now. So the original odds were 418 to 1.
Yeah.
Current value is 153 to 1.
Yeah.
The bet off, the current value is cash out. They want to give you $24 where WagerWire, that's WagerWire.com, the WagerWire app, wants to give you $68. So they're giving you,
no way,
you know, almost triple for the situation. The original bet was $25 to win $10,488.
It's a 4-teamer, right?
I mentioned that. So here's the bet right now. So you see, New York Liberty, check, minus 275.
Yep.
The tie on a women's European championship, plus 80, got that in.
Crazy.
Now, the Mets to win just the National League. Take it easy. It's not the World Series.
Right.
Just the National League, which you just said they're 2-8, and the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl.
I still, you know, for years I have said you don't have to bet on them, but never bet against Mahomes. So I'm never going to say the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl is a bad bet.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll tell you. The Chiefs have not looked good so far.
Okay, it's early. It's fine.
I know they played the Eagles, of course. And they played, to be fair, they played a tough game with the Chargers, who are a little bit better than maybe people thought. But I just thought it was pretty funny here. Literally, you can make a $43 profit, which even the average bet in this country is less than $100. I don't see you cashing this out. I see you let's see what the Mets do here.
Yeah.
And
They-
even
they
if
honestly
they
need to
get
get hot.
to the playoffs and get a little hot,
Yeah.
then maybe look at the
But
cash
they have
out.
the players. I mean, the
Yeah.
Mets have a great squad.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't give up yet.
So
on that.
I would agree. With let's wait till see what happens here.
Yeah.
But again, with the wager wire, you're getting a lot more than the sports books
Yeah.
charge you to give you at the cash
By
out.
the way, did you see how my Super Bowl destiny team, Broncos, lost last week?
I did. They're not going to the Super. They're not going to the playoffs.
Come on. They had that game won. This is a
Yeah.
nonsense call.
Yeah. Okay, Randy, I'm over here at the West Gate, and I know you didn't show up in person because you can't pick a winner like me in NFL. Now, NFL sides are so tough, but people want them. So anyway, I want to know what you're on. I have a whole list here of stuff that I'm going to be on that I haven't even really. I bet some stuff earlier in the week, but I'm hoping maybe you match on that. But I have a couple plays that I have not bet yet either. So want to know what you're on right now. Let's see. What are you looking at? I'm going to tell you the current lines.
A little tough start season, but here we go. I got 3 sides, a total, and a teaser.
Oh, you want to put everyone in a homeless shelter. Go ahead.
So the first one is Tennessee +4. You might even be able to find better than that. They're betting this Colts team, 2-0 Colts team, like they know tomorrow's newspapers. So
Yep.
this line
Plus
keeps
four,
going
plus
up.
four, widely available.
This line was 1.5 last week at this time. So we're getting some nice value here with this young Tennessee team. I really don't like this coach, so I got him rated like the lowest coach in the NFL for Tennessee. But this screams a good matchup. You got a 2-0 fat team going on the road against a division opponent who usually plays them tough. So getting these extra points here, Tennessee +4, +4.5, or even a little sprinkle on the money line.
I see +4 -05, and I sprinkle on the money line. And I'll tell you what, makes perfect sense though because of the line, the big jump in the line. What's your next one?
The big matchup here, Philadelphia and the Rams, 2-2-0 teams here. And the line dipped a little bit where I jumped on. It might be tough to find right now, but it'll probably come back. I took a little of the Philly -3, -120.
You're against me, and you're against 2 other sharp groups. Oh,
Okay.
But to be fair, I took 3.5 and even some +4 -15. So you're on Philly though. This game is a big rematch from last year's playoffs too. Where I thought the Rams played really good.
Yeah, sure is. I trust the Philly offensive line a lot more than this Rams offensive line on the road. The Rams did have both teams had a tough game last week on the road where the Rams survived against Tennessee, and Philly held on to beat the Chiefs there thanks to, I call him Travis Swift now, dropping the ball in the end zone. But
Maybe
I like the spot here for Philadelphia, even though I think the Rams, could be a decent team against them probably in the playoffs upcoming this year again.
All right, there's -3, -20s all over the screen, so you can get that one. What's the next one?
All right, let's see here. Looking at my notes.
I buy this guy a Masters hat. He wears the Masters hat and goes against me. Jesus. All right.
Well, we don't know each other's picks, so this is a good exercise.
Yep.
Chicago Bears at home getting +1. Like them against this Dallas defense who had to play a hard overtime game, barely making me through Grandissimo, which I'm sure Crackman appreciated that hold they got. But, scary game, back and forth game. Ugly defense there for Dallas. And this Ben Johnson hopefully has a game plan here to exploit that bad defense here with his young quarterback. I trust the Chicago Bears defense a little bit more in this matchup to finally get their first win at home going there.
Makes sense this play because the public's going to be all over Dallas here. So they say, "Oh my God, Chicago's terrible. Dallas is playing great. They almost beat the Eagles. Now they beat the Giants at home. Not that they're playing so great, really. It was they allowed a lot of points on defense, but." So both of them make sense. Pick 1 and 3 anyway. I can't go with you on the number 2. I'm against you. What else do you have? A teaser you said?
I got a total and a teaser. If
All right, give us the total first.
The total is under 42 in the Cincinnati-Minnesota matchup with the two backup quarterbacks.
Okay.
And the reason I like this, not so much for the backup quarterbacks because these are experienced backups, but both offensive lines here are weak, especially with the Vikings injuries, and we don't know if they're getting any guys back here. So
Okay.
this total looks like this could look like a lot of run the ball. Cincinnati is a weak defense, but in this Viking offensive line, I don't know if they can, they're going to be trying to run the ball to start out, getting used to having North Dakota's greatest ever quarterback in there, Carson Wentz.
Wow.
So, a big thing for my home state here, getting Wentz to start for the Vikings. That's a big deal. The Vikings.
Welcome to the show on the planet. This is Wager Talk today. I'm your host, Andy Lang. It is Thursday, jam-packed lineup. Gianni's back with an episode of the Steam Report. We're going to talk NFL, college football, and of course, Major League Baseball. We're going to dive into college football. We're going to break down a Major League Baseball game, and of course, we're going to preview Thursday night football. Joe Ranieri is going to break down the game, and I'm going to give you some props here at the end. So if you're betting tonight or this weekend, this is the show that gets you ready to turn a profit. Thank you so much for joining us. Go ahead and hit that like button. No time to waste. Let's bring in Gianni for the Steam Report. Gianni, I hope you had a good couple of days. It's Thursday. I know you're busy. We're going to start off with NFL. What are we seeing?
Yeah, sorry, just sending this out real quickly. Play that came in. So far tonight, believe it or not, since it's settled, it's good two-way action. And you usually get that on double-digit favorites in the NFL. Like, no one's really in any big rush to go out there and lay double digits. And if you're getting double digits, no one's probably in a rush to go out there and back you. So it's one of those standalone games that it's almost like a MMA main event with a heavy favorite, where you're kind of forced to get a little creative. And that's what you're seeing, because everybody that's betting Buffalo tonight, they're betting them in different ways. Like, they're teasing them with a bunch of stuff for Sunday. They're using them on money line parlays. They're betting them in the first half. They're betting them team total over. Like, they're finding different ways to bet Buffalo instead of having to lay that heavy chalk. We know that immediately we saw sharp money come in on Buffalo on the look ahead. The look ahead was like 9.5, 10.5. It got as high as like 13.5, and that's where you saw take back on the Miami side, which isn't surprising. And that's why I always say, when you're following your odds logic screen, or at the very least your Wager Talk odds screen, make sure you click that matchup and look at where that line was and when did it settle. Because a lot of times we're seeing big movements in NFL, but it's based on the look ahead. Because again, this week, while we're watching week 3 games, there'll be lines for week 4 that are being bet, but the limits are low. And that's why you see some of these 2-3 point line movements. But then after everyone opens up, you're not seeing much movement. And that's kind of like here. Now everyone's 11.5 across the board, and you're seeing pretty good two-way action, again, with the risk being on the Buffalo side. Like, if Miami won this game outright, that would probably be the best possible outcome for the sports books. You know what I mean? It's a long shot. But that's pretty much what they're doing. The total, they're betting it over. No surprise there. You saw sharp money come in on the over, but at 48.5 and 49. Since then, it's been the public betting it over 50, 50.5, 51s. So they're going to tie it in, tease it with the over in tonight's game. That's pretty much what's going on. Again, not the sexiest standalone game, but already getting some action.
Let's move to Sunday. Are we seeing anything major in Sunday? I know quarterback injuries have, really kind of dominated some of these big line moves, but most of the numbers seem to be settled in. Anything jumping off the page to you?
The Colts immediately. The look ahead got bet, and then through that key number got hit as well. Like, they laid the 2 look ahead, they laid the 3 minus 120, and that's why you're looking at 3.5s and 4s. It's probably even impossible right now to find a 3.5 out there. Same thing with Atlanta. The look ahead was 2.5 and 3. That's what got hit. And then they brought out 4.5 on Monday, and that got hit as well. And that's why you're looking at 5.5s right now. But at any shop that went to 6, we saw take back on Carolina. So 6 or higher, you're going to get some short money on Carolina, which for the books, that's a good sign because now they know if they keep getting one-sided Atlanta money, if they want to limit that risk a little, all they have to do is go to 6 and there'll be some takers there. They could write some action on the other side. If you don't see them go to 6, especially come Sunday, then rest assured they're taking a position on Carolina because it's been one-sided Atlanta from the public, and that'll be one of the more one-sided teased games as well. Vegas got hit. We actually bet Vegas today. Again, I'll share that with you.
Oh, okay.
I bet Vegas for them at the look ahead at 6.5 and 6. And I figured, okay, they just asked me to go and bet that here in cash because I figured that line is just not going to be available anywhere. So it's just someone that wants to take advantage of the number. The most, I think we got down like 1,500 on it. Make a long story short, they brought it out at like 5.5. That gets hit yesterday. 4.5 gets hit today. Take the 3.5 or like take the 3.5. So the same group that was willing to take 6.5 on Vegas came back and also took 3.5 on Vegas. That's rare because almost always you're going to see the opposite happen where they get the 6.5 and it goes down to 3.5 and they may buy. And if it don't get the 3, they'll buy back a little bit, have a small middle working. You know what I mean? It ain't a great middle, but it ain't the worst middle either. But that did not happen here. Also the look at it was 47.5. The first limit bet it took, they went right to 44.5. Since then, it hasn't gotten any action. So don't look at it as if it's been steamed under because it's a 3-point move. It's nothing could be further from the truth. It took a limit bet or 2 to move it 3 full points. Cincinnati, Minnesota, under 47.5 and 46.5 was the look ahead. They came in and hit the under 43 as well. Those are what you want to pay attention to. What has followed through? I know I'm going long. Finally, Dallas and Chicago over. The look ahead 46.5 to 48. Now they're hitting 48s, 49s, 49.5s, and 50s over. And finally on Monday night, Detroit plus the 6.5 and 6. And that's why you're looking at 5.5s right now. So busy in NFL already, but it's only going to get more action as we approach the weekend.
I know where I stand on this. I'm curious where you stand and where some of the groups that you work with, backup quarterbacks, and how much they affect the lines and what the books do with them. I find that there can be an incredible amount of volume or an incredible amount of value if you like one of the backup quarterbacks, because I feel like sometimes the books are a little vanilla with how they price some of these lines. So there are some backup quarterbacks that I think are legit. What do some of the groups agree with?
Bro, nothing could be further from the truth. You're 100% on point. You're right. They are so mispriced. See, because and not every quarterback is worth the same. And even though like we look at like a Tom Brady during his era as a elite level A quarterback, okay? The comparison is the drop off, not how good Tom is, but what is the difference between Tom and his backup? Like what's the drop off? And I think that's where a lot of the mispricing comes because we see these stud quarterbacks. We think they're amazing, but maybe the drop off between number 1 and number 2 isn't that great. Where in other teams, you may be a bad quarterback to begin with, but then the drop off is also really steep. So we underestimate thinking, okay, this guy sucked already. So are they really losing anything? But if the backup is just 3x worse, then that adjustment should be even greater. And I think you could really take advantage of that. Marco calls it the injured player theory. I've learned a lot working with Marco all those years. And because we overreact, we think players are worth more to the betting line than they are, especially quarterbacks. And if you're not getting ahead of an injury, which almost none of us can in today's world with social media, you're not getting ahead of the market. I think you take advantage of it that way, like you just touched on. Wait for the market to overreact and think the player's worth more than he is. Because then it's the perfect storm for value, like we touched on. Not only are you getting more points than you should, but now you're getting a motivated team. Because, bro, we got to step up. We got our number 2 today. You can't lax. You know what I mean? We ain't got Brady behind center to pull us through. So everybody else levels up their game as well. So it's the perfect storm to get value on a team with an injured quarterback. I love that handicap. I look for it all the time.
I think Browning is serviceable. Yes, there's a drop off to Burrow to Browning. How big of a difference? I don't know. I think Mariota played good last year. for Washington. I know you're on Vegas, but I don't know. There's just some of these quarterbacks. Now, Carson Wentz, I'm terrified of, and probably Gianni, because I watched him here in Indianapolis, and it was one of the most horrible quarterbacking I've ever seen. So you're going to be hard pressed to get me to bet on Carson Wentz, but I'm just mentally scarred from some of the throws that I.
Can I touch real quickly on Sean's question? Great question.
Absolutely.
He said, I know parlays are negative EV usually, but he got Colts 3.5, Falcons 3.5, and Cardinals 2.5. And here's what I'm talking about, why it's so hard to argue that 3-leg, 4-leg, 5-leg parlays can be profitable, because you had to place that at that same property at that same time. And when I look at my board right now, I could get Arizona plus 2.5. So you got a bad number on Arizona. Again, is that 1 point going to matter? Probably not. But just the fact that now I could get a better number than what you had to lock it in with defeats the purpose of beating the market and placing plus EV bets. Because again, it's so hard to do when you have to place them all at the same time. Maybe you could argue a 2-leg parlay, you could beat get a good number at the same property. But once you get into those 4-leg, 5-leg parlays, it's very hard to argue that at that exact moment of time, at that exact property, you got the best numbers on your parlay. It's tough to do.
Let's move to college football. The one I talked about when you were gone is this Army and North Texas game that's just like completely flip-flopped here. What was it? Army minus 2.5. Now it's North Texas. It was minus 2.5 yesterday, and we talked about it. Money's coming in. That seems like a crazy game. Any other games that you see some pretty aggressive moves?
Yeah, and I want to share a nugget that Marco shared on Bet on It with that. And he said now with the, college players getting paid and NIL and all of that, the service academies are going to start falling further and further behind. They're just not going to be able to pay these guys to like, except for the Patriots, you know what I mean, that happen to be, 5-star recruits. It's going to be hard for them to compete and go out there and get players over the next, few seasons. So I could see why the market's disagreeing there with the Army side. Now, real quickly, weekday games, Charlotte plus 4.5, all the way down to that key number of 3 they took. Then Friday, they took Tulsa plus 13, Tulsa plus 12.5. You touched on North Texas game 309. We bet them at plus 2.5. That's nice. Now flipped. Haven't seen any resistance yet. Like they're not betting the opposite side, trying to middle that. 320 Miami, Ohio plus 3.5. 340 Wisconsin minus 7 and 7.5. That's opposite the public. I know a lot of money opposite Wisconsin. Michigan minus 1.5 and money line bet simultaneously, as well as over 44 and 44.5. Duke 332 minus the 2.5. ECU, East Carolina plus the 7.5. Last game on the board, Hawaii plus 3.5 and 3. And then today they came in on Central Florida minus 6.5. And that one had already moved. So they came in again and hit the Central Florida side. That's why you're looking at 7. And they also went under 51 and 50.5 in Toledo, Western Michigan.
Let's move to baseball. Yesterday, Gianni, there was a strange game. It was the Oakland-Boston game where like all the money and all the tickets were on Boston. The line was going the complete opposite direction. We had a chat here. It was like, oh no, when all the money's going one way and the line's going the other way, like look out. Sure, the game went to extra innings. Boston ended up pulling it out, but it was an interesting game to monitor on how much money was on one side, yet the books were saying lines going the other way. So what are we seeing here on Major League Baseball slate today?
All right, and real quickly for Michael Mela, no, I don't play 3-team 10-point teasers. I used to do 3-team 6-point teasers. They used to pay plus 180. There were books that made the mistake. So check out your book. If they're paying you 3-team teasers at 6 points and you get plus 180, that's like getting a 2-team 6-point teaser at even money. So if you just wong it and go through 3, 6, 7, you got about a 5.5% edge on every bet. So if you can get a 3-team 6-point teaser at plus 180, you got a 5.5% edge. Don't mess that up. Looking at baseball today, it's the uglies. Athletics, 963. Athletics, plus 140, plus 135 even. New York Mets, 952, minus 120, minus 125. Anti-public on Miami, Colorado. They went under 10.5. It's now at 10, and the public's betting that one over like they have tomorrow's paper. Seattle in a fight for the West. laying minus 105. And finally, chalky, but they bet the Yankees 967 and the over at 8.5 even money. So it's a little MLB for you as well today.
Yeah, real quick. I got to have you tell the story about Contender Series. So on Tuesday, I said that there was a guy, and he was part of our $5 Tuesday play. You better believe we were fading that guy. I said there's a guy that has tattoos and social media following. I think that's why he's fighting, because he's terrible. And then he went out and he laid a complete egg. Can you tell everyone the inside story and the talk?
We were in the production meeting for that fight, and you saw that was the one fight I didn't even get to go on and give a pick for. Because it was like, we thought that by the time that the fight goes, it'll be like minus 700-800. So, you know what I mean? Because it kept going up. And we were just confused why the line's not moving up, like from 200, 300, 400. Why is it not doing that? And I think it was the look of the guy. Because even the fighters that were in the meeting were like, dude, we got to get this dude a contract. We need him on here. His message was, you're going to love this. He wanted to be rich and famous. Okay? But then he realized he don't want to be rich. He just wants to be famous. Came to that conclusion.
I didn't bet enough on that. I didn't bet enough on that fight. Oh, no. My God.
He said, keep your money, bro. Keep your money. Bring me my fame. That's all I need. You can have your cash.
Oh, man.
Dude, that's my guy. We're following him all the way to the PFL.
Oh, I can't wait to bet against that guy. I don't care where he's fighting. Okay, I have a very important question for you. This has been a topic on the show that you're not on. How do I pronounce your first name?
Yanni. It's really Yanni. Okay.
Yanni. Okay.
My initial birth certificate, if what said Ioannis, because it's really St. Ioannis. So they wrote it like Joannis. And in school, I used to be embarrassed first day, every year. They'd be like Joannis, and they would think, let's start making fun of me. And then I got to like Little League, and I begged my parents to change my name. Like, please legally change my name. Give me an American name. And the closest thing was John. I was like St. John. And that's what they put on my redid a birth certificate. But it's really Yanni. That's really Yanni.
Okay. Yanni. Okay.
Yes,
I got
sir.
you. People
Yes,
get confused because my legal name is Andy, and they just automatically think it's Andrew. And my
I
insurance
even call you that sometimes. I even call you that.
My insurance company did it once, and I had a claim, and they were like, "You're not Andrew Lang. We wrote your name down wrong," and they tried to argue it because they wrote my name down wrong. So, all right, we now have a fit. Yes, blocked. Yes, we all now have confirmation. Yanni.
Yes, sir.
Yanni, we got you. All right, Yanni, tell everyone what you have up on this Thursday.
Tonight, I know it's not the sexiest game, but I got a 5%. Listen, if the matchup warrants it, I'm going to fire it. Again, you want to wait for the busiest time of the weekend, hit them on Saturday and Sunday, but it warrants it. Again, you don't go crazy because it's only 1% more than my 4%, and we only bet a quarter of that. So the just real lightly, just to put in perspective, if I have a $10,000 bankroll, I recommend my guys bet $100 on a 4%. They're bet 125 on a 5%. So I'm not downplaying it, but I just don't want you to go crazy. With that said, currently number one in NFL and college football combined for 2025. I got my Saturday package up for college football. I got my Sunday package up for the NFL. But we're starting tonight with a 5% on the Dolphins and Bills game. So join me and let's do some damage. Let's have a big couple days. So far, so good. Thanks for having me, Andy Lang. And best of luck to you, my brother.
You too, Yanni. Let's do this, brother. let's have a great Thursday. Friday. So, that was good. So, yes, listen. Hey, I've heard his name pronounced a bunch of different ways, but now we heard it from him. I feel embarrassed that I haven't asked him before this. That was the big mistake. The big mistake was just not asking him before. My God, he's on the show every day. What are we doing here? So, all right, let's bring on. Now I know how to pronounce Joe Ranieri's name. Joe's got an easy name. Is it Joe? Yes, it's Joe. Let's bring on Joe Ranieri. Joe, happy Thursday. How are you today?
What's happening, Andy? I'm shocked it took you that long to figure out VR's real name there and how to pronounce it.
I feel failed. That was really bad on my part. I think I just kind of got into he never corrected me. That was the other thing. I just called him that, and just tell me however you want me to pronounce it. It's like how Bijan Robinson, everyone called him Bijan. And after how long in the NFL, he was like, by the way, everyone's pronouncing my name wrong.
It's like, what's up, dude? Yeah.
You could have chimed in just a little bit sooner.
So, hey, man, what's going on? All right. Yeah, no, names are secondary. Yes.
So we're gonna talk Thursday night football here. We got this Bills and Dolphins game, and then we're gonna talk Tulsa and your boys, Oklahoma State. Let's start with NFL. NFL is king. I know what the spread is, and we all know the story. Let me ask you this: when was the last time a coach was on a big time hot seat like this? And the team just rallied around him and was like, nope, we're going to fight our tails off on the road on a short week, and we're going to save this guy's job. It kind of feels like it doesn't really happen here. What's your breakdown on this game?
Well, I can tell you down here in South Florida from the guys that I've talked to that cover this team, Andy, they've been trying to do everything in their power to get rid of him for a while now. And for some reason, he's still there, but that depending on what happens here tonight, Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, there was talk of there being an ultimatum this year with not just him, but the GM Greer as well. They had a lot of malcontent in that locker room a year ago, and namely one of them was, Ramsey, who's no longer there. He's with Pittsburgh, but they still have Tyreek Hill. He was the other guy that was the big issue, and they still – him and Tua can't get on the same page. So, lack of leadership, guys showing up late. You name it, I have heard it here. And judging from the fact that you've allowed not one but two teams here, one being led by Drake May, the other by Danny Dimes, and this team has allowed them to score wrap up 33 points in each one of those games. What is Josh Allen going to put on them here tonight, this offense of Buffalo? Short week. They haven't won in Buffalo and Orchard Park since 2016. This is either going to be extremely ugly here, or Buffalo is going to just go through the motions here and just hurry up and try and get the win and get a little extra rest before next week, because the injuries are piling up on the defensive side of the ball for them.
I don't even know what to do. Side total. 50.5 is monstrous. Buffalo's going to do their part. Can Miami even get there? And what do you do with double digits? In the past, do you like laying points with this, or you just say, that's too many points? I can't get there.
Short weeks, I never look at anybody but home teams anyway. But I would cut this game in half, Andy. I think that what's going to happen here is the Buffalo Bills are going to do what they've done to both the Jets, right? Lesser teams. They're going to boat race them early at home in Orchard Park. If you've noticed, Buffalo is all of a sudden becoming a power running team now. They are going to run the ball down your throat. And it's not going to be just Josh Allen tucking it and running it. It is going to be everybody. Davis. It's going to be Cook. They have done an amazing job and gone out of their way to make sure that they can run the ball with that offensive line and not have to drop Josh Allen back. So the number is 7 early in here. The idea that Miami is somehow going to go toe-to-toe and try to go point for point with Buffalo, I just don't see it happening. They're going to try because they can't play keep away. That's impossible. So I'm going to take Buffalo to have a double-digit lead in the first half, and then use that running game to milk the clock in the second half and get out of there without any more injuries.
I agree with that assessment. I thought Buffalo kind of showed their cards last year towards the end. Hey, we need to run. We can't get Josh Allen dropping back 50 times a game. I drafted James Cook in my big fantasy league, so I was a believer in this. So, all right, we're looking at the first half there. Tulsa, Oklahoma State. Listen, good news is I don't think Oklahoma State has to worry about getting beat by 66 points this week. They are the favorite. They're facing a Tulsa team, and they got this big total here, 54.5. I believe in your team's offense. I don't know if you believe in Tulsa's offense. What's your take on this game?
This is awful. Just find anything else to do but watch this game here. Listen, we're watching the end of the Mike Gundy era at Oklahoma State, whether we like it or we don't. It's just run its course. And he's been there forever. He's been there over 20 some odd years. This whole NIL situation has changed everything. He just doesn't have the players. And not that Tulsa does, but this is a huge big brother, little brother situation where they're only about an hour and 20 minutes apart, these campuses, with Stillwater and Tulsa here. So Tulsa's actually a pretty decent team. And, I mean, Oklahoma State's lost 10 of their last 11 games. The only win they've had in that stretch was UT Martin in the opener, a 20-point win. And even that wasn't put away right away. So, yeah, I like Tulsa. There's no way I can lay this many points with Oklahoma State, who now is already on to their backup quarterback, who struggled last week. Obviously, everybody struggled there against Oregon. But it's just not the same Gundy and the same aura where, Gundy at home in this spot against lesser teams, it's an automatic cover. Those days are long gone. It's the beginning of the end for Gundy and Oklahoma State. There's only one way I would look, and that is take these damn points here and do not watch the game at all. Plus, they got Baylor next week, their Big 12 opener. So, yeah, they might very well look past Tulsa here, and that would be unfortunate if they lost.
I was looking at Tulsa over their team total at 21.5, and I was like, man, you couldn't give me 20.5. You had to move it a half point over there. I have not watched your guys' defense. Trying to play defense against Oregon is just everybody's going to struggle except some of the top teams. I don't know, 21.5, is your defense good enough to hold them under? Because I lean under at the 21.5.
You'd be surprised. I think Tulsa can hang here. I thought they did a really good job against Navy. As a matter of fact, that game was close until the second half, where they got a couple of extra touchdowns in the fourth quarter and pulled it away. But call me crazy. I mean, 42-23 against Navy last week. They were around that game a lot. So I would not be shocked if they can put more than 3 touchdowns on the board against Oklahoma State.
All right, and Daryl has to jump in. He's no longer called Danny Dimes. The Colts now we call him Indiana Jones. I don't know if you've heard this now or not. It's low hanging fruit, but it is kind of a fun nickname here. I have not embraced it. I like it. It's so corny that I don't even know.
I like
it. Can we give him 3 games maybe before we start anointing him? And just impromptu, we had a question yesterday and then today. Do you have any thoughts on this Michigan game? What is it, Michigan, Nebraska? I have not researched it, but we had a couple questions on that. We didn't get to it earlier. I don't know if you know anything about this game.
Yeah, to me, it was a under game. That's where I looked at it from a total perspective here with these two defenses. Although, I mean, listen, Raiola has been good. You've got the problem that I have with college football right now, Andy, and these young quarterbacks, these studs, is that they're millionaires now, Andy. We've got 18 and 19-year-old college quarterbacks who are raking in 7 figures in NIL money here. And, if you win a game, great. If you lose the game, we're still millionaires here. So it's a different dynamic now in college football. You got 2 young, good quarterbacks, but I think the defenses are going to reign true here, man. I like the under with Nebraska and Michigan.
Joe, your show is awesome with Prez and Art DeCesar. Tell us about that and tell everyone what you have up at WagerTalk.
Yeah, apparently I drew the short straw there, so I got to do the show with the Prez. Thank God for Art to keep us sane there. My goodness. In fact, the show is up already, guys. You can check it out. The best betting show ever there. It's on the YouTube page. Art has a lot of information about this Miami-Buffalo game from the Westgate perspective in the show, so make sure you guys check that out. We've got all the best bets locked and loaded in the show as well, and I got not 1 but 2 Major League Baseball best bets up and ready to roll here tonight. We've been crushing it in the MLB. Now is the time of year, these final 2 weeks, Andy, where the lines are soft, the books are sleeping, and we are cashing a whole lot of tickets with it.
Joe, what's been working for you in MLB? I'm always interested in this. Is it sides, totals, a certain couple of teams, just a little bit of everything? I was like hearing
a lot of situational spots this time of year. There are clearly teams that have their tickets booked on cruises and they are ready to go. They got tee times lined up, and there are those that are still battling. A lot of first fives, bullpens, as far as I'm concerned, not to be trusted on any team so far this year. So if you got an edge starting pitching, take advantage of it while you can here in the final 2 weeks.
Joe Ranieri, 2 MLB plays up. Go grab those. Joe, thank you so much. Always good to hear from you. Take care. Have a great Thursday.
Appreciate it, man.
All right, we got Dave Mason coming up real quick. My NFL props pack is up. We are in play tonight with an official best bet. This pack includes every play from tonight's game all the way through Sunday, all the way through Monday. We've hit 59% of our props through the first 2 weeks, and I could not be happier with that number. That number is sustainable. That number is profitable. We obviously don't want to be losing, but you also don't want to be winning too big on a percentage, because regression is coming. So I'm really happy with where we're sitting with props. It's a grind, week in and week out. So 59%, I would be ecstatic if we could do that every week. So one price, one pack, WT.buzz/AL. Let's get the profits started tonight in this Thursday night game. You get that, and you get all of our props all the way through Monday Night Football. All right, let's bring on Dave Mason. Dave, I got several things to ask you. Got to ask about where we can beat Dave Mason, but Gianni brought up something interesting, Dan. I wanted to ask you about how you move lines or adjust lines. He was talking about how Buffalo's probably in a lot of money line parlays. There's a lot of first halves. There's a lot of teasers. When you have a team that's like piled on in all those different types of areas, what do you do with the overall spread for the full game?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. He's right. I mean, I was just looking at that action earlier, and this is a huge. I always tweet out the needs on the spread, but it gets much more granular when you're when you're talking about the teaser liability and the money line parlays and all that stuff. I mean, they're often there's so much money on these teasers and money line parlays that often there's more money on that than there are just straight bets on the spread and or money line. So that definitely comes into play a lot, especially with the teasers. Sometimes you'll see like a -9, a plus money and stuff like that. That's kind of combating teasers right there, because you're trying to prevent people to teasing through two key numbers to get more value. But a game like tonight, it's only 11.5, even though everybody's on the Bills, and that's because not everybody's on the Bills. The Sharps have taken the Dolphins. I mean, they hit the Dolphins at 12 and 13, I believe. So, you're playing whack-a-mole. You're trying to cover your exposure on the Sharps, but you're giving more value on the public and then the money line parlays and the teasers. So, but you can't give too much value on those Sharps, or else they just pound you for big money, and they'll key that and parlays. Not that much, but sometimes they will if you're all off on round robins and whatnot. So yeah, it's like whack-a-mole.
All right, so we play beat Dave Mason. Where's the vulnerability? Where's all the bets going? My guess was going to be a Bills and Packers teaser. It seems like the most obvious play that the public will be all over.
Yeah, I mean that's a popular teaser. Bucks are a popular teaser. Seahawks are a popular teaser. Packers, of course, tonight. Like I said, what let me see what percentage of teaser money's on tonight. 95% of the cash on teasers tonight is on the Bills. 99% of money line parlay is on the Bills. So that just tells you, and that's a lot of volume too. There's so much value on it. So yeah. Yeah, those teasers are something else. What else? The Sharps. Let me see what the Sharps are on. Miami, like I said, 12 and 13 tonight. A little bit of Browns +8. Steelers -1, a little bit there. 49ers -1.5 or better. Jags -115 outright. Rams +174 outright. Falcons over. I think that's 43.5. Raiders under 47.5. Saints under 42. And Chiefs over 44.5. So that's the sharp stuff. But yeah, those teasers are huge. I mean, I placed one of those teasers too this weekend. So, and speaking of teasers, I mean, I don't know if you saw, but some books are offering like -135 on 2 team 6-point teasers now, which is outrageous. We're still at -110 or -115, depending on whether you're crossing key numbers or not. So -135 it's gross.
Oh, those of us that live in states with the DraftKings and the FanDuels have noticed, Dave.
Yeah, but you know what? If a player gets hurt, if a player gets hurt, you might get your props refunded, though. I mean, it's the banana in the tailpipe, man. It is smoke and mirrors, Give me a break.
Yeah, listen, let me touch on that. You know why I can't stand that? I can't stand that rule for a bunch of reasons, but one of them is it just gives them the ability to just make stuff up as they go along.
Well, yeah, I mean,
can we have some rules, please?
Yeah, well, listen, like I've said a zillion times on your show here, I'm more of a marketing guy, so I get it. I mean, we've done kind of PR stuff like that in the past, but we learned it bites you in the rear end because the next, you might. Okay, we're going to no action unders to be nice people, and everybody tweets it, and everybody's happy for one day. But then people want that's not enough. They want this. Well, my under it hurt the point spread, and this, you know what I mean. So one person's happy,
Yes.
but other people aren't happy that prop had something to do with it. The big quarterback goes out, and next time someone gets hurt, well, where's my refund? So it's better just to find years back, like after COVID, we were real friendly with stuff. And after COVID, it's like, you know what? It's a no-win situation. Let's just concentrate on what we do best. If they want to have those big PR things on a Monday Night Football game, cool. But you know what? Our players are getting a lot better juice. I mean, that's why they can afford to do stuff like that nonstop. It's because they're killing you on the juice. So,
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, listen, Dave, you know how many unders I've lost in garbage time? I don't get a refund.
Of course.
I don't get a refund when the guy cashes an under in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, bigger things. I mean, we're all victims these days. Victim mentality is at an all-time high, and we're all, it's like, dude, that's the way the ball bounces, and those things even out. Those things even out at the end of the year, man.
Yes,
you might have a bad beat, but for every bad beat, you've had a lucky win that you shouldn't have won. So all that stuff evens out at the end of the year. That's what you have to. That's why I still have fights I bet in the past that I think, you know what, I lucked out there. So the next time I'm not going to whine. I still do a little bit, but I don't blame the books.
No, I've lost UFC fights where the guy tested positive for steroids a couple weeks later. It was like, I knew that guy didn't hit that hard. I want to move to college football. Where's the action this week? Where's some of the sharp money?
Sharp stuff. Tonight, two-way, Rice -2, Charlotte +3, North Texas -7.5, BYU -6, ECU +7.5, Arkansas -7, Nevada +11.5, Sam Houston State +41. Too many totals to mention. Every other damn total has some sharp action on it. Liabilities, USC, Louisiana Tech are our biggest liabilities at the moment. Highest bet count, Oklahoma by far. Then you got Miami, Florida, Illinois, and Utah.
Last thing before I let you go here. In NFL, have there been any teams that you have made some pretty aggressive changes to, like power rankings to start the season? And hey, even though we're 2 weeks in, we're going to adjust them pretty big. Or are you guys still kind of standing where you were at the beginning of the season? Or are you just saying, hey, the markets dictate where these lines go?
And do the Bengals count?
Yeah, they count. Of course they count.
Of course. Yeah, of course. They dropped, of course, with Joe Burrow. They plummeted in the power rank. I mean, KC, the season's young, but they're dropping. They're dropping for the beginning of the season. So they're a high profile team. That their rankings are definitely dropping, and they're still up there. Only 2 games in, they still have Mahomes under center, Andy Reid on the sideline. So. But they're definitely going south as of now. But of course, there's teams. For every team going south, there's teams going up, like the Colts, like the Packers.
Yeah.
So a lot of stock up, stock down for sure.
It's been fun watching the Colts. I got to be honest. Like I'm still nervous. I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Maybe they are this good. It's been fun. It's been refreshing. They got their first road game this week, but I'll enjoy it while I can. I just need to see a little bit more before I'm going all in on. Yeah,
they're our biggest Super Bowl winner at the moment, so we're rooting for them.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
People believed in Daniel Jones. How about
our biggest winner? Did I say loser or winner? They're our biggest winner. So if they won the Super Bowl, sorry about that. Maybe I said loser, but. I'm usually the biggest winner. So if they won the Super Bowl at this moment, Super Bowl is today, and they won, that would be our biggest win.
Wow.
Yeah. there wasn't a lot of preseason action on the Colts, so, but, you know.
Yeah, I don't doubt that. All right, what's Dave Mason betting this weekend? What do you like?
Well, I did a teaser. I did one of those, square teasers that everybody does. But hell, I can't. Sometimes you look at it, you just can't resist, man. Bucks and Seahawks. I'm teasing them down 6.5 down to half, laying on the Bucks and Seahawks laying 1.5. Again, -115 at betonline.ag as opposed to -135 elsewhere. 49ers -2.5. I took the Lions +5. They're now +4.5. So that's what I'm on for NFL. Maybe going to add some more. Probably hop on some more of those teasers. I don't know, man. I usually try to stay away from those, but some of these just look too damn good.
I know. They've been good through the first 2 weeks, I guess. If it ain't
we're getting killed. We need to win some NFL money. We got killed the first 2 Sundays of the season.
Somehow I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah, we'll work.
This is where it turns around for old betonline.ag. So, all right, where can we find you at and tell us about BetOnline?
Dave Mason BOL on Twitter. Come on over to betonline.ag. I mentioned our great teaser odds. I mean, there's so much action on these teasers. You really, really have to pay attention to what your book is charging you on the juice on those teasers. We also open our lines up earlier than just about every other book. Usually an arms race between us and a very respected book in Vegas to see who opens the odds up first for next week. And all sorts of different markets. We just added to this morning Jimmy Kimmel's replacement. We have Greg Gutfield, the +400 favorite, Theo Vaughn +500 right behind him. They're the 2 favorites. Then down the opposite end of the spectrum, the long shots are Scott Baio at 250 to 1 and Stephen Colbert at 300 to 1. So poor Stephen Colbert can't even. Scott Baio has a better chance of replacing Jimmy Kimmel over Stephen Colbert.
Do you have a nun?
No, do we need one?
I would think that'd be the favorite. I think this is that's the thing with these late night shows. There aren't replacements waiting. This is a tough model these days. People are watching. Who do you know staying up at 11 o'clock, 11:30 to watch these shows? I think these are. I think networks are getting thrown a lifeboat to get out of these monster contracts. It's so expensive to make, and that's the thing. I remember way back when it was exciting. Who's going to be next? Is it Leno? Is it Letterman? Who's taking over?
Oh, yeah.
There's no excitement to take over these shows. I think they're disappearing like dust in the wind.
No, there's there's just who else stays up that late to listen to. I mean, they're not entertaining anymore. I don't want to sound like old head, but the Johnny Carsons and Letterman of yesteryear, they were good.
Yeah.
These guys are, it's just, and who's staying up too late? Too much competition, too much on late at night, and whatever.
Watch it on YouTube the very next day.
Yeah, exactly. Watch the highlights, right? Watch 2-minute highlights. There you go.
Yeah. So, all right, Dave Mason, you can bet on Jimmy Kimmel's next replacement. I respect it, Dave. I respect it.
Appreciate you.
The king of the props, Dave Mason, betonline.ag, and he's not joking about the juice. When they released those NFL teasers at the beginning of the season for some of these legal books, good Lord, can't believe it. So, all right, let's do all around the world, and then we're going to bring in Dan because we got to talk a little bit about Survivor on a Thursday because the Bills are a big-time option here. So let's do 3 free plays here. Oh, and I'm going to break down some props for Thursday Night Football. So let's do free plays. We'll start with the Padres and the Mets. Padres over 4.5. On the team total. This morning it was at plus money. There's no way that stays there. Tong is pitching for the Mets. He's been awful. 11.2 innings, 13 hits and 11 earned runs in those 11.2 innings. Padres have gone over this total 3 out of the last 4. This theory worked for us yesterday. Yeah, it took extra innings, but we got there. So let's take a look at that one. We're going right back to Nalissa Smith over 8.5 points. She went under the last game. I said come back and play it again. I'm going to stick to my guns. She's gone over in 5 out of the last 7 and 11 out of the last 14 against the Storm. She has never had back-to-back games under this total against the Storm. Nalissa Smith over the points. Ralph Michael special. Mariners at Royals. Yurfee, yes, have a run in the first inning. Royals 10-0 run. Yurfee. Mariners 4-0 run on the Yurfee. 6-1 away games, Yurfee. So we got a lot of trends saying that, yes, there's going to be a run here in the first inning. So let's do some Thursday Night Football props. These are some leans. I'm going to take a look at Josh Allen, and I'm going to take an under. on Josh Allen. I'm going to take his under 271.5 passing. Last week in a big win, he only threw for 148 yards, and they rushed for 224 yards. The Dolphins have faced more rush attempts this season than any other team. Short week, defense that's faced a ton of rush attempts. I'm going to take him to go under his passing yards. I just don't see a huge passing game. Not a lot of pass attempts. I'm going to take him under half an interception. He hasn't thrown an interception this season. Miami, no interceptions this season. So we get an uninterested pass defense, taking the under on that one. Let's do a same game parlay, plus 144. James Cook, anytime touchdown score. And I'm going to put that with the Bills over 30.5 on their team total. Cook has 3 TDs this season. Miami has given up 33 points in both of their games, and Buffalo has scored 41 and 30 in the last 2 games. So what I wanted to do is try and get the James Cook anytime touchdown up to a better number, because odds are they're going to be in close and James Cook is going to score. So that was at minus 170, but we've put the Bills team total over and we get that thing up to plus 144. I mentioned yesterday Ray Davis over 24.5. I do have to mention that again. Dolphins have given up 156, 122 yards rushing in the first 2 games. Defense short notice, or a short week, and like I said, they faced more rush attempts. Short week, when you faced as many rush attempts as them, I just don't think they're going to have the juice in the second half. Ray Davis only had 1 carry week 1, 9 carries for 24 yards last week. Expect Ray Davis to have a really nice total. I might look at playing his total live at halftime. If Buffalo's up a couple scores, see what the number is on Ray Davis. You might be able to ladder him up to 25, 30, 40 yards. So those are your Thursday night prop plays for tonight. All right, let's bring on Dan, because we got to talk a little bit about we got to talk Survivor, because this is the first Thursday game I think we've had a pretty obvious play. Now, okay, technically, it's a divisional game on Thursday.
Yeah,
but
always worries you a little bit, but there is one team in this division that seems dead, and they're playing tonight. So yeah,
Yes.
divisional games are worrisome, Andy, but I don't know if the worry is quite there. The thing is here, I'll pull up the Odds Logic live screen so we can get a peek at
does
this.
it just say Miami stinks?
Just like,
do they even put
Yeah,
the point
well,
spread,
like-
or it just says Miami stinks?
Yeah, it doesn't even say. It just says Miami is awful. No, 11.5. This thing, actually, we have seen a little bit of buyback on Miami, surprisingly. I don't get it, but also this is a monster number. You're just looking this week like, what other ones jump off the board at you for Survivor? The number 1 Survivor play this week is going to be this one right here. It's going to be New Orleans against Seattle. That's going to be the one where everyone's
Really?
taking Seattle. 1,000%. Because when else do you take Seattle? It's getting to fade New Orleans. And here's the worry for me is, Spencer Rattler on the road. Is he probably going to beat the Seahawks? No. But one of these weeks, the chaos, holy shit, how did they beat them game could come. And would it be the craziest thing in the world for the holy shit, oh my God, I can't believe they lost game to be a New Orleans Saints game? It's going to be a New Orleans Saints game. It's going to be a Panthers game. Or, it's going to be a Jaguars game,
Okay.
And I was even mulling around, Andy, like, do we just go and put Buffalo in now and move on with the week? Or,
Well,
you scroll down further here, Andy, I kind of want to use Buffalo next week. They play New
That's-
Orleans next week. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. So we're looking to next week, and next week it's hard. You got Seahawks, Cardinals.
very
That's
hard.
tough. Vikings, Steelers. That's going to be tough unless Wentz looks
In
awful.
Dublin.
But that's overseas.
In Dublin.
Overseas.
You can't use
Commanders,
an overseas game. Yeah.
Commanders, Falcons. That one's tough. Now Browns at Lions. That could be the monumental
Lions
number
spot.
1. Panthers, Patriots, that could be tough. Chargers, Giants, maybe the Chargers, but they're on the road. Eagles, Bucks, I think that one is tough. Titans, Texans, Colts, Rams, Jags, 49, Ravens, Chiefs, Bears. These are all tough games next week. I think I want to save my Buffalo for next week. I think Buffalo is the obvious pick. So let's go through the nominees for this week. I have Colts at Titans, road game, divisional game, but man, I don't know.
It's also the first road game for this Colt. I mean, again, you're not taking them on the spread, but to be honest with you, over a field goal for Tennessee with the team that has now been anointed, I'm sorry, blocked but I'm looking to fade the Colts. I'll probably fade the Colts every week until I get to say I told you so. If they had played a road game already, Andy, probably. You know what I mean? But the fact that this is their first road game after being anointed as, Daniel Jones has found his landing spot, that worries me a little bit.
Move on to Jets at Buccaneers. Buccaneers facing Tyrod Taylor, and then you get this Buccaneers offensive line that they're down 3 linemen.
Dead.
It's tough. It's really tough. You could get sneaky. Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe you're thinking the same thing. Like, do I just risk my entire entry and go Jags? Like, I think Houston is really bad. I think their defense has been getting by, and this whole entire team has been getting by on C.J. Stroud's rookie year for 2 seasons now, man. So,
did you watch Jacksonville blow it against Jake Browning?
I mean, that one's gross.
It's gross. The Raiders could be pretty terrible, but I think Mariota's a little bit underrated. So there's that one. I got to be honest. I'm staring at this Falcons-Panthers game. That Panthers team is horrific. Robinson and Algier could run for 250 yards. There's a chance that they're have
really bad against the run.
39 minutes of possession against that Panthers team. Panthers are 0-2. And even though that was a 1-score game last week, they needed an onside kick and a last-second score. And here's my thing, Dave. I've used the Cardinals and the Cowboys, so I've snuck by. Boy, if I could use the Falcons and I could go into week 4 knowing I've only used the Cardinals, the Cowboys, and the Falcons, I'm feeling pretty damn good. I don't trust the Seahawks
I think you've won me over. I think I'm going to hold on to Buffalo. I don't think I'm going to burn it tonight.
I think you need them next week. I think you need them next week.
We'll finalize our picks tomorrow when we do the official I Will Survive picks. But I'm heavily leaning this Atlanta game, or I just risk it all and go Jacksonville. I think Jacksonville wins outright this week. 1.5 point favorite, basically a pick'em game right there. I'm between those two, Andy. I mean, that would be the, oh my God, I have every team that I could possibly want left if I get Jacksonville home. So
I get. Could you throw Chiefs at the Giants? Are the Chiefs going to go 0-3?
Here's the crazy thing is I think this is the Chiefs get right spot, but Giants. It's a really if you back the Giants, even if you take Giants against the spread, like you're really buying the Giants as high as you possibly can buy them, coming off a near overtime win against the Cowboys
against a horrific defense. Chiefs,
yeah, exactly, and
two tough games.
Chiefs, this is Chiefs. Do they win this game, or do they go under their season win total and maybe not make the playoffs if they lose this game?
And honestly, I listened to a podcast where they're making the case that Travis Kelce has literally cost them 2 games and a wide receiver. He is single-handedly like cost them, and it's like he's not going to be this bad all season. So I don't know. We'll make our final. We'll make our final decision, but I think we're both going to hang on to the Bills.
Yeah, I'm not gonna use the Bills tonight. I'm keeping that bullet in the chamber. Maybe we'll kick ourselves, but next week's like a slam dunk, easy Bills.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like, let's say we use the Bills next week, but then we lose let's say we use the Bills this week, but we lose next week because we already used them.
We're in the same.
It doesn't
spot.
matter. We lost.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, all right. Chad says Andy determined apparently to be wrong about Seattle for all season. I don't know what my strong stance was in Seattle, but Chad, that is funny. That is funny. You think 50% of the tickets are going to be on Seattle this week? Could we reach 50%?
I mean, for Survivor, that's going to be the pick of the week. That's
I
don't know if people 50%. Are laying the spread, but that's going to be the Survivor pick.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Dan and I will get you all the Survivor picks tomorrow. Guys, tomorrow's Football Friday. Gianni's coming in strong with National Football League and college football steam right before. Teddy Covers is going to be here. Marco is going to be here. Kelly in Vegas is going to be here talking the Westgate Super Contest. Dan and I will make our official Survivor picks. We're going to get you locked and loaded. So tomorrow is a huge, huge show. Every Friday, it is the best football show to get you ready for the weekend. So make sure you're joining us. It's a great show today, guys. Thank you so much. Live chat, you guys killed it as always. Please hit the like button. It really helps us out, helps the algorithm out. We had a little polarizing talk earlier about the Bengals and the Vikings. Post in the comments section if you're rolling with the Bengals and the Vikings. Two teams starting backup quarterbacks already in week 2. So we'll talk about that game a little bit tomorrow and see where the line ends up. Thank you to everybody. Have a great day. Good luck on your bets tonight. NFL Prop Pack is up. The first official play for clients go tonight. wt.buzz/AL. Good luck on your plays. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care.
Welcome back, everybody, to Wager Talk TV. I'm Ross the Boss Benjamin of WagerTalk.com. I am recording on Tuesday, the 16th of September, and Thursday night, national TV, NFL game between, I shouldn't say national TV, but Thursday night NFL primetime matchup. This week pits an AFC East rivalry as the Miami Dolphins travel to Highmark Stadium in Buffalo to take on the Buffalo Bills. Will the Bills have a letdown spot after looking so good in their first 2 games and coming away with a 2-0 record, especially against a Miami team that they've dominated in recent seasons? Or will the Miami Dolphins be able to right the ship as they started the season 0-2 and haven't looked very good while doing so, folks? But you never know. It's a divisional matchup, and it's a big point spread. Is the point spread the way to go, or is the total the way to go? Stay tuned for that, as I'll have my analysis and pick on this game very shortly. Don't forget, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's 100% free to do so, folks. All you have to do is hit that subscribe button in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's 100% free, like I just alluded to, and you'll be privy to some of the best sports betting experts in all the world right here at Wager Talk TV. And while you're at it, click on that alert notification bell for Wager Talk TV, and you'll be notified immediately upon any of our great content going up on our great channel. Be kind enough to give my video a like today, as I put my best foot forward each and every day to bring you a quality free pick video, or sometimes plural, like today, videos, because I also did a Major League Baseball free pick video for Tuesday. And this will be, again, I'm recording 2 days ahead of time, but this is for the Thursday NFL matchup. So be kind enough to hit that like button, folks. Keeps these videos alive, keeps the folks over at Wager Talk TV happy with me. I'm certainly trying to make you happy daily. Just a small ask. Hit the like button. All right. Tell us who you like in the NFL this week. A full slate of games still in the NFL, and one game on Monday night, this game on Thursday night, and then I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we're looking at 14 games on Sunday. So let us know who you like in the comments section. And again, folks, keep it clean, keep it respectful. Don't be demeaning to one another. We're going to disagree on picks or opinions at times. Doesn't mean we have to go to war. It could prompt some healthy discussion. So let's keep that rolling, folks, as we've created a very positive community, and let's not ruin that. All right, let's get to the matter at hand. The Miami Dolphins, like I alluded to earlier in the show, started the season 0-2, got blown out at Indianapolis, and last week, as a small home favorite, lost to the New England Patriots. They're now at 0-2. Fans in Miami are calling for the general manager and head coach's head right now, and they're in pretty much desperation mode at this point. I just don't know if they have the wherewithal to take advantage of that desperation, or how urgent they really are, because it seems like there's cultural issues in Miami, as I'm been made aware of. The Buffalo Bills started out 2-0, a tremendous comeback win against Baltimore in that Sunday night season opener, thrilling 41-40 win. And then last week, they totally dominated the New York Jets 30-10, held the Jets to like 150 yards or so of total offense, less than 100 yards passing. Total turnaround defensively than what we saw against Baltimore, when they allowed over 400 yards, including 200 plus yards on the ground, and allowed 40 points in that game. So again, drastic difference though in the quality of opposition, as the Ravens have plenty of offensive firepower. The Jets did look good in their season opener, but they came back to reality last week against Buffalo. Here's my concern with the Bills. They're a banged up defensive unit right now. Matt Milano, who played last week, went out late in the game and did not return. He did not practice on Monday. Ed Oliver, who missed the game the week before, or the Jets game, I should say, did not practice on Monday as well. They have other players that are limited on defense in terms of practicing. So a little bit of concern in that regard, especially with a short week, folks. And, Miami, as bad as they are right now, they still present problems in the passing game, especially for a team like Buffalo, whose secondary is probably their weak link in terms of their defense right now. Christian Benford, their cornerback, is a good one. Tre'Davious White hasn't been up to snuff since he's injured his knee the last time around. And we'll see. They could really give Buffalo problems, I think, with their offensive passing game. However, I don't see the Dolphins, who gave up 33 points apiece in each of their first two games against New England and Indy, taming this high-octane Buffalo offense led by Josh Allen. Josh Allen, by the way, he was pretty average last week, but yet the Bills put up over 200 yards rushing, over 400 yards of total offense. And right now they're averaging through the first two games 35.5 points per game and 450 yards per game. You very seldom see Josh Allen be average 2 games in a row, and you'll very seldom see Josh Allen not have a great game against Miami, as he's really had their number since he's come aboard with the Buffalo Bills. Since 2023, the Bills have played 8-1 to the over at home when coming off 2 consecutive wins. And in those 9 games, they averaged 34.7 points per game. And under Sean McDermott, since he arrived in Buffalo in 2017, Buffalo has played 7-0 to the over in their following game after outgaining their opponent in their previous contest by 200 yards or more.
College football coming right up. If you are watching us live here on the WagerTalk YouTube channel, start firing off those questions right now. Any game you want us to talk about, we will do so. All you have to do is ask. I'll let you know right now, we are definitely talking about all the big games on Saturday. That includes Florida versus Miami, South Carolina versus Missouri, Auburn versus Oklahoma, Texas Tech versus Utah, and Illinois versus Indiana. Of course, here to help me do so, 2 of the greats here at WagerTalk.com, Ralph Michaels and Ross Benjamin. And as a special treat, guys, at the end of the show, we're going to be doing this every week starting today. All 3 of us will be giving out a special free play, so stay tuned for that. Ross, let's get it going. Florida versus Miami. A lot of people bet on Florida last week. I was one of them. Grabbed plus 7.5. Gators closed plus 4.5 at LSU. But all I ended up with was a nice, shiny closing line value trophy. Quarterback DJ Lagway, apparently unaware that you're not supposed to throw the ball to the other team. 5 interceptions, one of which was returned for a TD in a 20-10 loss. My question to you is this: do we come back with the Gators this week getting 7.5, or is this a case of a team that is simply not going to be able to put things together under Billy Napier?
By all rights, the way I usually think is, when you see a team that's just 7.5 off back-to-back losses and losing to a common opponent that the team they're going to face blew out the week before, you would think the conventional wisdom would say to take Miami. So I usually look for a contrarian approach, but then I just couldn't do it here, I just think Miami's the real deal. Florida, look, they've struggled offensively. They turned the ball over. Not only a 2-game losing streak, but 6 turnovers in those 2 games. Miami plus 4 on the season. And that, like I said, that common opponent, South Florida, who Florida lost to at home, Miami just annihilated them last week, 47-12, covering as a 17-point favorite, running up 576 yards of total offense. And you know what? I just don't see Miami or Florida having a flat spot here, because it's not like they're going to take Florida lightly. It's their in-state rival. And just reminding folks, I also usually like to use the revenge factor, but you know what? Miami last year with Cam Ward went down to Gainesville and blew them out 41-17, and that game wasn't even as close as the final score may indicate, as they outgained them by over 200 yards in that game. I just think we're going to see more of the same here, Brian. I'm going to take the Miami of Florida Hurricanes here. I hate to have that hook on the 7, but it only matters if they win by 7 or less. So I'm going to take Miami here to cover the spread here against the Florida Gators.
Ralph, let's bring you in now. And look, this Florida defense, no one had to be more upset with Lagway's performance last week than his own defense, because this is a defense, guys, that's given up 1 touchdown all year, and they've lost 2 games. I mean, my word. What do you say, Ralph? Is this a situation where Florida under Napier isn't fixable, that they know maybe the players are starting to feel it's a lame duck coach, it's a lame duck operation here? How do you approach this all Floridian match?
So you're saying the Florida Gators are comparable to our Cleveland Browns? All defense, no offense.
Yes, exactly.
And your stat profile is amazing, and yet you're losing games. So, you mentioned Florida's defense giving up 1 touchdown. I am actually more impressed about the unit on Miami that no one talks about, their defense. When it's early in the season like this, it's tough to quantify how good a team is, because Notre Dame had only played 2 games, and you played Bethune-Cookman, and USF was in a bad scheduling spot. But when I look at Miami's stat profile, they held Notre Dame to 115 yards under their season average. They held Bethune-Cookman to 155 yards under their season average. They held USF to 50 yards under their season average. And they held all 3 opponents to a season low. So I am very strong on those season low facts. You look at Florida last week. Obviously, we talked about being 3 turnovers, 4 turnovers, 5 turnovers. You're not going to win a game. They finished with a 366 to 316 yard edge, but that can be misleading, because if you keep turning the ball over, the opposite offense, be it the LSU offense, didn't have opportunities to take long drives. They didn't need to, because they would score those short scores. But I'm going to say this. With Florida, off those 5 interceptions, they're going to try to run the ball more. They threw the ball 49 times last week and only ran the ball 27 times. I think they are going to try to run more. I think Miami's rush defense can slow down that rush offense. I think Miami's pass defense can slow it down. I like the Florida team total under. I've been wrong with Florida. I was with you on the LSU side. Against USF, I leaned with them. So sometimes when you go back to the well and you lost both, you're just gun shy to go back to a 3rd time. But I do think there'll be a lower scoring game, even though Miami's got the potent offense. I think you see the defense rise to the occasion again. I like the under, and I like the Florida team total under.
Okay, there you have it. Florida, Miami, a couple breakdowns for you there. I'm seeing some questions roll in here in the chat. Remember, guys, if you watch this show live every week, and we, of course, go live every Thursday, 1 p.m. Eastern, right after Andy Lang on WagerTalk today, you can ask about the weekday game as well. And we talk about coaches under the hot seat. I think Mike Gundy may not be long for the world in Stillwater. He has had a fine career coaching Oklahoma State, but I think we all assume it is coming to an end. In-state coach, also a Tulsa team, Ralph and Ross, that has gotten a lot of money the last 2 weeks, and that money has been wrong. So I'm going to open this up to either of you that want to jump in here. Golden Hurricane, we've got a question from Adam, one of our top viewers here on the program. Is Tulsa still worth squeezing at plus 11.5?
This is a game that I'm just going to stay away from. There's a hell of a lot better value on the board than this one. Oklahoma State, a wreck right now. Mike Gundy on the hot seat. And who would have thought we would be saying that 2 years ago? But in any event, Tulsa is a team that can put up good offensive numbers, and I think they will against Oklahoma State. But can they stop anybody? I mean, last week they got off to a great start against Navy, jumping up 14-0, and then they gave up, I think, 43 unanswered points after that. So if you look at their resume right now, their defense has left a lot to be desired. I might have a slight lean toward going over the total in this game, but 54.5. But either side, I'd be hard pressed to make a pick here, Brian.
Oklahoma State, guys, has not covered a point spread since October 18th of last season. That is not good if you've been back in the pokes there, Ralph. I don't know if you had anything on that game. If not, we have more questions here on North Texas and Army. I know that's a game that I have a comment on, but go ahead, Ralph.
I'm wearing orange, buddy. What do you think? Come on. Go Sooners.
Yeah.
Joe Ranieri paid me $1 to make sure that I wore his Oklahoma State colors here on the show. I'll tell you what. Oklahoma State looks like a train wreck. He's on the hottest seat, but let's remember this. They beat UT Martin 27-7. They had a 140-yard edge, and they only played one other game, and it could be one of the best teams in the country. So there's times when you go on the road to Oregon and you start getting motorboated. It just keeps going and going and going, and the game just turns out to a blowout. You're not worried about it. I think Oklahoma. This is not a Florida where I had to put up and shut up and we got burned on it. They've only lost one game. I think they actually bounce back. I lean with them, but without knowing how the locker room goes, I couldn't bet them with your money, Brian. So I lean Oklahoma State. I do not have the guts to actually bet them myself or give them out for sure.
Yeah, the last time Oklahoma State won, I believe, was against Tulsa last year. So we shall see. North Texas Army. This is a very interesting noon Eastern kickoff on Saturday. Adam wants to know about it. I was on North Texas last Saturday. I joked immediately after the game was over. You don't want to say this as a handicapper, I know, guys, but I don't know if I'm going to have a better bet the rest of the season than what I had with North Texas last Saturday. Washington State just kept turning the ball over, and I was like, oh, man, even if we could just get a field goal more out of this, that'd be great. North Texas just kept scoring touchdowns after every turnover in the first half. They win going away 59-10. I thought odds makers had a terrible mistake opening North Texas as an underdog in this game. The market jumped all over it. North Texas has been bet to a favorite. Now, it is a service academy, Ralph, off a bye. I don't know if you have any trends on that offhand. I know I'll put you on the spot. But Army off a bye, that Kansas State win obviously doesn't look as great as it did at the time, given the state of Chris Kleiman's team. But what do you think? North Texas, is there something real here, or is it sell high in West Point?
Okay, well, Lamar's an FCS team. Western Michigan's defense is a joke. And Washington State's defense is a joke, and you won 59-10 because you were plus 5 turnovers. So, again, I don't think they've been tested. That scares the hell out of me. For them to go on the road, remember they went to Western Michigan as a sizable favorite and only won that game 33-30, and they allowed Western Michigan to run 57 times for 216 yards. And to me, I look at it, they were down 17-7. Against Western Michigan and only had 101 yards in the first half. So they were completely outplayed. I think Army is such a disciplined team. They don't allow sacks. The defense is solid. I actually like Army here in this situation. Brian, while Ross is talking, maybe start the next game with him as well. That gives me the two halves. I'll run to the database to see if I can pull up the service academies off a bye, and hopefully I have that for you. Can't guarantee it. I'm a little bit in a fog today, but I'll give it my best.
All right, that's all we ask. Ralph, as always, giving his best. What do you think, Ross? Ralph says that not only does he not think there's any value in North Texas now that they flipped to a favorite, he thinks the value's on the other side with Army.
Wait a minute, Ralph. I know you're in a fog. But Army allows one of the least amount of sacks in college football. They pass about 4 times a game, Ralph. Come on. Come on, buddy. You got to do better than that.
Ross, they have passed 28 times in 2 games. So
that's news in itself. But still,
it's not
comparing that. Go ahead.
I do appreciate that, Ross. And that's a good thing for our followers to view. Sack percentage is much more important than offensive and defensive sacks, because if you're playing options, you're not going to have those. So I always look at sack percentages. I just didn't have that number in front of me, but I was shocked. They threw 8 of 16 against Tarleton, then they improved to 8 against 12 against Kansas State. Now, let's remember, if you're running for over 200 yards, then all of a sudden the pass opportunity is better for you, and you're going to be able to run some play action when they stop the line. So I don't think North Texas, even though I have North Texas power rated semi-close to Kansas State now after I keep dropping down Kansas State, the talent on Kansas State's defense is still superior to the Mean Green.
Yeah, good points, Ralph. And again, it wouldn't be a show unless I gave you a hard time at some point. In any event, every time you think you got things figured out in college football, Army loses their opening game at home to Tarleton State, a FCS school. They lose in overtime. They go on the road at Kansas State, a team that was one of the favorites before the season began to win the Big 12, and they win the game on the road as a 17-point dog. North Texas, like you said, they looked awfully good last week, but they were the beneficiary of a lot of turnovers against a Washington State team. Quite frankly, I think was overvalued because of their win versus San Diego State the game before. But this is a game I'm staying away from. You know, in terms of a service academy having to buy, let's not forget, folks, this isn't a normal school having to buy. Service academies still have to go through the regimen every day, getting up at 5 a.m, going to school, and then still attending meetings for football too as well. So it's a little different, a service academy coming off a bye, because it's nothing really out of the ordinary for them, as opposed to, other than the fact that, you know, the physical, it gives them a time to heal from all their bumps and bruises. But game, I just don't like this game, Brian, to even give a strong opinion on.
Yeah, so I don't know. I guess maybe the long and short of it is, if you bet North Texas on the opener, you've got a nice closing line value trophy that hopefully isn't all you got. But I don't know. When the line flips like that, I tend to stay away. So Thomas, yes, I see your question there. We're going to get to you a couple Big Ten matchups: Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Nebraska. Adam, I know you've got another question: Boise State and Air Force. Ralph, I believe you have found something.
I do. When I excluded Game 12 to take the Army Navy out of it. So when teams have a bye since 2014, that's Army, Navy, or Air Force, they are actually 25-27 against the spread, 48.1%. So not really what you expect. And in fact, 2, 4, 6, 5, 5, 5, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8, 9, 5, 10, about 5-12 their last 17 games going back to 2022. So not quite what we thought would be a positive. But as Ross said, you know, while other teams are resting and mentally relaxing during buys and where you can work on your team, they still have their normal routines that they have to do day in and day out. So a little different than other teams.
Yeah, that was a great point. I thought there. Thank you for the stat, Ralph. And that was a great point that you made, Ross, about how these are, you know, obviously a little bit of a different college experience when you're Army, Navy, and Air Force than me. If you gave me a week off of something, I guarantee you I wasn't getting up at 5 a.m. South Carolina and Missouri. I think South Carolina, it didn't matter what time they got up on Saturday, because it was not a good time against Vanderbilt. From the Clips That Age Well department, we tweeted this one out after the show last week. Vanderbilt was my best bet last Saturday, and that looked really good. They went to Columbia, and I called South Carolina the most overrated team in the country. Now, they lost their quarterback, Sellers, but Vandy wins that game 31-7. Not only do I think South Carolina is going to probably miss a bowl this year, and obviously a lot of this is contingent on Sellers' health, but I think South Carolina's live to finish last in the SEC. And here's a team now, Ross, that was number 11 in the country, and they're now getting double digits on the road against Missouri this week. This is a tough game to handicap when we're not 100% certain on Sellers' health. But what do you think? Is this South Carolina team? You know, you were kind of alluding to earlier. I'm on the same way. I think Ralph is too. Buy low, right? But I don't know if this is a buy low situation on the Gamecocks. I'm sell on this team until further notice.
Yeah, I mean, last week we were right on this. You know, they were also on my card, and my premium card. I had Vanderbilt, and I think I stated on the show that after witnessing what they've done at this point, both teams, I thought Vanderbilt was the better team in the matchup, even though they were an underdog, and how we should trust the bookmakers rather than the people who vote in the polls, you know, and certainly that all came to fruition. Look, Sellers is questionable to play this week, but, you know, Brian, they haven't done anything when he has been healthy. You know, this is a team that's averaging less than 300 yards of total offense per game. They were dominated, in my opinion, by Vanderbilt. That game was never in jeopardy in terms of having the underdog, let alone the straight up win. And against a Missouri team that's off to a great start. And again, you go from being number 11 in the country one week to being a 10.5 point underdog the next week. that tells me a lot, and it tells me what the odds makers are thinking. And I certainly would not take the underdog in this case. I would have a small lean toward the favorite, but I'm not sure this is a game that I'm going to use.
What do you think, Ralph? Is this a falling knife that you will let hit the ground rather than try to catch it? That being South Carolina, certainly a team that has more questions than answers right now.
Yeah, and let's remember, I mean, at halftime last week, it was 14-7. And they actually had a 169 to 162 yard edge. So it's always easier to remember what happened down the stretch when that score got extended. And, they had a play where it would likely have been a touchdown that got called back because of a penalty. Might have changed the whole dynamic of the game. So, but I'll tell you what, I have multiple check marks next to Missouri. I love what Drinkwitz is saying. I love the enthusiasm of the team. I love the offensive and defensive cohesiveness. Listen to this. They, against their three opponents, they have had a season high against all three on offense. They've had a season high all three on defense. And to me, they're statistically the best team in college football. When you have a defense that you're holding opponents to 3.4 yards per carry and under 50% completions, with an offense that has shown they can move the ball, now granted, Kansas and Louisiana are not South Carolina's defense, but that defense up for the Gamecocks is also banged up. To me, I would look Missouri, or I would look Missouri team total, not getting to the window with it. I will say this, even though, we have said that Sellers hasn't done much, the bookmakers basically are telling you that he is one of the most important quarterbacks to his team with how much this moved with him being questionable. Normally it's like a 2 or 3 point difference. Some say this is almost a 9 or 10 point difference from him being in and him being out. So the bookmakers still love him. The sharps still love him. But our eye test, all three of us agree, we don't love him currently in this current form.
Yeah, we talked earlier about Oklahoma State, how they've bankrupted their backers, guys. Well, Missouri, quite the opposite. I believe they have the longest ATS win streak in the country right now, 8 in a row going back to the end of last season. So they're cashing tickets in Columbia, Missouri. Ross, do you have something?
Yeah, just a real quick note. Keep an eye on this Vanderbilt team. I'm glad that Ralph brought that up, that it was pretty even at the half in terms of total yardage. That's 2 weeks in a row now that Vanderbilt has had monster second halves after being involved in close first halves. So keep that in mind going forward, folks.
Yeah,
a live betting at the half.
Yeah, live betting, and it's, to me, is if a team gets stronger as the game goes on, you can't ignore that when handicapping a game, Ralph.
Yeah, especially if you're a Vanderbilt fan, and let's say they just didn't make your card, but they were very close. Those are the situations that I don't live bet a game unless I'm watching it, because there's so much that goes on. You can't just say, quarterback could hurt and automatically live bet that. But I do. Those 3 or 4 teams that are in my gray area that just missed being a client release. You want us to stop the show, Brian? You want to get that? Or
no, I'm all right. Sorry about that. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's unbelievable. I was hoping I got that in time.
One thing to look at is if you're watching the games and they're on your almost made it list, if they give up a cheap touchdown early, like on a special teams where the team didn't drive down, I'll usually go back in and live bet those teams I like at a much better line because they gave up a cheap touchdown. Now, if someone drives right down the field and scores a 12-play drive, that's a different scenario. But if it's a fluke pick six or one player broke a run or a special teams touchdown, I look to bet those live situations very often.
Yeah, and before you start MFing us when we use Vanderbilt in the future, wait, they play 60 minutes in a game anyway. Go ahead.
Yeah,
MF means a mother. I don't know. Help me out.
Thank you there. Well, I'll let you know. Whatever Clark Lee's saying at halftime, guys, is working for Vanderbilt, because that is a good point. Yes, back-to-back weeks. Not only did they dominate South Carolina in the second half last Saturday, the previous week they were actually losing to Virginia Tech at the half, and came roaring back, dominated a Hokies team that has obviously now fired its head coach. Guys, keep those questions coming, by the way, in the chat. I see a lot of them there. We are going to get to all of those games. Ralph, you had something to say?
I don't mean to keep pounding the Vanderbilt story in, but I'll tell you what. A slow start for a team who was a dog, being a little brother going to SEC teams, quite different when they become a favorite coming up, and they have the pressure on them. So keep an eye when that swaps and they actually become the hunted instead of the hunter.
Yeah, but they still are finishing strong, Ralph. I appreciate what you're saying, and we'll see. I mean, you might have a very good point. We'll see.
So
The next
maybe
time
we compromise Roths and we say fade Vanderbilt as a favor first half.
They're big favorites this week.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I'm not saying I'm going to use Vanderbilt this week because I don't lay that kind of number off a team off 2 big wins, which they were underdogs. So,
and they've been so great as the underdog with Pavia since Pavia transferred, and that's the role typically you've wanted to bet Vandy. And let's talk about a top 25 game here: Auburn and Oklahoma. Ralph, I'm going to come to you on this. I don't have a take on the side at all in this game. I think these are 2 teams on the ascent in 2025. The total has caught my eye. It's caught, I know, a lot of bettors' eyes as well. We've seen some under money come in here, and I know the 2 quarterbacks, Mateer and Arnold, have been great, but this Oklahoma defense has allowed just 1 touchdown in 3 games, number 1 in defensive EPA per play in the country, 21.4% allowed on 3rd and 4th down. Unders are a combined 5-1 between these 2 teams. Auburn, overall, the defense hasn't been as good, but they have been outstanding against the run. Number 1 in success rate in the country against the run. So what do you see here as Auburn takes on Oklahoma in a big SEC matchup?
Well, how about this? We like to celebrate things that we do well. I can tell you when it comes to Auburn football, I do it poorly. I didn't like them against Baylor. Didn't like him against Ball State. Leaned with him against South Alabama. So I have not been right on Auburn at all. And there's times like that where those teams just are there. And really, if I say, okay, I like Oklahoma here and Auburn impresses me again this week, there are just times that I put teams to the side and will likely not use them. I mean, you just got to admit when you can't read a team. And there's enough value in college football with the other 135 plus teams that if you find that situation. So Auburn's one of them for me. But you know my standpoint. When you have these kind of big games with 2 undefeated SEC teams and 2 defenses that have had statistical profiles, I think they're going to be conservative. You might be able to say, you talked about Mateer being great. I mean, yeah, he's got 900 plus yards and a 9.0 YPA, but he does only have a 5.3 ratio. That's a little bit concerning for me to have to throw those 3 picks. Where on the Auburn side, you have a 4.0 ratio for Jackson Arnold. Oh yeah, who, by the way, I guess there's a DC over in Oklahoma that probably knows some of Jackson Arnold's tendencies. So I'm going to go under first half. When we play these first conference games, with this mentality, with 2 undefeated teams, I think coaches come out with a conservative first half approach. Under first half for me.
Yes, obviously Jackson Arnold transferred from Oklahoma to Auburn, so Venables knows him. Roth, I know you have your take on that game coming up at the end of the show. That will be
one quick point though before I get that analysis and pick. Ralph makes a good point. There's times that I run through the same thing, Ralph, where there's a team you just can't get a good read on. They failed for you when you back them. You go against them and they win. They come up with a big effort. And at that point, it's always smart to sit back and say, okay, let me take at least a 3 or 4 week break on this team and go back to them if the situation presents itself. So real good thing, folks, because sometimes you may be guilty of using the same team 2 weeks in a row that lost, and you may be seeing something in the team that nobody else is or isn't there. And then when you go against them, sometimes it's just a matter of your emotion gets in the way, and you say, they've let me down 2 weeks in a row. They're terrible, and lo and behold, they bite you in the behind. So be real careful in those situations, folks.
Okay, there we go. A little word of warning. And again, Boss is going to have a free play on that game coming up at the end of the program. But I'm going to throw it to you. This question to you now, Ross. Jacob Hefner wants to know, in what world should Wisconsin be a 10-point favorite? Are we hammering Maryland? He wants to know, sprinkling even a little bit on the money line. I will say Mike Loxley's reputation in Big Ten play, particularly on the road, is not stellar since he came to Maryland.
Yeah, and Mike Loxley, since he's took over at Maryland, they always seem to get off to these good starts against FCS schools and teams that they outclass, and then they get into the Big Ten schedule, especially on the road, and they're not very good. This isn't the same Wisconsin teams that our team, I should say, that we've been used to seeing in the past. However, I mean, I had Alabama last week against them. You got to give Wisconsin a little bit of excuse. It's a much better Alabama team than they showed in their season opener, and they were up against it in Tuscaloosa. But, they fought hard at the end, and they actually, put me on a little bit of pins and needles and almost covering that 21-point underdog role. But this is a game. Look, I'm just going to sit and watch. I can't make heads or tails of this. I don't trust Wisconsin, and I don't trust Maryland when they get into Big Ten play, especially like Brian alluded to on the road.
Yeah. Ralph, not to steal your gimmick here, but I've got some numbers we can put behind the Loxley struggles. Loxley at Maryland, he's 11-21 straight up on the road, and he's 6-14 ATS as an away dog. Is the Wisconsin struggles under Luke Fickell, is that enough, as Jacob alluded to, our commenter, is that enough to actually entice you with this Maryland team? Because the reputation isn't good, like Ross said.
Well, I looked up while you guys were talking. Luke Fickell off a loss. He is actually only 2-6 ATS going back to November 2023. And his one cover was at Oregon as a 13.5-point dog. They lost that game outright. His other cover was against Purdue at home that he did win 52-6 as an 11.5-point favorite. This is one of those games, Brian, where I don't trust Wisconsin and their offense to lay this kind of points. I don't trust Maryland to back the dog. So it was an easy one for me to throw out of my list early in the week.
Okay, there you go. It's a tough one to call, guys. I know that some of you don't think that Wisconsin should be laying that number, but again, Maryland's reputation precedes itself. Let's talk about what we've got going on this weekend, gang, because obviously it is another big weekend at WagerTalk.com. That Weekend Warrior Pass is available for all three of us, Ross, Ralph, and myself. It's just $49, guys, to get all of your favorite handicappers' football plays for the weekend. And we're throwing in Monday Night Football as well. That's Saturday, Sunday, and Monday from any handicapper. You can get it from all three of us. $49 each. A great deal. Ross, what do you got cooking up at the website?
Yeah, I'll have a 5% best bet again in college football on Saturday, and that's $35. So to Brian's point, you can get everything else that I put out just by spending an additional $14 if you're just thinking about buying my 5% best bet. College football, 4-0 sweep last week, Brian. Pretty happy with that. Now up to 10-5 on the year, up a little over 18 units. College football last year, number one in units earned, number one in win percentage. College football since 2023, number one in units earned. So college football has been very, very good to me. 8-4 overall with all my football picks last weekend. $49 for any one of us is an absolute steal for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday in college football and the NFL.
Absolutely is. I mentioned my best bet last Saturday was on Vanderbilt. They did not need the 3.5 points, beating South Carolina outright. It was my second straight 3-1 Saturday in college football. So that's 6-2 the last two Saturdays. And we also hit a 5% play in the NFL, my first 5% play in the NFL this year, the Atlanta Falcons, another team that did not need the 3.5 points as they won 22-6 over the Minnesota Vikings. Ralph, how about you? Let's talk about what you've got going on right now for the weekend here, college and NFL. Again, that Weekend Warrior Pass it covers both.
I'm into my college football card, not sure what I'm going to have. I do know I'm going to have another 5% NFL teaser. I won last week's, and since the end of 2023, I've had 6 NFL 5%, a perfect 6-0. My teasers rated 4% or 5%, 8-0, and 15-1, 94%. I'll have a 5% loaded, and the best part of the Weekend Warrior is as soon as we load these plays, you get notified immediately. So don't wait until Saturday morning to sign up. Sign up today, and as soon as any of us load their plays, you'll get that email, and you'll be able to bet them at the lines we want you to bet them at and not losing any value. So very different than waiting to the weekend to take advantage of the special. Do it today.
Absolutely. Well said there, Ralph. Let's get to some of these questions here in the chat. We just had one coming in. Clemson -17s still out there. Obviously, Clemson, it has been a disappointing season in Death Valley. A tough loss last Saturday down in Atlanta to Georgia Tech. You guys want to lay the points here with Clemson? I know old Dabo's got more questions than answers right now.
I certainly don't. Clemson, not only last week's disappointing loss, they lose their season opener at home to LSU. Nothing to be embarrassed of then. And then it should have been a warning sign to everybody. The following week, they play Troy, and they're down 16-0, have to rally to win 27-16, not even coming close to covering. Now, Syracuse has beaten 2 cream puffs, right? And they needed overtime to beat UConn. Last week, 66 points against Colgate, who plays at the FCS level. And they did open against Tennessee, and they were outclassed in that game, 45-26. But one common theme here that on the side of positivity for the Orange is Steve Angeli has really performed well. The transfer quarterback that came over from Notre Dame has thrown for over 1,000 yards in his first 3 games, completed 64% of his passes, 8 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Syracuse is their wide receiver group is very talented. Now, whether they could stop Clemson is another thing, but I guess that could be a positive note too, because Clemson's really struggled offensively. And, Cade Klubnik, who everybody was touting, not everybody, but a lot of people were touting for the Heisman Trophy before the season started, has been a real disappointment as a 6th-year senior. So, this is a game I think Syracuse does enough to stay inside the number. And also a game because of the way they can move the ball in the air, you might be able to be a beneficiary of a backdoor cover as well. So I would have a small lean towards Syracuse here, plus the 17.5 against Clemson.
All right, Ralph, I don't know what the trends say. I could say that the eyes say you don't really want to bet a team that has not played a good game out of 3 yet. As Ross mentioned, not only does Clemson have the 2 losses, they laid an egg in the first half against Troy. In between, any thoughts for you on this one? Is Dabo going to be able to rally the troops here down the stretch?
Well, let's look at Syracuse. As you guys said, against Tennessee, they were outclassed. And then remember against UConn, they trailed by 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter and needed to come back and win that game in overtime. They had a 461, 416-yard edge. But again, when you're playing Connecticut at home as a double-digit favorite, that's not the kind of response you want. To me, Ross talked about Syracuse maybe getting the backdoor cover. You look at Clemson, and I thought they'd be able to get significant pass rush. They only had 1 sack against LSU. They only had 1 sack against Georgia Tech. And this isn't the same Georgia Tech team that runs 90% of the time. And, oh yeah, by the way, they're allowing 69.4% completions. Those are more like Kent State numbers than Clemson numbers. I like the over. I think Klubnik will get it straightened out. I think you have enough experience. But if you're going to say, Clemson's going to bounce back after those 2 losses. I look back at last year. They lost to Louisville 33-21. They went to Virginia Tech the next week, and they only won by 10 points, 24-14. Then they lost to South Carolina 17-14 and eked out a win against SMU 34-31. So we think about Dabo as this great motivator and could get his kids ready, but coming off a loss, he hasn't done that. I do like the over here, though.
Okay. A lot of questions coming in here. We have one. We talked about service academies, one service academy earlier, Army, and their game. Army, of course, off a bye, hosting North Texas at noon Eastern. Well, later on Saturday, we have Air Force as a home dog. And Ralph, they lost outright as a road favorite last week to Air Force. Now getting points against a rested Boise State team whose first impression we all remember. It was that outright loss to South Florida. That was a situation where turnovers told the story in that game. Total yardage was relatively even, despite the lopsided score. And there was South Florida ran that trick punt that I can't believe Boise State was asleep at the wheel for. But Adam says he thinks this line should be much higher than 10.5. He thinks Boise State rocks Air Force. Your thoughts?
Well, just because they're conference opponents, remember, Boise didn't play them last year. So if you're used to playing the option and you play it every year, you tend to start getting prepped for it. But when you miss a year, that's tough with the college football turnover that a lot of these guys haven't seen the option. So to me, I think how many times have we watched the Service Academy and the first drive, they always go down and score a touchdown. Then the defense make adjustments and stop them the next few times. I think the line is right. Spencer Danielson, his 3rd year, he did play Air Force his first year. Beating Eastern Washington was impressive. But I'm gonna give this out. I don't really have an opinion on the game, but when I look at Air Force, They still rushed for 266 yards last week, and that's not great against Utah State. But remember, Utah State is coached by Mendelson, which is accustomed to stopping the option. So, I'm sorry, Bronco Mendelson. What am I talking about? Thank you. Yeah, So, Bronco was the coach last week, and he knows how to defend that option much better than Spencer Danielson does. This is one, if I had to play anything on this, I would play Air Force first quarter.
Ooh, Air Force first quarter. I like that. Ross, any thoughts you have on this Mountain West matchup between Boise?
I don't. I mean, I have thoughts, but none of them are strong,
Okay.
And some would argue that's pretty common for you, Ross. Anyway.
No.
Yeah, Ralph makes very good points, and Boise, to me, is nowhere near as good as what we've seen in years past. They look terrible in their season opener. In Air Force, that was a surprising loss. I mean, Air Force was supposed to be a much improved team this year. Now, they very well still may be. They might have just laid an egg last week. But I think I'm thinking along the same lines as Ralph, is where I think the Air Force Falcons will stay in this game early on. And I'll take them as a first half underdog here in this spot at home against Boise.
Yeah, that as a guy who likes to play a lot of underdogs myself, that's something. A lot of these underdogs, if they're going to cover the full game, it's going to require a strong start, right? Especially a team like Air Force, not built to exactly burst through the back door, so to speak. Thomas Garcia in the chat wants to know, have y'all talked about Illinois, Indiana, or Michigan, Nebraska? No, we have not yet, Thomas, and guess what? We're going to do it right now. Thomas says, Illinois has been a beast so far, and is this the game that puts Nebraska on the map? Ralph, I'm going to let you just pick. He's throwing 2 Big Ten matchups at you right there. You talk about whichever one you want, anything you want to say. You can talk about both of them if you'd like. Anything you have to share on either of these 2 games.
Well, Illinois has been a beast to Western Illinois. At Duke, where they were outgained, but were +5 turnovers. And then Western Michigan, who anyone could beat. So I am not impressed. But again, with Indiana, we don't know what we have. Old Dominion, 27-14, no cover. Kennesaw State, Indiana State, yeah, they beat them 126-9. And yeah, they had a 1,200 to 300-yard edge. But again, you can't appreciate how good their team is because we really don't know because they haven't been tested. So it comes down to the coaches for me. And, I'm a fan of Brett Bielema. When I'm back in the Phil Steele days, Bielema was like one of the coaches that would call all the time. So I used to chat with him, and I respect the hell out of him. But I give Kurt Ciganetti the edge here for Indiana. I think the program he built last year, the excitement the program has to get who would have thought at the beginning of last year that Indiana would be hosting a primetime national TV game for the Big Ten? That's how much their program has stepped up. I do think that Illinois, again, they're 1 game on the road. They got outgained and they only won by 5 turnovers. Now having to go to an Indiana team that's been home for all 3 games has, again, some may answer, all you can do is play who's on your schedule, and I understand that as well, and they've done it very well. But I look at the entire body of work. I had them power rated higher than this at the beginning of the year. And I think Illinois is a bit fake. So I'm one of those people that are not going to jump on the bandwagon. And in fact, if I had an AP vote, because of that Duke win and just because they're 3-0, I would not have them in the top 20 at all. So.
Yeah, I'm with you, Ralph. Last week I mentioned that South Carolina was at the top of the charts on my most overrated list. Illinois is right behind them. Now, are they a top 25 team? Perhaps. They're not a top 10. No.
Wait. We should have any
in the country. Yeah. Number 9 in the country. Stop it. I'm now, but here's the thing, Ross, and a lot of the people watching shows like this don't want to hear something like this, but I think this game is lined appropriately. You look at it, Indiana's a team I also expected to take a bit of a step back. I agree with what Ralph said. Cignetti obviously did a hell of a job last year in Bloomington, but usually that comes, what we see from a team that makes a big jump one year is a little bit of regression as well. That's what I see with both of these teams in 2025. So it's telling, it's obviously a big deal, a primetime Saturday night game in Bloomington here. But I look at this line and I say, yeah, the odds makers got it right.
Yeah, this is one of those games. And Ralph, I think you could appreciate this because you're a technical handicapper a little bit like I am. That I went into this game, and I usually every week when the lines come out, I'll X a team that I think I want to look at and possibly use. And I had an X next to Illinois, and then upon further investigation, I found some of the same stuff you guys just alluded to. And not only that, Ralph, when I ran the algorithms on this game, Indiana kept coming up as a play. So when that happens with me, I just disregard it and throw the game out. And that's where I'm at. So I can't be of no assistance to the viewer who asked that question, other than to say that this is one of those games maybe you look at and say both teams are 3-0, but we really don't know just how good either is. So let's see what happens in this contest before jumping in on either team until the future. So that's the way I look at this contest.
Yeah, and Ross, coming up, we've got a matchup in the Big 12 between a couple 3-0 teams that I don't think we know a lot about because they haven't played anybody. Ralph, you got a question or a comment?
One more negative for Illinois. They've been sacked 9 times against Western Illinois, Duke, and Western Michigan. That's scary going on the road against this IU defensive front.
Yeah, absolutely. Michigan, Nebraska, a game that's kind of under the radar. I'm going to make a comment that might shock people. I think the wrong team's favored in this game. I think Nebraska is going to beat Michigan. Underwood, true freshman, he's looked good, but there's a problem, Ross. You need your teammates to also look good, and the rest of this Michigan offense looks terrible. He's got no help, and he's going. This is his second true road start. They lost the first one in Norman. I believe you had a big play in Oklahoma in that game, if memory serves correct.
5%.
So, yeah, yep. I think Nebraska. This is a big game for Matt Rule, obviously, and a big game for the folks in Lincoln. You're going to know it's going to be a passionate audience there. I think Nebraska's live to win this game on the field.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brian. I think this is similar to how he analyzed the Vanderbilt and South Carolina game last week. Although I think Michigan's much better than South Carolina. But where I'm going with this is I think the better team in this matchup is Nebraska, especially at home. And I agree that the better team is the home underdog here. And you look at Michigan, how they played in that game against Oklahoma on the road. And sure, they have a true freshman quarterback that's very talented, but he didn't really play very well in that game. And like you said, he's not getting a lot of help from his receivers and his running game. And I think that this is one of those games that's a perception game because Michigan, with the real good brand name, just 2 years removed from a national championship, and they're taking on a Nebraska team that just can't seem to get over the hump in recent seasons. But they may be on their way this year. And I think this is a good spot for the home underdog, Ralph.
Which I'm going to add. I agree with both of you. Clearly, I lean that way. Again, you're talking about Bryce Underwood, that the team put up 1,100 yards against New Mexico and Central Michigan at home. On the road, the stats are 408 to 288. And what's even more scary is they only scored 13 points and they were +2 turnovers. We talked how rare it is, to win a game, and so to be +2 and only have 13 points and 12 first downs. I cannot back a young quarterback like that with that type of offensive power output because, is this the year we finally see Raiola bounce up? Well, he's off to a nice start, 79%, an 8-0 ratio, an 8.8 YPA. So to me, eye test is clearly Nebraska. Not getting to the window with this, but, since I'm from Ohio, I'll usually, if I bet on Michigan, I'm a Michigan fan. Every other week, I hate the blue. Go Big Red.
Yeah, and let's bring up one other point here with this game, guys. Sherrone Moore, the Michigan head coach, is not going to be on the sideline. This is the second game of his suspension. Biff Poggi, the former Charlotte head coach, is coaching this. That's something that matters, I think, as well. So sounds like it might be 3 for 3 on the court in that game there. Last game on our rundown of the big games. If you guys have any other game you would like to know about, now's the time. Time is running. Time is ticking. Please ask away. Otherwise, Ralph, Ross, and I all have free plays to get to as well. We'll get to the game tonight. I think somebody wanted to know about Rice and Charlotte tonight as well. We'll get to that. But let's talk Utah, Texas Tech first. This was the game I alluded to just a few moments ago, a pair of 3-0 teams that I'm not sure we know much about because they have not played anyone, Ross. This is a watch and learn game for me, because I'll make it. This is my take on this game, and it's not going to be very helpful for Saturday at the big noon kickoff, I understand, but I'm going to make it anyway. I think this will not be the last time these teams play in 2025. Right now, I have these two teams power rated 1 and 2 in the Big 12, so it could be a rematch in the Big 12 championship game in December. What do you think? Utah, Texas Tech, have you seen enough from either side to have any discernible opinion here?
Boy, oh boy, we think alike on this one, Brian. But I could say this is that not having a good handle on either one of these teams in terms of picking a side in this game, you could look at the fact that both of these teams have put up huge offensive numbers in their first 3 wins, and their defensive numbers, they've been dominant as well. I think that we're going to see something in between here. And what I mean by that is I don't think either team will come close to what they produced offensively so far, and I don't think either defense is going to be as dominant as they've shown against inferior opposition thus far. So I do think this game will be played in the low 30s, maybe 34-31, 34-30, 31, even 34-27. So I have a small lean toward going over the total in this game, because the safest bet to me is both offenses we know can move the ball and score. And I don't think either defense is going to be nowhere near as dominant against each opposing offense in this contest.
Yeah, Ralph, the one thing I will say, obviously, so all these teams, they have to cater to the networks. This is the Fox Big Noon Kickoff. An early start is right there in Salt Lake, Utah. So I agree, the two offenses have been great, Ross, but one thing that I was thinking about with the total, and this is a little different, I guess, is maybe a sleepy start from these two offenses with the early start. Maybe I agree, full game. Obviously, the way these college games go crazy at the end, I wouldn't want to be holding a full game under ticket, but maybe a first half under, Ralph, is a way to approach this Utah-Texas Tech matchup. What do you think?
To run the ball, we know that. Whittingham's going to start the run. He's not one that's going to start passing to C to open the run. They rushed 54 times against UCLA, 46 against Cal Poly, 45 against Wyoming. It's easy for me. I had Utah as the better team coming into the season. They have been dominant, outgaining their foes by 272, 295, and 312. And they played 2 road games. Yes, it was UCLA, and yes, it was Wyoming. But to me, to be that statistically good at the start of the year and have 2 of your 3 road games, to me, that's incredible to me. While Texas Tech had played Arkansas, Pine Bluff, Kent State, and Oregon State, probably the weakest schedule in all of college football, and all 3 were at home. Big change when you get into this conference play. I certainly like Utah here, but I have one interesting note that you guys can write down this and keep track for later. If the highest elevation in college football is Wyoming at 7,000 feet. Now, you're going to say Utah, Salt Lake City is high, but it's still only 4,200 feet. There's still a significant edge. If you played at Wyoming the week before with no rest, and now you're a dog or a favorite up to minus 21, you are only 19-40 since 2009. That is 32% against the spread. So we always talk about the altitude in Mile High Stadium in the NFL. Think about that. Wyoming's 2,000 feet higher, and that does affect teams the following week. That may play into your first half under as well.
Okay, so there you go. An interesting angle there, not to think about. Yes, I drove through Wyoming a few summers ago. It's a nice place, by the way, if anyone has some time. Anyway, Ole Miss Tulane. Let's wrap these up before we get to our free plays, guys, that we're each going to give you. Ole Miss Tulane. Anyone have any strong opinion? 12.5, 13.5s out there. Ole Miss, the computers seem to love Ole Miss, Ross. I bet against Ole Miss last week, and that was.
I never got along with computers anyway, so
yeah.
I like Tulane in this game. I like the points here. I think that Tulane is a quality team out of the American. I think they're a legitimate team to be considered for the college football playoff when the season ends in terms of the group of 4 representative. I think Ole Miss is coming off a big SEC win. And I haven't looked at the schedule, but I'm almost going to guess they got an SEC game next week.
And that would be LSU, Ross.
At LSU. So sandwiched between is a game against a group of 4 or a group of 5 opponent. I just think it's a prime spot. I mean, Ole Miss's defense, Ralph, leaves a lot to be desired for me. I know they could score. I know they can move the ball, but don't undervalue Tulane in this spot. I think the Green Wave get inside the number here, and I wouldn't be shocked if they take them right down to the wire in this contest.
No argument. I agree with him. You look at Tulane, they're going to run the ball. We know that. You know, Retzlaff has not been forced to throw. He is going to be forced to throw, so it's going to be up to him. He's only got a 6.7 YPA and completing 59%. So it's going to come up to him. If he could play any mention of a reasonable game, they're playing against an Ole Miss defense that allowed Kentucky 172 4.6 rushing and allowed Arkansas 221 6.0. Let's see. Are you going to lay double digits with a bad rush defense against a team that wants to run? No, I'm not. So it's Tulane or pass for me.
All right. I've got nothing on the Thursday night game here between Rice and Charlotte. Man, Thursday night college football ain't what it used to be, is it, guys? Wow. It used to be a showcase. Then Roger Goodell said, no, we're taking over Thursday's college football. So we've got Rice and Charlotte in a barn burner. Anthony Marquez likes the over for tonight. Ralph, did you have any thoughts on that?
I broke this down on WagerTalk today on Wednesday, and I gave out first half under. So, first of all, we have two new head coaches. Scott Abel comes from Davidson. He's going to run the ball. He established this new option. They ran 50 times against Louisiana, 53 against Houston, and 60 times against Prairie View. You look at Charlotte, and while we think this is maybe one of the most boring games, there's more people that are going to watch this game than they're going to watch every Charlotte and Rice game the rest of the year combined. So they're excited to have a primetime game on Thursday, a standalone game. You're playing at home. And, Tim Albin won the MAC last year at Ohio.
Yes, he did.
And he left after the MAC championship. So why would a coach who was a 4-time MAC coach of the year off a conference championship win leave and to go to Charlotte? Well, let's see. He made about $800,000 at Ohio. He's making 1.8 at Charlotte. So $1 million will get you to move from Ohio to Charlotte. I like Albin. I think they struggled early putting in his new systems against App State and North Carolina. Yes, it was Monmouth, but we saw him click in. I'm an Albin fan. Rice is going to run the ball. Charlotte's rush defense has been good. This might have been a client play for me if I could have gotten 21.5. It was 20.5 and 21 first half under when I did WagerTalk today. I pretty much see 20.5 across the board now. So that 1 point kept it off from being a client play, but I do have a strong opinion first half under. So I'm going to go head to head, whoever has the over on this one.
All right. I'll tell you what, Ralph. As great a time as I had at Ohio University from 1998 to 2002. For $1 million, I might have left too. I'll tell you that right now. So I can't fault Tim Albin. He did bring the school its first MAC title since 1968. So thank you, Tim Albin. I hope you have a fine time.
Brian, I almost had a heart attack because Ralph said, I know a lot of you people out there think this game is boring, but there's going to be a lot of people, and I'm waiting for him to say, watching this game instead of the Buffalo-Miami game.
Well, they get the first half, that's why I'm using the first half, because then I got to turn it off to go to the end.
It's true. This is true. You're just a wealth of knowledge, Ralph.
There you go. You
can't win an argument against Ralph. I'd hate to be his wife, I'll tell you.
All right, let's get to our free plays, guys. We've reached the end of the show. Thank you, by the way, Adam, for those kind remarks in the comments section. But I'm going to go first with my free play because I'm sticking with a MAC team. As a matter of fact, is Ohio University's rival, Miami of Ohio, a little out west there in Oxford. So Miami, Ohio, hosting UNLV. We've got a 3-0 UNLV team heading east, laying a short number on the road against the 0-2 Miami of Ohio team. If you're someone who has followed me for any length of time, you know what we are going to do here. That is back the desperate 0-2 home dog. I am going to take this opportunity right now to double down on my preseason assessment that Dan Mullen is not the man to get the job done in Las Vegas. I bet this UNLV team under 8.5 wins for the season. Yes, they're 3-0, but they could have lost as 30.5-point favorites to an FCS team in the opener, that being Idaho State. Then they face Sam Houston State, who's got a first-year head coach. They're 0-3. And then what did they do in the third game? UNLV, they beat UCLA, who's also 0-3 and has already fired its head coach. The Rebels closed as a home dog against UCLA, just to let you know what the odds makers thought of them going into that game. Now, I get Miami of Ohio's offense has been a tough watch the first two games, but they played two Big Ten teams on the road, Wisconsin and Rutgers. I have always respected the job head coach Chuck Martin has done in Oxford. The Red Hawks, 23-4 straight up at home since 2019. I think they take the game outright. Give me a little Maction, Miami of Ohio, as my free play for the show today. Ross, you are up next. Talk to us.
Yeah.
You're talking Oklahoma-Auburn, a little bit of a bigger game.
And let's not forget in that UNLV game, to further Brian's pick, is you got a West Coast team playing a noon Eastern time kickoff. And I gave this out as my on Wager Talk today on Wednesday. The one game I speak about each week where the number jumped out and looks like a trap. This was the one for all the reasons you just said. So
love it.
Anyway, okay, Auburn and Oklahoma. Oklahoma right now a 6.5 point favorite. Ralph, you mentioned the 5.3 touchdown to interception ratio of John Mateer, but I get that's a concern. But I really like this kid. He sort of reminds me, and I don't want this to be taken out of context, but Josh Allen used to get a lot of criticism early in his career because he threw too many interceptions, because he took too many chances. But the intangibles that Josh Allen brought, and now they're much better, right, his interception ratio. But at that point early in his career, this reminds me of John Mateer. I mean, the intangibles he brings to the table, the kid just knows how to win, okay? He's excellent with his legs as well. He could beat you with both his arm and legs. And I think he's going to be the difference in this game because when you compare him to the Auburn quarterback, Jackson Arnold, I'll take Mateer anytime, every day, 24/7 over Jackson Arnold. Not only that, I think Ralph brought it up earlier in the telecast that, Jackson Arnold, let's not forget, this guy was the former quarterback at Oklahoma last year. So if anybody's going to have a defensive read on him, it's going to be Brett Venable. And speaking of defense, Oklahoma's just been absolutely outstanding defensively to start the season. Big effort in that win against Michigan. They made Michigan look pretty anemic offensively, actually. In their first three games, giving up 6.3 points per game and just 181 yards per contest. This is also an Oklahoma team 24-4 straight up in their last 28 at home. So they went through a couple lean year, or last year especially a lean year, but they're still 124 their last 28 at home. So their home field advantage is still very strong. And they were 2-6 in the SEC last year, and they have a lot to atone for. And I think they're ready to do so. And with that 2-6 record, one of their wins, by the way, came at Auburn. Okay, you could say Auburn has revenge. Revenge doesn't make it automatic. It doesn't mean you're going to get revenge. There's a lot of series that gets dominated in college football. I'm not saying this is one of them. I'm just saying I like the Oklahoma Sooners here. Latest 6.5 against the Auburn Tigers.
There you go. Ross yelling Boomer Sooner in that one. Ralph, all right. You're up next with your free play. Interesting matchup. Troy and Buffalo. Buffalo almost lost to Kent State last week. That would have been the worst loss in college football all year. Kent State is not a team that is expected to really win any more games this year, and they almost shot the Buffalo Bulls there. Buffalo pulled one out of the fire late. Buffalo playing Troy this week. This is talk to us what you like in this one.
Well, I think we're pretty much going to agree with the premise. Do not waste your money laying a touchdown with a crappy team, and Buffalo is a crappy team. Now, I make Troy the favorite, so that's like an 8-point difference in this game, but the reaction to Goose Crowder getting hurt, he hurt his shoulder again. He's out for a couple weeks. I think he's going to come back later this year. It is a big loss because he was a mobile quarterback as well, but the reaction is way too big. Tucker Kilcrease came in last week and looked horrible. That was at Memphis, not practicing. He made 2 starts last year. This guy played for Gerald Parker in season number 1. He knows the offense. I think a week of offense, taking the snaps with the ones, I think Troy does enough defensively. Buffalo, again, Kent State is the lowest team that I've ever had power rated in the last 10 years. I only have my records for the last 10 years. My computer crashed. That's how bad they are. They're the worst college football team in my power ratings in 10 years. So to beat them 31-28 and have to come back from a couple scores down to do it. Again, bad team, laying almost a touchdown. I want no part of it. I'm going to fade Buffalo, play on Troy to rally around their injured quarterback. And I truly believe rally around a star player is legitimate, but only for the first game. You can only get your enthusiasm and excitement, and the defense can raise to the occasion only once. And then I think you have to take it out of the equation. I think Troy is that kind of quality team that this will occur.
All right, Dan, throw that fancy graphic on the screen here with all three of our free plays. There you go, the Blitz Squad ride right there. You want to parlay them together, plus 589. Ross is laying the 6.5 with Oklahoma against Auburn. Ralph taking the 6.5 with Troy against Buffalo. And I will be taking the 2.5 with Miami of Ohio against UNLV. Those are your three free plays here on the Blitz. Guys, we're gonna wrap things up, but let's remind everyone what we've got cooking at WagerTalk.com this weekend. Obviously, that Weekend Warrior Pass, we talked about that earlier in the show. Just $49. You can get all of our football plays, each one of us. It's $49 per handicapper. You get all of our plays, NFL and college, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday as a free bonus. I talked about 6-2 the last two Saturdays in college football. I am. Last week, my best bet was Vanderbilt over South Carolina. NFL, 5% max bet last Sunday. It was Atlanta over Minnesota. Neither in both of those two instances, we did not do 3.5 points. Both teams won outright. I will have big cards both Saturday and Sunday. WT.buzz/BP. And don't forget about Major League Baseball, where I'm a perfect 3-0 the last two nights and on a 17-9-1 run as well. Ross, remind the people what you've got going in your neck of the woods, man.
Yeah, I hate to be redundant, but 4-0 last week in college football. 5% best bet winner last week as I had Tennessee plus the points. Should have won the game outright, but they didn't, but they certainly covered. So I'll take that. That's 3-0 to start the year with my college football 5% best bets. I'll have one of those up on Saturday. 10-5 in college football on the season. Number one in college football last year in win percentage and units earned. Number one in college football since the start of 2023 in units earned. 8-4 with my combination college football NFL last week. And, I'm off to a bad start in the NFL. And I'm transparent because here's what I would say, folks. If you're down and out on me with the NFL, I get it. 6-9 to start the year, that's not up to my standard. But 5 of my losses came by a combined 5 points. Yeah. So I know I'm handicapping the games right. Just a little bit of bad luck. We're going to turn that around. In Major League Baseball, by the way, number one this year. I temporarily lost that spot yesterday, but came back with a winner last night. And the people chasing me both lost. And I don't want to see anybody lose at WagerTalk.com, but we're all competitive, right? Number one in Major League Baseball this year, folks. Up over 80 units for the year. And also on a 98-65 run, 60% in Major League Baseball since early May.
All right. Ross the boss there. Dealing. Ralph, what do you got going this weekend here? Remind the people.
Again, another NFL 5%. I know this is college football. 6-0 on 5%. 8 straight winning teasers. 15-1 the last 16 teasers. I did go look. I lost that teaser by 3 points, so I got my teeth kicked in. So I wanted to make sure that one loss wasn't by a half a point. So try out anyone, guys. The Weekend Warrior was such a success last week. An incredible number. We had a record number of people signing up, and why wouldn't you? It's a great way for you to try multiple services. And me, Ross, Brian, or any capper at Wager Talk, try it out. WagerTalk.com, my homepage, WT.buzz/RM.
We thank all of you for tuning in to another edition here of The Blitz on Wager Talk's YouTube channel. Remember, please like and subscribe. That little bell, click that button. That way you're instantly notified when fine shows like this drop each and every week. We'll be back again, Ross, Ralph, and I, talking a big week 5 in college football. But until then, see you soon. Let's